Good morning and welcome to sunny Switzerland, where we're into finals day of this quad series. And first up is the qualifier between Switzerland and Spain, with the honour of playing Brazil in the final for the winner. Without further ado, we'll go to the toss. We've got Danny from Switzerland who will toss the coin, and Amy from Spain will call.
Heads, numbers, tails. Heads.
Call is heads. And it's rolling and it's rolling and it's coming down tails. So Switzerland win the toss. Danny, what would you like to do?
We're going to bowl first.
So that is the news from the toss. Switzerland will bowl first. So Danny, what is the thinking behind that decision?
So it is a hot day today, so we're trying to avoid it as much as possible. We also back our bowlers to keep them tight, a few early wickets, and I think we're definitely on top. And then batting later, give it a good chase.
I think it's going to be a warm one, whatever happens.
Yeah.
So you haven't won yet in this tournament, but I think there has been huge improvements from game to game. How are you going to approach this game then?
The same way we've done in the past. We take with the lessons what we got from the last matches, stay together as a team, support each other, keep the energy up, and then we think we have a good chance.
I think so too, and of course you've played Spain already in this tournament. They just about scraped past you. Have you got some learnings from that game? Have you got tactics? I know you don't want to reveal them all, but have you got some plans for the Spanish batters and bowlers?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen their batting now. We've seen them against different kinds of bowling attack. We kind of know what lines we need to bowl to keep them to a tight score.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck, Switzerland. Of course, you've won the first bit of the battle, which is the toss, and the best of luck.
Thank you.
So let's bring in Amy, the losing captain for now on the toss. What would you have done had you won the toss?
No, we would have batted. We feel very confident putting a bit of score on, and that was the day today.
Well, so it's kind of a one toss in the loss as well, but you've already beaten Switzerland once, but I know you won't be overconfident in terms of just to seeing them as a new opponent. How are you going to go about it? Have you learnt a lot from what they've played in the last couple of days?
No, definitely. We know they can put on a big score if we slip in the field. So we need to switch on from ball one, batting first. We just bat like we did yesterday, push the singles, get the boundaries, and yeah, we've been really building for this game. So I think this should be a good performance for us.
I know as a skipper you might not want to talk about personal achievements as much, but we've been so impressed with your batting over the last couple of days. Is that something you've really been working on over the last few years?
Yeah, it's also not just the batting as such, but more the mental game. Just getting a good like mentality coming into the pitch, and yeah, it's just kind of come on this past year really. So hopefully it can pay off today.
Well, it definitely paid off yesterday with that half century. A word about Brazil, who I'm sure you want to face in the final if you win this game. How cool is it and important is it to play against these teams who are maybe a step up? Have you learnt a lot from those games?
No, definitely. We've always said that you play better against better competition. So you see them in the field. The girls are learning from them all the time. Every ball you see them, and like even if it's a loss, you get so many wins from learning from them and everything. So every loss is a win, I guess.
Well, all being well, you'll have another chance to play them this afternoon. So I wish you the best of luck in this qualifier and do your best.
Thank you very much.
So there you have it.
And it's a lovely warm good morning to everyone watching from around the world. Welcome to the Embrack Cricket Ground as we're about to start qualifier. Spain and Switzerland going head-to-head to see who gets the right to play Brazil in the final coming up later today. Phil G here in the comms, soon to be joined by G-Force counterpart Tina Goff as the first ball is played out nicely to backward point. Touch of the fumbles early on in the morning and a quick single to get proceedings off and running. You saw in the coin toss news there, thanks to Rado, that Switzerland, they win the toss, selected to bowl first. Very parochial on the field, very loud on the field as well. Pumped up, looking to get a win over Spain. Book themselves into the final later on today. A bit tentative there. The batter just leans into it and then a half-hearted, almost shot pulls out of the shot moment. Changed her mind about 3 times there. In the end, dot ball, good ball. Connects to this one though, just pushed to the offside again. Just a dot ball. Hello to everyone in the chat. Rob Thompson. Hello there to Lewis in Madrid as well. PK's in there, Ash as well. And Wardy, I saw you hiding in the chat. Hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us here this morning. Another warm day brewing here in Switzerland. Touch of deja vu there as a similar shot, similar result. Dot ball. Big match coming up here before your eyes. Spain women taking on the Switzerland women. And remember, Spain have their only win of the tournament over Switzerland from a couple of days ago in match 3. Good win by 8 wickets with 14 balls to spare. Carved nicely through the gap. That's going to run away. That's the first boundary of the morning, first boundary on finals day. Lovely strike in the first over as well. So Switzerland winning the toss, as you heard from Tina's introduction there. Switzerland win that toss and they put Spain in. Looking to chase a little bit later on. Getting first use of the ball here this morning. Next ball. And that's been carved nicely. This time they got the boundary rider out there. Oh, is there a second there? There's probably never going to be a second there. Sent back, wisely sent back as well. That's going to be the end of the first over. Good cautious start there for the teams. 6 off the first over. Nice steady start for Spain there. And it's time to welcome into the warm comms tent Tina Goff. Tina, good morning.
Very good morning, Phil. Yeah, it certainly is warmer. I know it's only going to get warmer. Currently at 26 degrees. I think you can probably add another 10 or so degrees by the time we get to the final this afternoon.
Definitely.
So I know when we were speaking to Julia Price yesterday evening, she was keen for Brazil to have a bit of a rest this morning. And I think that is a big advantage, of course, of topping the group, topping the quad series, is having that break this morning. And then maybe going into that final this afternoon a bit fresh. And I imagine that'll be quite a big toss as well. It's a 2 p.m. start for the final. You definitely don't want to be fielding out in that midday heat. But for now, I think that's what came into consideration as well for the skipper of Switzerland, Dani, as she decided to field first, try and do the heavy lifting of the fielding innings early on. And then Spain, of course, will have to not only put some runs on the board, but then try and defend them as the day continues to get hotter and hotter.
It's a funny one, isn't it? Because if someone said to me, Phil, would you like to, if you're going to play one game today, which game you want to play? I said, of course, you're going to play the morning game. But for the team and for the glory of the championship win, you need to play the 2 games. So, yep, the 2 best teams will face off this afternoon in potential 36-degree heat. And one-handed catch attempted there by backward point, and it spills. Red hot chance there for a wicket in the second over, and just one hand gets extended, just take a couple of more steps forward. Could have almost gone to hand, doesn't. Goes as a drop.
Would have been a spectacular grab there from Melissa Peanut. Just instinct, really. Throws out her left hand. She's a right-handed bat, so it would have been her weak hand as well. Certainly one for the highlight reel had it stuck. Unfortunately for her, does go to ground. Early let off then for Spain, as Alexis Hartley here lining herself up. I think she's got a bit of a point to prove. She struggled in that game yesterday against Brazil, managed just 1 off 11 before holing out. And she is a batter that can really shift through the gears. And unfortunately for her in this series so far, she's not got beyond about 3rd gear. So big opportunity for her, and big players always step up at the right moment. And this would be the perfect opportunity for her in this knockout qualifier.
Great chance for her here to get amongst the rungs early. Swings at this one again. It goes aerial. Good work in the covers there. Doesn't get through the covers at all. Even keeps it to a dot. So that's a nice bit of fielding. Probably could have been a quick single there, but the good bit of work there in the covers just made the batters think twice. And then when there's hesitation, there's always going to be trouble with a quick run. It's denied. Another dot ball. Watches that one go past. Not interested. And that one is Alexis.
Yeah, very watchful start for her, isn't it? She maybe knows that she's one of the key wickets as well and doesn't want to throw it away early on.
Batting out there in the centre with her counterpart, Cat Frost, who's already carved off a boundary in that previous over. Alexis drives down the ground. Nice shot through one fielder. But there is a boundary rider deep as Long On comes off the boundary line to field. Another single to the score. To 9 without a loss. 2 more to come in the over.
Interesting to note the change at the top of the order then for Spain. We've seen Deepa Chukapali take on the responsibility, the left-hander, usually along with Alexis Hartley, but Cat Frost gets the nod on this occasion. She has been batting well on the few occasions that she has had time out in the middle. Maybe just taking a bit of a load off the shoulders of Deepa again, remember, she's only 15 years old, and I'm sure she'll have a huge role to play with the ball, with her left arm orthodox spin. So maybe just giving her a rest early on in the morning, knowing that she's got battles to come.
Bit of a change of pace there. Nicely bowled. Nice way to finish the over as well. And the score stays on at 9 without loss after 2. Hey, Vinny has popped up in the chat as well. So good to see you, Vinny. He's about to head off to the scorched earth of Hornchurch. Make sure you take your fireman's bucket and fireman's hat as well. Give Rico a helping hand. But good to see him. He says hello to all the chatters, and of course hello to G-Force. G-Force here to take you through the action today. Finals day here in this fantastic T20I women's competition, with the final later on today. These two teams battling out to see who's got the right to face off against Brazil, who have been absolutely dominant since they arrived. However, a couple little chinks in the armour that we noted yesterday in the fielding. Julia Price, their coach, was all over that. As we start the third now, punched nicely into the covers. Boundary rider from a deep point has to come around and collect, does so. So good cautious start here. 10 on the board, start of the third.
Yeah, this has kind of been the hallmark of Spain's start so far, is that they don't go all guns blazing. If you're unkind, you'd maybe call it a bit nervy, a bit tentative, but they, I suppose, know that they can accelerate as they go through. And speaking of acceleration, that one's hit away nicely. But well-positioned fielder there at long on. Good early signs from Kat Frost that she's seeing the ball well.
It was a good bit of fielding placement, wasn't it? The lone, well, one of the lone fielders out was right there at that long on position and bounced a fair way in front. Hartley facing up now. Oh, she gets a full bunger there. It was just dipping below waist height. I saw square leg umpire say, no, that's okay. But doesn't quite get onto that one. A little bit surprised, I think she was. Doesn't get to turn it around the corner for 4 runs. There is a square leg just behind square ever so slightly. And then you got a player on the 45 inside the circle at fine leg.
Missed opportunity there from Lexi. She'd normally want to smash that one to the boundary. Speaking of boundary, though, that one will race away. And if there's one area of the pitch field that has seen more boundaries than the rest, I think it'd probably be that kind of backward point area. It seems to be even quicker than the rest of the outfield, if that's possible. As soon as it gets past point, all they can do is watch on as it races away.
It's funny you say that. I've only been here for, well, not even 24 hours, and I've noted already so many boundaries. You're right, in that quarter of the ground near the baseball mounds. A lot of runs scored out there. Nice shot, another boundary, second boundary of the morning. This time she goes straight, hit nicely. That's going to find a gap. No, it's not. Oh, just a little bit of a fumble there, but not to worry, just the single. Good hustle there to get across from the mid-on area to cover that one off. I thought she had a bit more hot sauce on that shot. But nicely struck, sounded good off the bat as well. Rotating the strike nicely now. Getting to a good rhythm in this over. No dot balls yet. Cut away, and that's going to also get through the gap. Well, there you go. Tina is all over this as that goes exactly to the part of the ground we were just highlighting with the previous boundary in this over, and that is another 4. Good over there for Spain. They get up to 21 for no loss after 3, and that is added up quickly. 12 off the over. Nice over there for Spain.
Tough one for Samiha Kunaganti, who bowled that over. Wouldn't say it was the worst over in the world in terms of lines, maybe just straying a touch too wide outside off, as we've been saying. Anything in that area is just comfortably cut away. Good start, though, from Kat Frost, who's repaying the faith that has been put in her at the top of the order. 12 off 11, Hartley, 8 off 7.
There's a comment in the chat there from Paul, he's confused about the qualifier not being 2v3. And, well, Kiran Sura has actually answered that question for you. And that's exactly right there. So thank you for jumping in and saying that, Kiran Sura. Jersey left yesterday, as it was always planned that they were not going to be here for finals day. And that was just unfortunately part of the tournament, part of the competition, that despite they came second, they are no longer in country. They had to head home on previous engagements already booked in for them. So that was always going to be the case.
I suppose Jersey's loss is Switzerland's gain. It gives them another opportunity to get the better over Spain. It was quite a tight encounter in that first matchup between the two, and I think Switzerland maybe kicking themselves that they missed an opportunity. Spain, though, you have to say, weren't at their best in that game. I think they would back themselves on a normal day to beat Switzerland.
Yeah.
But I suppose finals day are never normal days. Things can always go not quite the way you expect because, of course, Brazil, as you mentioned, Phil, go into this surely as favourites. But whoever wins this game, of course, getting on a bit of a winning run.
It's true. It's slightly missed it, though, out towards mid-wicket. They'll still take the single. Yeah, you're right. When it comes to finals, it's not about it's not usually about anything to do with net run rate. It's about getting the win. And you know what? Teams sometimes stumble at the funniest times. It happens. It happens constantly through many sports. The key thing is get yourself into that final, and you've always got a red hot chance. And yeah, Brazil are running hot at the moment. Just need to look at the standings, look at the net run rate, which is around, I think, positive 5.8 after their 3 games. And Switzerland, who are yet to pick up a win on home soil here in this competition. They would love to sneak a win here away from Spain, get themselves into the final, and hey, anything goes. But still, this is a vital game for both teams. I'd love to face off against Brazil in the final with a chance for an upset. Good Yorker. Well dug out. Just clamps the bat down, says, nah, not on my watch. Good over this. Very good over from Vani Danuka.
Well, interestingly, whatever happens in this game, of course, it won't be the last time we see these two teams fight it out because they'll be playing in a one-off T20I tomorrow morning. The third time they'll face off against each other. So that one's slightly uppishly driven through the covers and it will race away for a couple of runs at least, but actually it's an elegant slide in the deep by Meghna Rajan, who took 2 excellent catches yesterday against Brazil. And again, showing just how much of an all-round superstar she is as she cuts off the boundary. So they do run through for 2, end of the 4th, 24 for no loss. Yeah, so tomorrow morning,
yep.
Phil, you'll be flying solo for that one. But again, every game here is important because, yes, this is part of the quad series and the final will be this afternoon, but every T20I game is ranked and these two sides are battling out in the T20I ranking. Spain just a few places above Switzerland, but that can all change. And the nature of these rankings means that if a lower ranked team beats a higher ranked team, then that could almost flip the rankings on their heads. So it's all still to play for today and tomorrow.
It really is. Yep. So in case you missed it, tomorrow is just the one game tomorrow. And that is exactly why it's so important to both teams. I think you explained it perfectly how critical it is for both those teams. So opportunities here, obviously, in this game, and then another opportunity tomorrow, another bite of the cherry. So if whoever gets the win here, well, the loser won't have to be won't be too upset because I'll think, well, we'll get another crack tomorrow. So it can possibly affect those rankings, which is what it is. I won't say what it's all about, but it's pretty important. 4 overs gone, 24 on the board. Looking to start the third.
It will be Rajan, who fielded it so well a moment ago, and of course is an absolute star batter for Switzerland, who will take the ball for the 5th.
Rajan tosses that one up. It's too hot for a keeper, too hot for the fielder as well. She should be able to reel that one in before the boundary rope. Not quite. Or tell you what, I thought that race, usually when it's a race between ball and fielder, the ball usually wins. And I thought this is an opportunity for the fielder maybe to change that. I don't think she did. Yep, there it is. Thank you, umpire. You can see the way the fielder out there dropped her head just as it got to the rope. Literally, she was picking up millimetres over the rope.
Such a cruel game, isn't it? And a cruel outfield here as well. It's almost impossible to win the race against the ball down the hill.
Come back from the bowler. Nice one. Good bit of flight and a good bit of pace there. Gets Cat just flirting outside the off. Nice take by the keeper as well. Uppishly hit backward a point, gets past the fielder. Again, that race is going to be won by the balls. That's another boundary. Cat's looking pretty good this morning. Another boundary to her total. So she's got 4 boundaries. She's 21 from 17 and 8 runs off this over already.
I would like to see Switzerland make a slight adjustment here, which is just shuffle around all those fielders on the offside about 3 meters to their left, because everything so far has gone slightly backward of where the fielders are standing, and they kind of have made that change now. They've got kind of a conventional cover and a conventional point, and I'd probably change that to a cover point and a backward point, because the bounce of the AstroTurf as well means that Cat is always going to play it slightly late on the up. It's always going to go more backward than probably on a conventional field with a normal cut shot.
Yeah. It also gives Rajan, the bowler, something to think about as well. If she's going to keep putting it wide and pitched up outside the off, then maybe need to change that up a little bit then. She does. It's a bit straighter. This is hoiked towards deep mid-wicket. Just the one again. Good work in the field from Switzerland. Gets around quickly and releases the ball pretty fast. So just the single. One more to come to complete the 5th.
Hartley just a runner ball 10 so far. Hasn't quite got going. She frees her arm down the pitch, but we'll just take the single and we'll keep the strike as well. So 34 on the board after 5 for Spain. Again, not exactly explosive, but steady. And I suppose they're building a nice platform from which to build, with the likes of Naomi Hillman-Bermejo still in to come. Of course, the skipper, Amy Brown-Carrera, who's in blistering form with the bat. So they've got options, but it looks like their tactic is just to build slow and steady to start off with.
Yeah, it's a good start. Going at 6.8 per over. That's not too bad. Haven't lost a wicket yet. Still one more over to come in the power play. I like the field placements specifically for Alexis Hartley. They feel they've done the homework on her by having the long on, which has done a fair bit of work already so far when Alexis has been on strike. So it's good work there for Switzerland so far. As we have another change in the bowling. It's good to see the bowling getting rotated here. I mentioned this yesterday, a couple of overs apiece and then bring on a new bowler. It makes perfect sense in these conditions. Warm here this morning, 26. I think, Tina, you mentioned a few moments ago. It's 26, probably gone up about another degree now. It's also quite humid, slight breeze, which drops down to nothing occasionally. When it does, you really feel it. So it's quite taxing on the players. And remember, one of these teams is going to have a second match to play this afternoon as well. So it's going to be tough old day in the office.
So the final over of the power play here will be bowled by Naina Meti-Sajun. Well, it's great to see her back up and about, because she took an almighty clonk on the temple yesterday, didn't she?
Yeah, she did.
It was just a couple of balls from the end of the game against Brazil, but she did not complete the game, as that one's a full bunger. It's called a no ball, and Alexis Hartley won't miss out on that occasion. Maybe that just kickstarts her individual batting innings. Just a misfire there from Saju, but yeah, as I was saying, there's a big collision between herself and her teammate, and she came off the worst of the two, but clearly feeling better this morning. Probably won't be feeling great about that first delivery.
Yeah, Saju may have just lit a fire under Alexis with that full bunger, which is called no ball. Free hit signalled as well. Been carved away for 4. So that may be a delivery that really lights up Alexis Hartley. Let's see what she can do with this one. She's got a free hit coming. Saju charging in. Swings this one down the ground. Flicks the fingertips of the mid-off fielder, but long on, who I just mentioned a moment ago, and we've mentioned it a couple of times already. The long on for Alexis has saved runs already, so it's good field placement there. They just get the one and probably breathe a sigh of relief sort of there. Just in case you missed it, a few people in the chat still mentioning Jersey women. They are definitely not here. Someone wrote in the chat before about the Jersey women have got an evening game. Well, if they do, it's not here. It could be somewhere, so could maybe in somewhere else, but not here. They have left the arena, as used to hear in the days of Elvis. He has left the arena. So have Jersey women. They've left the arena on previous engagements, which they're already committed to. They were never going to be able to be here for finals day, and that is a wide ball indicated there.
Yeah, just looking at the field, then they have now put out deep point for Cat Frost. It's a bit of an odd field because you have a backward point, a 45, and I suppose you'd call it a deep cover point. So that the intentions are there from Switzerland to kind of actively manage field placements in play, which is a great sign because, again, we've been talking a lot this week about how there's some things you can only learn through playing games. There's only so much you can do in training with whiteboards, with little magnetic fielders, but actually getting out there in the middle, there's no replacement for that. I would just suggest that maybe the fielder out in the deep should be, again, moving about 10 metres to her left. She's cover point. I'd probably prefer to see her at backward point. That's where Kat has hit all of her boundaries so far. But good signs from Switzerland that they're learning on the job.
Yeah, adapting to conditions and reading the room is so important in the short game. Even in the long game, actually. That is carved beautifully there through the covers. Picked the gap and found the boundary. 4 runs. Nice strike.
I suppose you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, because the cover point fielder was too far to the left on that occasion. Maybe it's even worth for Kat Frost. She's so strong through that cover region to put both fielders out there. The second fielder out on the ring is actually the skipper herself, Danny Medagoda at long on. But Kat is so strong through that offside region. I'd be tempted to cut that shot off for her and just force her to play a bit straighter. Halfway through the 6th.
And again, short, tucked around the corner. That's going to also find the boundary rope. That's a nice strike. Playing a shot which she really does really well there. Just gets the weight across and swings it around the corner. It's a lovely strike. Finds the gap, but not a good ball at all. And this over, it's getting very expensive. And Saju just copping a little bit of stick here from the batters. Another boundary. Started with a no ball 4. We've had a couple of back-to-back boundaries now. And that team have still got 2 to go.
15 coming off the first 4.
Incredible stuff.
Kat, again, it's been a masterstroke to send her to the top of the order so far. Clearly, the Spain coaching staff have seen that she is in great form, confidence flowing through her, and she wants more time out in the middle.
Ooh, it gets the rev run through the keeper as well. It's going to run all the way to the boundary line. It does. And that goes for 4 byes, as indicated by the standing umpire there. Watch this one again. Just a little bit of extra heat on that delivery.
Yeah, Amrita Sasidaran, the wicketkeeper, just caught a little off guard there. Went through her before she had time to react, and actually went pretty much above the stumps. Maybe one just had a little bit of zip off the pitch. She wasn't able to stop it, so it's been an expensive over here for Switzerland. Those 4 byes bring up the 50 as well, so an excellent opening partnership. Maybe a burgeoning new opening partnership here between Frost and Hartley.
Saju charging it again, looking to finish the over strong. Carved down just away from the fingertips of the diving cover fielder, but she's got protection out there on the boundary rope with a lovely throw back towards the stumps. Bowler lets it go. Bowler probably could have done a bit better than that because it's going to go for a buzzer. It's going to go for a couple more, actually. It's almost gone to the rope, Tina. That's almost gone all the way for 4 overthrows. Goes through for 2 overthrows in the end, but that was perilously close to 4 overthrows.
Yeah, we haven't seen that yet this week, but it's actually been a surprise. Not because of the wild throwing, but just because there's 0 room for error on this outfield. As we do then get to the end of the power play, 56 for no loss. And drinks will be taken on this sweltering hot day. It was agreed before the start of play that there'll be 2 drinks breaks, possibly even 3. Safety first, especially for those batters under the lid. Both of them have been toiling away nicely here. Kat Frost 33 off 24 and Alexis Hartley 16 off 13. Unusual for Hartley to actually kind of play the supporting role, but when Kat Frost is hitting it so nicely as she is, I'm sure Lexi is more than happy to take a back seat.
22 off that over as well. What a way to play that last over of the power play, picking up 22 runs. Really cashed in nicely there. Did Spain? Gets the score mowed on nice. That run rate jumped up now to 9.3. That's really where they want to keep it. But they have, I just kind of felt with that no ball 4 at the start of the over, I called it as saying, well, that could be the fire that gets lit under Alexis. And it certainly did. And of course, Kat Frost, who's striking the ball beautifully with 6 boundaries already in that 33 off 24 that she's got. So Switzerland, I'm sure there's a bit of soul searching now, but it was just 1 over that got away from just that last over. So it's not panic stations. But now with they can change the field up a bit now, so they can put a bit more protection out. Now the power play's done. Interested to see how they approach this. All eyes on Medagoda, the captain. She's going to have to do a little bit of work with the field.
So with just the one game happening tomorrow, Phil, have you got any big plans for the afternoon? Have you been to Zurich before?
Yes, I've been a few times actually. Yeah, first time I came here was in 2005, I think it was. Funny, I came here in 2005 by myself, just like a weekend getaway when I was living in London. I just randomly came here, and I remember I spent one afternoon because it was really warm. Funny enough, and I went to the cinema and I just watched a movie in which was dubbed in German, subtitled in English.
Can you remember the movie?
Yeah, it was Star Wars: Revenge of the Sith, the third of the prequels.
Is that when it came out in 2005, or was it?
Yeah, it's when it came out. Yep. Yeah, and I remember thinking, oh, how cool was that? And then I messaged a couple of my friends back in Australia, and I said, I've already seen the film, and they had no idea, they hadn't seen it. So I felt very enthused and encouraged by that.
Did your experience of the film change because of the dubbing? I'm not a fan of dubbed movies. I would much rather. I think nowadays everyone's kind of on the subtitles bandwagon, aren't they?
I'm not a fan of dubbed films, and in living in Prague as I do, as you know, it's dubbed films there's a whole industry dedicated to dubbing films, and there's even specific actors and actresses who are given the job of other Hollywood actresses.
Yeah, they're like the Czech Brad Pitt or the German George Clooney.
Yes, we have a Czech Meryl Streep. She only does Meryl Streep. That she doesn't do any other voice.
What a gig, though.
Right? I bet she's never met Meryl Streep either. But there you go. It's just something about it ruins it for me, because I always think, well, you know, the actors, that's what they're there for. Anyway, back to the action after the drinks break. And we start with a single pushed out towards the offside. Turning the strike over. Got a good springboard here now after those 6 overs. Now just Spain get up now to 57. And Cat is looking dangerous. Oh, it's a no ball. Yeah, just came out completely wrong, that one, unfortunately. And it's going to be a free hit set up now for Alexis.
Unusual misfire there from Sejal Vinod. Very experienced campaigner, third highest wicket taker for Switzerland, her best 3 for 11, but that one just came out the hand wrong.
Dances down the pitch, misses this one. It is indicated wide, so we'll have it again. Don't lose the free hit. Get to try it one more time.
A bit of a lucky one there for Lexi.
Yeah.
Obviously, no risk of getting stumped, but played down the wrong line. It's maybe just a sign of her not being quite on top form. Usually, free hit, she wouldn't have any hesitation sending it to the rope. This time, though, yeah, again, Lexi, I'm sure she's as frustrated as anybody that she misses out and while she clatters her bat into her pads, because Lexi on top form doesn't show any mercy on that. That would have been collected off the grassy knoll, but as it is, it just kind of brushes her pad and falls harmlessly to the ground.
Yeah, she was a bit filthy with herself there, you could see. Cat Frost gets a chance now. Gets an edge. It's going to fly away to point. Oh, takes a bit of a left turn. Albuquerque completely confuses the point fielder. They're going to scurry back for a couple of runs. They're good running.
Yeah, you could see that one coming, couldn't you? Because Natalie Sancier-Clark, in her desire to get to the ball quickly, just went down the wrong line entirely. And it's always the danger of being in that backward point region. It's going to come with a bit of spin on it.
Sajal in again. That batter just visually, you see her just waiting on that one to come to her, and she's got all the time in the world to carve that one through the covers, and the cover fielder desperately diving across. I've already said that a few times today, and the placement is pinpoint perfect as the ball heads all the way out to the car park.
This is excellent work from Cat Frost. Her high score going into this tournament was 27, and she's now on 40 off 27, so looking for her maiden T20I half century. She's looking imperious at the moment. Just not trying to overhit it, which is maybe something that Alexis Hartley is slightly guilty of. She's trying to almost power herself into form, whereas Cat Frost is playing as if she's got all the time in the world.
Yeah, Cat's looking so comfortable right now. Say, Phil, don't say that too often, because that turns into a comms curse when that sort of thing gets said. Coming back for a second there. Fielder just takes her eye off the ball for a split second. Another good run too. They're turning ones into twos quite nicely now. Good, nice bit of momentum shift here for Spain, really picking up that run rate now up to 10. And their currently projected score is just under sub 200. Long way to go still, 68, still one more to come to finish this over. Opens the face and tests the player once again out at deep point. This time she's cleanly fielded that one at just the single. 7 overs gone, 69 for no loss. Spain looking very good, looking very comfortable.
Conversely, Switzerland just looking a touch flat. They've been really positive in the field throughout in the couple of days we've seen them so far, but maybe just feeling the effects of this long tournament. Of course, hosting duties as well, not easy. And it was only a couple of weeks ago that they played that 5-game series against Germany. So they've got a lot of cricket under their belts, which of course is positive, but it also means that the bodies and the minds get tired and weary. Maybe just feeling the effects of that now. But there's still time to turn this around, and they're turning to Natalie Sancerre-Clarke to bowl a bit of her right arm seam to see if she can make the breakthrough. And it's so often the case that these T20 games can swing in momentum, and one wicket might bring about a second and a third, and that's what Switzerland have to hold on to here. Because at the moment it's just going one way, and that's Spain's way. Cat Frost 43 off 29. Alexis Hartley frustrated with herself, I'm sure, at the moment, 17 off 15. But what she's done today, which she didn't do yesterday, is she stuck around. Yesterday she got frustrated, was really scratching around, and then just ended up almost getting herself out. But she's gritting her teeth here, trying to get through this rocky stage, because she knows if she can just get that one kind of breaker shot, then she can really put her foot to the ground.
Continue now. Not quite. Just loses the on the delivery stride there. Try that one more time. A quick shout out to people in the chat. I see Jules Albright's joined us. Hello there, Jules. Good to see you. Haven't seen you forever. Dave Swan and Kev's joined us as well. Kev tuning in from Hornchurch, which of course is where we have our current ECS, men's ECS occurring with Rico.
I wonder if Kev's playing today. I know he has featured a couple of times, but I don't know if it's a rest day or if he's going to feature again, as that one's hit away firmly. But again, it's that player out there, Meghna Rajan, absolute gun fielder, again, slides away to her right to stop what would have been a 100% boundary. It's not easy at all on this outfield, and then sliding, basically guaranteeing yourself a carpet burn. But she puts her body on the line for the team.
You get the impression she knows this ground probably better than anyone, because we've seen a lot of nasty Tortugas, a head collision yesterday, but her 2 saves on this boundary up in front of us has been exceptional. Hit up in the air, mishit, but it lands just the other side of the umpire. And, well, Alexis is checking the bottom of the blade there, making sure she hasn't split the wood. It sounded a little bit nasty. If she had got more on that, could have almost gone all the way. As it is, just goes for a 1. Turning the strike over, though, which they've been very good at doing. There's been a sudden disappearance of dot balls. As I can see, plenty of 1s and 2s with peppered with a few boundaries. This is very good from Spain. It's full, and it's smacked really, really hard down the ground, and long on, it's not going to get to that. It's another boundary. So Spain are really setting into a good rhythm here, and Switzerland, well, I'm not saying it's time to call an emergency meeting, but they're going to have a bit of a collective conversation, I think, maybe during this over at the end of the over.
Yeah, that expected score now up at 200. The previous dot, as you said, Phil, was halfway through the 6th over. So we've had a run of about 15 balls without a dot ball.
Yeah.
Cat Frost now just 2 away from her maiden T20I half century.
I slid up there and she went to carve that one away. Delicate little bottom edge. No, it's buys. Sorry, ricocheted off the glove of the keeper. So she remains on 48.
The umpires always tease us with their signals. They're quite late in telling us.
Aren't they?
So we're always holding our breath to see what the outcome's going to be.
That's hit nicely. This time, Rajan doesn't have to do any sliding across the ground to save the boundary as it goes straight to her. And a nice throwback as well. Missed by the keeper, though, unfortunately. And they go through for a buzzer.
Yeah, again, just sloppy from Switzerland. You have to do the basics right, even if you're tired, even if you're not on the right side of the momentum of a game. But you're not going to help yourselves if the throw comes in, kind of a half-hearted grab at it from the keeper and nobody backing up. And Alexis Hartley was, I think, eager to get herself back on strike. So she was very much looking for those overthrows and was rewarded.
This one down to the covers. It was basically hit and go straight away. And you can see the effect of running straight away on the fielder there. Pressure felt by Saju there. She just spilled it. And again, it's another overthrow. So Switzerland here, if the bowler's going to take the stumps and the wicketkeeper take the stumps at their respective ends, then take the ball. And if you don't, then back up and maybe back up that backup. Just, you said it, Tina, you said it perfectly. Just these little things that get away from teams, maybe under the pressure of the competition. Not sure. Not going to make excuses for them, but just these little things they need to capitalise on and work hard to make sure that doesn't happen. Don't have the fielders' good work becoming undone like that. It's 80 on the board, 8 overs gone, and that's a nice, easy calculation of 10 runs per over currently.
Yeah, it's just gone very flat, hasn't it, for Switzerland? And this is where you need a couple of senior players to really step up. And we've mentioned before that Switzerland are a very young team. They've got 7 or 8 teenagers in their ranks, and then a couple of more experienced players. And well, the one thing I might point to as well is that the skipper, Dani Medagoda, she's kind of been marooned at long on for the whole innings, which means she's not in the action. She can't really get in the ear of the bowler. And I think as a skipper, if you can help it, you've got to stay in that inner ring just to be part of the game. And I know she wants to put herself in a hot spot because she backs herself as a fielder, but I think as a skipper, it's much more important that you stay close to the action, especially when things aren't going your way.
It's a good point you raised there. I mean, unless you've nominated somebody to do that job, you're absolutely right. That's a little bit tricky there. So yeah, if you're stuck on the banjo rep as a captain, then your voice isn't going to carry, and that could be a bit of a problem. Kat Frost now, well, she's up to 49 at the non-striker's end. So we're going to be hopefully seeing her with an opportunity to bring up that maiden half century. Alexis, though, she's now facing up. 22 from 18 is her current card as she lets the delivery go. Has a good watchful eye on that one. Umpire, I'm still watching the umpire to see if he's going to suddenly signal a wide because they do go late here. But no, that's a good dot ball. Well left.
He at least gave a shake of the head that time as if to say to Alexis, no, you're not getting that one. And helpfully pointing out to us that a signal's not coming.
True. Carved nicely, but straight to the fielder on the banjo rope, who has a little touch of the fumbles, but doesn't get past her. There wasn't a lot of power behind that strike. And just a single turns the strike over. It says to Kat Frost, well, you've got a few deliveries left in this over. See how you go. Chance here for Kat to bring up her half century. She's got 49 from 33. There's 8 boundaries in there as well. So she's striking the ball nicely, looking with intent to find the banjo rope. Let's see if she can bring it up. Pushes tentatively out on the offside. No run. Dot ball. Good ball.
Well, we've seen 149 and out already in this tournament. That was Laura Agata, who was run out. Unfortunately, with a direct hit, as she went for the second run. Kat Frost looking to get that one to get her over the line.
Tossed up and let go outside the off for a wide. Well, the umpire's pretty quick with the signal there. Good to see. And still 2 to come. Hey, just news from Kev. He said he's travelling today, but he's hopefully to get a game tomorrow.
Good stuff.
Good on you, Kevin. Keep us updated. Let us know. Still 2 to come. 83 for no loss on the board. Spain pretty much having all their own way at the moment. Hit and run. And that is into the covers for a clean single. And that is a nice half century to Kat Frost. Brings it up off 35 deliveries, 50 not out. Congratulations. A maiden half century for her in T20I. Well done.
Congratulations to Kat. You can see a bit of a relief on her face as I'm sure she knew she was on 49. We've got the electronic scoreboard here at Embrach Cricket Club. So if she's anything like me, she would have been looking and seeing that score creep up. And 49 is not where you want to be, but 50 is exactly the place to be. 50 off 35. Congratulations to Kat. And suddenly the confidence is transmitting from Kat to Alexis as she breaks loose of the shackles and pummels that one down the ground, almost takes out the bowler on the way through. And Alexis maybe just seeing that this is the opportunity for her to go as well, especially with Kat having now hit her milestone.
Does indeed. That was quite a strike too down the ground as well. As it was a bit of like a 10-pin bowling strike. That almost took out the umpire, took out the stumps, took out a couple of fielders, but it finds the boundary rope. Good strike, that one. 88 on the board, 9 overs gone. And it's like the batters were just getting a quick little bit of refreshment. It wasn't a designated drinks break. That's coming up at the end of the next over. But, yeah, I think maybe there's just maybe a little message and just a little bit of drink there. Because you're right, after Kat got that half century, she looked genuinely relieved, genuine sort of like, the physical movements of her body was like, and now I'm done.
Yeah.
I've done the job. I've got the half century. I'm relieved of that. So maybe she's feeling a little bit of fatigue early here. Hope not.
Well, I think the adrenaline coursing through her veins now, having hit her first T20I half century, will see her through. And it's excellent work from the youngster, only 17 years of age, and already one that she can tell the grandkids about.
Yeah.
Switzerland just needs something here, anything to hold on to. So it looks like there's going to be a change as Vanni Danuka looks in a bit of trouble here. I don't know if she took a hit or just maybe feeling ill effects. She's not moving entirely freely there on her left leg, so it looks like Vanni will have to go off. So that's something to keep an eye on. Hopefully, for her sake, it's nothing too serious, and for Switzerland's sake, they'll need her to feature heavily with the bat as well. So we'll have the sub fielder on. She does come on now. The 12th is listed as Saranya Cotta. It does look like it is she coming on now. So again, Switzerland just nothing going their way at the moment. Frustrating, given, of course, that they did win the toss. They wanted to get out in the field. Maybe just ruining that opportunity. But I have to say, it's been a pretty chanceless innings from both of these batters, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Can't recall a single drop going to ground. I suppose there was that one-handed effort from Melissa Pinar, but that would have been more of a spectacular pull from nothing than an actual dropped opportunity.
Yeah, you're right. That was pretty much it. Hit with a lot of strength out towards the deep cover boundary there. But Rajan, equal to the task, gets the whole body behind it. And a good, quick throw. Good work from the bowler as well. She also takes one in the midriff as well, protecting the ball from going for an overthrow. We've already seen a few overthrows here today. So well done by Clark to get behind that one. But great bit of fielding. Again, Rajan, who owns the boundary rope in the deep cover area.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Phil, when you say that she seems to know this field. You got to get down low, get your head out the way, but get your body in the way. That's exactly what she did there, knowing that if it doesn't go into the hands, it at least just hopefully hits some kind of fleshy part of the body.
Protect the boundary at all costs. Good bit of work there at mid-off as well. Gets down low and protects the ball. Gets the whole body behind that one. Nicely done as well. So Switzerland looking for this breakthrough. They would love to try to rattle the cage here of Spain. Try to pick up a wicket or two in the next over. Heading towards the halfway point, though. We've still got 4 balls to come in the over, of course, but heading towards the halfway point of the innings and 91 for no loss on the board. And that 0 in the wicket column, that's going to start to really live rent-free in the head of everyone. And so will that shot as well, as that has been dispatched with absolute disdain for a 6. A big Maximo. What a big strike that is. And a nice little bit of umpiring there to show us the 6 signal.
Look at the pizzazz on this umpiring signal. He gives it the old knee bend. If we see this on the replay. Here we go. Goes into the squat and ka-chow.
He goes kaboom. Nicely done. I wasn't ready for that. He gives us a proper kaboom.
Love to see it.
Excellent stuff. Great strike as well too, by the way. Hoik over deep mid-wicket. Went all the way, carried the distance. 97 on the board now. Short ball. Surprises everyone. Gets the top edge. And it flies away off the gloves. And fielded for just one. Now, got a bit of an issue here. As Alexis has taken the gloves off, she's taken that one right on the fingers.
And that one's going to hurt.
Yep, that's going to smart. She even showed her hand to the bowler.
Look what you've done to me.
That's what you got me. You see that? I've still got 5. I do have 5, but look at it. It's mush. Oh, that's nice. I'm sure the question was, are you okay? I was like, does that look okay to you? All right. Off the right strike, though. Cat Frost continue. 98 for no loss. 2 to come in the over. Good ball. Better delivery. Full. And it just picked off for a single. It's not hitting boundaries. They're still picking up the ones. And this has been a really good run. You mentioned, Tina, the dot ball about, was it halfway through the 6th? And I'm just trying to think back. We've had one maybe since then as well. I can quickly check the numbers. But this turning dots into ones, ones into twos, very good running and a good stroke play. 99 on the board now. Last ball of the 10th coming up. Crunched nicely, but there is protection out there at deep mid-wicket. Fielded.
That does bring up the 100 partnership as well. By my maths calculations, that's a run rate of 10.
I believe you are correct.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I don't think they've changed anything in maths and the 10 times tables. I was very good at that at school. But yeah, it's 100 for no loss. After 10, projected score 200, easy to work at as well. 12 runs off that over. Had a few big overs just recently, but this is excellent work by Spain to still be no wicket down. I said before, Switzerland will be looking at that 0 on the wicket column and starting to scratch heads and saying, well, where are we going to get this? Where are we going to get this 1 or get off the 0 in the wicket column? Who's going to be the person to bring the magic? Right now, Spain are looking comfortable, really comfortable. These two have done so well in these 10 overs.
Hartley, after a circumspect start as well, has slowly caught up with a strike rate that she would find a bit more to her liking, striking at almost 150s now, actually overtaken Cat Frost with a couple of those big hits in the last few overs.
Including that towering 6 over deep mid-wicket. She's facing up again as we start the 11th. And she's picking up where she left off, works that towards deep mid-wicket. Nice bit of fielding there.
I love how the backup fielder there went about 5 meters outside of the rope. I don't know if that shows just complete faith or complete lack of faith in her fielder ahead of her.
It was interesting, wasn't it? It was, I mean, maybe she felt there was enough room to actually back her up between the boundary line and the fielder, but yeah. Okay. I think it was proper faith and like, I'm just going to stand back here. I'll get out of the way. Goes aerial, chance for a catch. No, pulls out of it. A couple of steps forward, could have been in with a chance possibly as that miss hit goes down towards the mid-off area. Have a look at this one again. Just a couple more steps in. She goes sideways, doesn't really come forward.
Yeah, just one of those again about reading the game. Had she picked the line immediately, she might have been able to reel that one in. But it's always tough at mid-on, mid-off to really see the trajectory of the ball because it's just coming at you flat.
And I think she had a bit of the sun in the eyes possibly as well if it's coming up sort of in that direction. So maybe we'll see. Anyway, goes down as a dot. Gives the charge. Bangs this one out towards Long On, who, well, tries to give the slap back and gets a little bit of a touch on it, but it finds the boundary rope. 4 runs. So it looks like Alexis has started to get on her bike now, and she's pedaling pretty hard, and she's now moved herself into the 40s.
Tries to do the old Michael Jordan slam dunk back into the field, but only gets a fingertip on it. Again, it's the skippy Danny Medagoda out there cutting a bit of a lonely figure. The skipper just not able to really impact the game as she would have liked so far.
Yeah, surely she would nominate someone maybe inside the circle to be that, talk with the players, talk with the bowlers, move the field around, move the infield around.
Are we having a batting clinic here? What's going on? The umpire's telling Alexis something.
I missed that. What's
is it mansplaining cricket to Alexis?
Let's hope not.
I'm sure she won't take kindly to that. I don't know if it's maybe about her footwear.
Oh, okay.
She won't be having spikes on because she played enough cricket to know not to wear spikes and played enough cricket to slap that one through mid-wicket as well.
Well, I was going to say, whatever the effect of that conversation was, it's fired her up to hit another boundary. So she's pummeled that one, said, there you go, that's what I think of that conversation. Bang, 4 runs.
It's a weird one. I don't know. Suddenly it was important enough to stop the over mid-over, and the striker's umpire went across to have a word with her. Maybe we'll find out from Lexi afterwards what that was all about.
Yeah, interesting. Have a chat about that. She goes in the same direction again. This time, though, it's going to go all the way for a Maximo. Well, that's the umpire who doesn't have the spring in his step, unfortunately, and that is 50 up for Alexis Hartley. She took a while to get the motor running, but like a good diesel engine, once she gets going, it's hard to stop her. 50 on the board. So these two openers, Tina, they have lit up the ground, 50 and 55 respectively to Alexis and Kat.
It's been a really gritty innings from Alexis. She started off slowly. You could see the frustration building in her. She was pretty much going at just a runner ball. I think she was at 1.10 off 11. She couldn't hit anything off the middle of the bat. And then suddenly, as soon as Kat Frost got over the line, Alexis thought, well, I want a bit of that action as well. Since then, she hasn't looked back. And it's been actually really mature innings from her as well, because the last couple of days, she's been frustrated in the way she's not started off well and then got herself out. And she's done the opposite today, which is, again, not start off well, but decided, okay, well, there's only one way out of that, and that's to keep going. She's done it brilliantly. Get to the end of the 11th, 117, the opening stand here between Hartley and Frost.
17 off that previous over as well, with two fours and a 6 in a row in those 3 deliveries after the umpire intervention over. Well, we'll find out what it was, but ever since then, she's really kicked on, just with a little bit of a spring in the step now and a proper fire in the belly now from Alexis. But her and Kat have done a brilliant job here for Spain, set up a beautiful platform for the next 9 overs to kick on towards something over the 200 mark you'd expect from if this continues. For Switzerland, again, looking at that big 0 in the wicket column, who's going to be the one to bring the one or some sort of change here? This has been hit in the air as well. There's no one down there, and it's just cleared the rope by about a metre. That's gone all the way. We're trying to help the umpire. He's not looking at us. It's gone all the way. It's gone all the way. Tina and I are jumping at her at ceiling 6 here, and there he goes. Springs up and says it was indeed a 6.
He gives the double pump, and then he goes down into his knees and gives a third one. We were signaling 6 for a good half an hour there, all 3 of us at one point in the commentary box.
He was looking at Isaac, the camera, our cameraman here, and Isaac's just still looking through the camera going, what's he looking at me for? There we go. It's full. It's hit around the corner. There is a play there. On the 45, it'll just be missed it. Lost the ball there, just over the curve of the ground. Doesn't get that one away. So yeah, but proper intent here being shown by Spain. So that platform I spoke about before, that is a very good reason for them just to go absolute carte blanche, gangbusters here and get after these bowlers. Really put Switzerland to the sword here. 124 on the board now. Clark in again. Just hits that one down to the ground. Going to be just a single. So it's funny how Kat started like an absolute house on fire in this innings, and now the roles are reversed. Now it's Alexis who seems to be the pitch hitter, and Kat playing the good role though of I'll turn the strike over, and you go for it. Just having a look at Kat. Sometimes she does this little lean forward, sort of hand on her hip like this. I'm just like, is that just a relaxed pose, or is she actually maybe feeling a little bit of the heat?
That's very much a my hamstring hurts pose. I know it well.
Fair enough. Oh, this one down leg side, goes to swing at this one. Is it gonna have the legs? Oh, nice little save there on the furthest part of the ground away from us. But it looks like that's a pretty decent save. Leg by's indicated there as it flicks the pad on the way through. Desperate dive though from the fielder out there. They do hustle back for a couple there. So 2 leg byes to the score, 127. Still 2 to come in this 12th.
Certainly eyeing up 200 plus, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Expected score 218. I think the only thing standing in between that is maybe a couple of wickets.
Oh, bang. No chance. The ambitious one hand in the air to try to reel that one in. And it is another Maximo indicated by the standing umpire there with the spring in his step. And that is a full banger, and that's been put out of the park. Well, that is the 4th 6 being hit from the blade of Alexis Hartley here. She's raced now into up to 64 from 33.
Who would have thought about 20 minutes ago that Hartley actually would be well clear of Kat Frost's score? Hartley at the start was, I think, on about 11, 12, while Frost was in the 40s.
Yeah.
She's very much commanded the strike since then. 9 boundaries to her name.
It's a good ball. Fuller delivery. You spoke about this at length yesterday, Tina, the full delivery, how much of a better delivery that is. And that is going to end the over. So 12 overs gone, 133 on the board. Projected score is all the twos, 222, 16 off that over as well. So some of these overs getting quite expensive now. We've had already one magical over worth 22 and a number of overs in the high teens as well. So Switzerland just, just taking their eye off the game here at the moment. Struggling against 2 informed batters who are having an absolute field day out there. I'm feeling for Kat, keeping a close eye on Kat because she does look like she's just in a touch of the wars at the moment. And maybe, getting to that 50 was the big relief moment and sort of felt that, well, I've done the job. Just wonder if she still feels fit enough to stay out there. So she hasn't turned to the skipper and opted to be, retired out or anything like that. So hopefully that's still okay.
Well, they do have batting to come, don't they?
Yeah.
Speaking of the skipper, Amy Brown Carrera, and of course, Naomi Hillman Bermejo as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Deepa Chukapali, who Kat Frost has replaced at the top of the order. Be interesting to see whether the youngster gets a go. But for now, I think she's more than happy to see her teammate out there in the middle doing the business.
Almost set to go now with the 13th over. Great score on the board. Good springboard for Spain. Just adjusts the shot here and tucks it around the corner. The placement was perfect. Flicks the flag on the way over the boundary rope for a 4. That is a nice shot. Doesn't have to put too much energy or effort into that one. And just nicely worked around the corner between the fielders.
Again, probably just not the right field placements here for Switzerland. Danny, the captain, still marooned at long on. I don't think Kat has hit a single ball through that area. She's hit a good deal square of the wicket on either side. Deep point is out. And we've got deep mid wicket and cow corner. I'd probably send deep square leg out as well and bring long on in.
There you go. Square leg is got all to do. Gets enough behind it to stop the trajectory, so well done. And they scurry back for a couple. So Kat's chance now to catch up to Alexis. She goes now to 62 from 42 deliveries. Alexis on 64 at the non-strikers end. 139 on the board. Yeah, it'd be good to ask Danny whether she nominates a player inside the circle to help out with the bowling and the fielding placements as that gets through the extra cover fielder. And, nice bit of work on the boundary rope there. Is it a nice bit of work? It's not. It's unfortunately hit the player who's stopped the ball but doesn't stop it cleanly, and it does roll, literally roll across the line. Like someone's just tipping out a jar of honey across the rope there. Look at this. It just trickles across right there. Good effort, though. But another boundary. Hit uppishly. Well, a player comes forward to try to affect a chance there of a catch, but bounces about 2 meters in front of her. They get a single. A little bit lucky there. Just got under that one and could have easily given it to the infield. As it is, it gets through for 1. So once again, 144 on the board. 2 to come.
Just looking to see whether Vanni Danuka has come back onto the field because she's been the best bowler so far for Switzerland. I think they're missing her 2 overs. That one's knocked away and Meghna Rajan should do the fielding. Yeah, Danuka's bowled 2 overs so far for just the 6 runs.
Yeah.
Been by far and away the most economical bowler for Switzerland.
Yeah, we should try and check out what's happened to her because I don't think we've seen her back on yet.
She's in fact back on the field.
Oh, she is? Okay. I'm looking in the wrong direction. That's why I was looking on this side. Sorry about that, folks. She's back on the field.
Yeah, she must have sneaked back on at some point. I don't know if she's well enough to bowl as that one's crunched away and it'll be another boundary to end the 13th over. Unlucky for some and, well, not the luckiest of overs for Sejal Vinod as she gets hit for 3 boundaries once more.
Yeah, 16 off the over there, Tina. It's just looking a little bit easy at the moment, isn't it? And I just, when we started the innings, as you'd expect, the team, Switzerland's fielders, they were chirpy, they were chatty, there was a fair bit of bounce in their step, and it's just completely gone flat out there. They just need a little bit of a rev up. And just a reminder that there's still a game here that they can always be a part of, and they really need to get into it. You know, make a bit of noise, get a bit involved.
They've just been slow as well, haven't they? It's taken over an hour for them to bowl 13 overs.
Yeah, that's a concern.
Just haven't been able to inject any kind of life or energy into their fielding innings so far. That's kind of the mark of a young team as well, that they're maybe just lacking one or two leaders out there. They need someone to just step up and say, come on, got to get ourselves together, because it won't get any easier if you just sleepwalk through another 7 overs. They need something to come from somewhere.
Yeah, I've said a few times already, I wonder where the wicket's going to come from. Who's going to be the bowler? Or is it going to be maybe the tiredness of the Spanish batters possibly that may yield up a wicket? Because just right now, just look a little bit flat. Let's hope they can get out of that funk in the next 7 overs. Just try to upset things a little bit here. Here we go. We start the 14th now. Hit nicely. A rare dot ball. Oh, now hang on a minute. That's straight away the hand went to the knee. I hope that is just a reflex rather than something awkward.
Well, it's Vanny again, and clearly whatever is troubling her hasn't gone away. I just question whether it's worth having her on the field if she's not fully fit. They've still got a game tomorrow, whatever happens, remember. There's no point exacerbating any injury.
Oh, picked up nicely. But there is protection out there. Got a lot of work to do. The slide was absolutely brilliant, and the backup fielding was perfectly placed as well. That's an excellent bit of fielding on the boundary rope. Saved 4 and managed to get the batters get on their skates to get back for that second one. Have a look at this again. Good slide, timed well, kept it in front of herself and the backup fielder coming around to lend support. Good work. Deserve that round of applause too.
Outstanding work indeed there. Would be easy to just kind of let that one go by and say, oh, well, what's another 4 added to the collection? But bodies on the line here from Switzerland. Good to see.
Yep, like that. 150 up as well, 151 for no loss. Sarju hits the pad. Alexis going to get through for a leg by.
I know it's very early for the C word, but both of them are kind of inching closer. Maybe they'll take it off each other, because
that'd be
it
interesting.
might be that one of them has time to get there. Maybe both. I mean, there's still 6.5 overs to go.
You've gone a bit early there on the... but okay. Yeah, that's definitely on the cards.
I like a challenge.
I love a comms curse.
Well, I'm good at those too.
You're not as good as me. I hold clinics on comms curses. Swings at this one, all the way along the deck. Comfortable single here out to the boundary rider. So Kat's turning the strike over again. Just once again, just hand on the top of the hip there. Just leaning on the bat. Sucking in the breaths. 2 to come in the over.
I will say the only thing standing between either Spain batter and that magical number seems to be their own stamina at the moment, because Switzerland aren't offering up too much resistance. Yes, they're throwing themselves around on the field, but they're not bowling with too much intent, or not bowling at all in that case. But yeah, Kat Frost just almost doubled over. She's her side. I mean, she's been using those side muscles a lot in the cut shots.
Yes. Yeah. She has been just favouring that that right hip just a fair bit the last 5 or 6 overs. So we're keeping a close eye on that one. Not a bad over here so far from Soju. That may be a comms curse right there. 4 off it so far. Still 2 to come. Well, it goes aerial this time. This could be a catching opportunity. Oh, no. It's not just gone dead to ground. It's gone across the boundary rope. So not sure if the shin was supposed to catch that. It goes through everything. And can you believe it? Even the boundary wasn't saved.
Yeah, it was one of those where, in reality, she was never going to get there for the catch. It was almost worth her just taking a step back and preventing the boundary. Ends up doing neither.
So poor old Saju, who was going well at only 4 runs off that over, just doubles her quote there. Now she's 8 runs off those 5 deliveries. One more to complete the 14th, 157 on the board. Big score currently uploading before our eyes here.
Both batters on 72 as well. Hartley has got there with 3 balls fewer. And 4 Maximos to her name as well. Cat Frost just hitting the 4s so far. This one might be called a no ball. It will be. Alexis might be keen to get herself back on strike here, but she allows Cat Frost to have the freebie.
Yeah, no ball called nice and early. Bit of a high one over the hip. And yeah, Cat. Look, yeah, I'm thinking that's definitely a side strain there. Let's see what she could do here with the free hit. I'm kind of surprised that maybe the her bench hasn't maybe sort of suggested would you like to grab a seat, because we may need you in the match this afternoon if we keep powering our way through this game.
I think that's just a warning there from umpire Vikrant to the bowler.
Yep, that's what that was.
It wasn't particularly dangerous, but fine.
It wasn't. Let's put off her run up as well.
I won't go back on that pedestal about dangerous bowling again. It's too early in the morning for that rant.
We'll save that one for later in the day, shall we? Alrighty then. Let's try it again. Free hit coming. Also, last ball of the over, potentially. Swings hard at this one. It goes down towards deep mid-wicket. Just going to jog through for the one. So Sadhu gets away with that free hit as the throw comes in and ricochets off the pads of Cat, who's again almost down on her haunches there. 14 overs gone, 160 on the board, and I think they're looking towards the dugout for a drinks refreshment. They are indeed. So it's going to be our opportunity to potentially bring you into the comms area here now if we get a chance. And we do get a chance. Hello, Phil G here alongside with Tina Goff. That's right, it is G-Force here in Switzerland bringing you this wonderful match, this match which has so far been very heavily dominated by Spain. Tina, what do you make of it so far, and what on earth can Switzerland do in the next few overs?
I think the only thing that Switzerland have won so far is the toss, and since then everything has gone wrong for them. They've just felt a little flat in the field, which is unusual for them. The one thing that they have had throughout this tournament so far is energy and enthusiasm, and I know it's difficult to keep up those levels when you keep on losing, but they've played a much tighter game against Spain earlier in the series, but this time they just haven't managed to make that breakthrough. And we kind of know from Spain's batting lineup that they've got pretty much the top 4, and after that they're quite fallible. But if you don't get through those top 4, then you can end up in a situation where you're 160 runs down after 14 overs. But you have to say hats off as well to both Cat Frost and Alexis Hartley. They haven't, from what I remember, given a proper chance away, and they've really just accelerated through the innings, especially Alexis Hartley. She struggled early on, and she's been able to kind of get herself through that hole. As for Cat Frost, well, she's doubled over in the middle, and there will have been conversations there whether she wants to continue, and maybe she's determined to get that maiden century on the board. But yeah, she's not looking in the best of shape, put it that way.
She's not. It's the one concern. I was going to mention before that the both batters have been very comfortable, but Cat is far from comfortable right now, demonstrating even just in front of us right now in the middle of the pitch that she's definitely in a little bit of hurt at the moment. And you know what, Spain, I'm surprised they still haven't taken her off, because surely they would want her to feature in the next game should they get through this game. So maybe we might see a change there from skipper ABC. We'll see if Amy's got something going on in mind. I haven't seen them indicating to the bench anything like that, but we'll keep an eye on that. But you're right about Alexis, though. She has just, well, the last 5 or 6 overs just suddenly just kicked into high gear. That was that no ball 4 bowled by Sadhu. Just suddenly, everything just suddenly came into focus. And that has gone quite well for them. For Switzerland, I'm not sure what they can do here. They're having a bit of a powwow out there with their coach as well, Rhino, who's probably just trying to put a few encouraging words into the ladies and trying to say, look, this is what you need to do. You need to find something here. The umpires are almost about ready to bring them back in now. It's a well-deserved drinks break. It is getting quite warm out here. It's probably around about 28, 29 degrees already here in the morning. But thanks to everyone in the chat for joining us as well. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday wherever watching around the world. Remember, of course, that Rico will be joined by Vinny today over there in Hornchurch. So you've got 2-screen action going on for you today. And we've still got the final to play through later on today. Brazil waiting in the wings to see who they're going to face off against. And that is going to be a mouth-watering game, which we'll talk about a bit later once we know who their opposition is going to be.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one. You'd imagine at this point, Spain are very much favourites to get through to that final. Switzerland just need to rally here. apparently Vinny's been on the back channels to me.
Oh, okay.
Telling me that the umpire warned Alexis for going into the protected area when she was batting, which is a curious one.
Well, is that why she belted 3 very hard-hit boundaries on the next 3 deliveries that followed that conversation? She's like, fine, I'll hit it so I don't have to run into the protected area. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
So I don't think you can't take up a stance in the protected area, but you can definitely dance down the pitch and crunch it. I mean, that's my modus operandi. But yeah, especially it's on AstroTurf, so I don't think the protected area is quite as precious as a turf wicket. But
right, yeah.
There we go.
Should also give a shout out. Good morning to Rico, who joined us in the chat before. He said good morning to Phil and Tina. Hello from Hornchurch crew. And what a partnership this is. Vamos España. Yes, indeed, Rico. Good to see you, and go well over there in Hornchurch. We'll be tuning in during our break as well. As this match is set to continue now after the drinks break. A very well-deserved drinks break by all and sundry. Everyone out there in the centre. It is warm. It's still, what's it, 10:43 is the clock in front of me. That's what it says. So it's still early in the morning, but we are nudging 30 degrees already. It's going to be the warmest day of the week here. Probably the warmest day of the next couple of weeks, up to 36, and out in the centre, add a few more degrees to that temperature. Got a good gallery also over in the grandstand watching as well. Good to see. In the shaded grandstand. Elevates this one with a miss hit, but nothing happening there. As just the single as we start the 15th. 161 for no loss. So projected score still in the around about the 220 mark. If they can maintain this run rate, currently about 11.5 and over. As we've said during the break, Alexis on fire. Well, maybe on fire, but she's lost her stumps. Tries to get in a position to flick this one to leg side and exposes the stumps, and they have been rattled. Against the runner play, Switzerland get the breakthrough. Big wicket that. Spain go 161 for 1 as Alexis is bowled. And it's Conaghanti who picks up the wicket. Congratulations to her for being the wicket taker. And I asked the question, who's going to be the one to step up and get the wicket? And it's bringing back Samia, who it's worked. And she does get the breakthrough.
Yeah, it was a curious shot selection there from Lexi, wasn't it? She's so powerful kind of in the V and out towards deep mid-wicket and tries to just manoeuvre that one more towards backwards square and sees her leg stump upended. Yeah, just wrong shot to the wrong ball. But congratulations to Switzerland as they do make the breakthrough. But it's an excellent innings from Alexis Hartley, 73 off 41, including 6 fours and 4 sixes.
Yeah, we said in the break, talking about her acceleration, how impressive that was, and the way she just fired up and just got a little bit of fire in the belly and just started finding the boundary pretty easily, getting after a bit of lackluster bowling as well, as the bowling was tiring. But that goes against the runner play. So we restart again. Well, that's for Naomi Hillman Bamijo, who gets away for a couple of runs to start off her proceedings. And she's come in at a great time too, with a really lovely springboard for her to just, ease herself in and then just start firing straight away. We've still got 5.5 overs to go, 163 on the board, plenty of wickets still to come. She's come in at a really good time for her team.
Almost got free license here to go big with that total already at 163.
Yeah.
She has been very selective with her big hits so far in this tournament. Well, looking for an overthrow, and they'll comfortably make it, despite both of them kind of just falling asleep once they complete the first run. But Switzerland equally just a bit off it, especially on the backing up. You've got to kind of help your keeper out here. Amrita Sasidaran hasn't exactly been done many favours with the throws coming in. But if you are going to throw it wildly, you've got to make sure that people are backing up. And, well, on the leg side, there's no one inside the ring. So if the keeper misses it, it's going to be overthrows all day long.
Punched out towards the mid-on area there just for a single. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Support your keeper. There should be a campaign for that. I know Vinny will be all over that. Hashtag support your keeper. It's so important to do that. They can't always take the ball cleanly. I know they've got the gloves and the pads and the protection, but can't always take it, especially if it's an awkward bounce. hit in the air, but it's going to land safe. It's clubbed very well too. A couple of bounces, and the cover boundary rope watches the ball sail across the top. And that goes for another boundary.
She's played that shot so well, hasn't she? Just sits up on pretty much off stump or fourth stump. She knows if she clears the cover fielder, it's going to race away for 4 runs. That's her 12th 4 of the innings as she moves to 78 off just 49 deliveries.
Impressive, isn't it? 12 boundaries there for her out of that 78. That's very impressive. Hasn't found the a maximo yet, but still 12 along the deck. Safe as houses she is. 78 off 49. And now just recently joined in the last over by Naomi Hillman Bermejo, and it's 10 off the over as well, 170 for 1. Still 5 overs to come.
Looks like Vanni Danuka will be coming back into the attack for Switzerland, so that's good to see that she's overcome that slight injury she seems to have been carrying. Most certainly the pick of the bowlers so far for Switzerland. Of course, not having picked up a wicket. That solitary honour goes to Samiha Konaganti, but her 2 overs so far have gone for just 6 runs.
Just looking at some of the bowling here and thinking how they're going to finish this one off. Sergio Vinod's gone for 37 off her 3 overs. Natalie Clark's gone 36 off her 3 overs. A few tough choices there for the skipper. Worked around the corner. There is a play there on the 45 for that shot, and it's just going to be the single. So Naomi rotating the strike, getting Kat Frost back on strike. Saying, over to you. Side strain or none. Still striking the ball well. Picked up a boundary of the last ball of the previous over, so still striking nicely. Danuka looking to put that idea to rest. Doesn't quite pick that one up as it just, well, it doesn't even land about halfway to the boundary as it's mishit. She is absolutely labouring at the non-striker's end.
Kat Frost, born in Saragossa, moved to Plymouth when she was 10 months old, so grew up playing her cricket in England. Says she very much feels Spanish, and well, she's representing her country with aplomb at the moment. 79, by far her highest score in T20 internationals, and she'd be hoping that she's not quite done yet.
Nicely tucked around the corner again. Once again, that fielder on the 45 comes into action and keeps it to just 1. So good over this one. Vanni Danuka stepping up for her team here. Just a couple of handfuls of singles so far. Just trying to tie the Spanish women down, that projected score. Just slightly tumbling from the high 220s now, just coming down ever so slightly. Hit nicely down the ground, but there's protection at the long off area. And cleanly fielded as well. Nicely done there.
This kind of shows the benefit of bowling tight lines and lengths as well. Vanni Danuka has bowled pretty consistently outside off stump, which means that she has been able to set a field which she can rely on. She's got this kind of conventional T20, long on, long off, deep covers and cow corner. They just haven't been able to get her away.
Full ball there. It is going to be called a wide though, as it's right idea. Probably a bit too full and a little bit too wide, unfortunately, but the right idea, though, still just trying to mix things up a little bit. We've had 4 singles off the over plus that wide. And looks like, I think, is it a little bit of an insect-related situation happening with the striker there? I think she was trying to shoo a fly away or maybe a wasp. We're okay, though. Oh, it strays onto leg stump, and that has been put away very nicely indeed. Saw that early, got it on the full, and it just flew off the blade for 4 runs. Nice shot there from Naomi, working it around the corner, and she picks herself up a boundary.
That is a disadvantage if you set quite a conventional field. If you do stray down the leg side, you have 0 protection out there, but it's a rare misfire from Vanni Danuka. Spain move up to 179.
Yeah, 9 off the over so far. Just spoilt by that boundary, wasn't it? She was looking to finish strong. Still finish strong if you can here. Goes to turn it. Doesn't really sort of get it around the corner. Gets pushed in front of the wicket. Going to come back for a quick fire too. There was going to be trouble at the non-striker's end, but the throw was a little bit weak. almost as weak as Kat's running as she was labouring to get to the non-striker's end, and they get away with that one.
Naomi called 2 as soon as the ball hit the bat. And I don't think she quite accounted for the fact that A, the ball went to Meghna Rajan, who's the strongest fielder out there for Switzerland, and B, Kat Frost is running in treacle, but she did manage to get to the other end safely, more by luck than anything else. And she's probably saying to Naomi, please don't do that again.
You could see Kat had almost given up, actually, in just her facial expression and the fact that she hadn't even stuck the bat out. She thought, well, if I'm done here. That's just going to be the way it is. 181 for 1, 16 overs gone, still 4 to come. Who's going to bowl those 4? We're going to find out in a few moments' time. A really good springboard here. Hello to PK in the chat, says, hope G-Force is well. We are well. Thank you for asking, PK. Hope you're doing well too. Hope everyone in the chat's doing well. Thanks for joining us here this morning. It's a very important game. This one goes skyward and then lands pretty quickly in no man's land, or no woman's land. No one's land. How about that?
They come back for 2, and again, Kat Frost wasn't even in the right postcode as that ball came in. And the keeper there, Amrita Sasidaran, just didn't get herself behind the stumps. The throw came in, was actually quite an accurate one. But Amrita just retreated almost off the pitch. Had she collected that one cleanly, Kat Frost wouldn't have been in the frame. She does get back to 2. You can see her leaning over the bat there, gulping in warm Swiss air. Conaghanti coming back on to bowl her final over here. Frost goes aerial. This one's going to go over the head of mid-off, and it's well fielded there by Daneshi Medagoda, but again, Kat Frost will be absolutely hating every one of those 2s. That's 3 2s they've had to run in a row, and really testing the stamina of the teenager now. She gets back 84 or 53.
I think maybe the motivation for a potential triple-digit score is keeping her going, keeping her out there.
I think so.
Slams this one just to the right-hand side of the fielder there, running in from the long-on area, and it goes to the boundary. So she has found the boundary there. They run the first, but then she could just walk back because that has gone all the way for 4 runs, and her score now jumps up to 88 or 54. And this is, well, she's definitely feeling the strain somewhere there. We think it could be a side strain. She's definitely sucking in the big breaths, and this will be a marvellous effort from her if she can carry her bat all the way through. It's full. Sit around the corner. Miss hit, though. Eyes lit up. She thought, yep, I could probably get this one down to the backward square leg. She should have just waved away something there, just like, yeah, I know.
That's almost the worst outcome for her because she has to run, but she doesn't get credited the run. I suppose she can at least double herself over at the non-striker's end for at least one delivery.
Hits this one to the cover and sets off straight away, and it goes straight through cover fielder, who doesn't really get much on that one at all, and they'll come back for a couple.
I think if a run out is initiated here, it'll be more than through luck than judgment, because Switzerland, every single ball Kat Frost could pretty much be run out because she's hardly running at all, but they're just not switched on to that possibility. And again, that throw came in, it was fumbled by Conaghanti and almost went onto the stumps accidentally, and Frost would have been out.
Yep. Hit down the ground again, brings the, well, I was going to say long on, but no, long on's come up to mid on now. But they do get through for the single. It is the end of the over. 17 overs gone. 193 for 1 on the board. Frost labouring there, but she's on 88 from 55, playing an excellent innings. And maybe, like I said before, the motivation of a potential triple digits is keeping her going. And, well, Naomi's playing a really good hand here too. She's come out and just started striking the ball straight away, getting on with the job. 1 boundary from 9 balls faced for her, but she's running well between the wickets, and, well, she's keeping her partner running well between the wickets as well. As looks like a little light refreshment for the batter only is coming on. Just a quick little something there. Still 3 overs to go. Projected score still around the 220 mark.
I think she's taking a few puffs on an inhaler as well. So if she's asthmatic as well, then this is an absolutely unreal effort from Kat Frost. I'm not asthmatic, but I think I would have been by the end of that innings that she's played at the moment.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, she looks in a lot of strife. It's painful to watch because you can tell she's really aching. She's really struggling a bit out there. And by the time she comes off the field, they're going to have to probably feed her the beer through an IV drip or something. I mean, I don't know what she can do otherwise.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see her starting the fielding innings for Spain. It's obviously quite a quick turnaround in this T20. She's probably earned herself the right just to lie down for a minute or two. But she'll certainly feel better about herself if she does manage the remaining 12 runs to get herself to that magical milestone.
All right, 3 overs to go. We're about to start the 18th now. And that's been hit just to the left-hand side of the fielder who stuck out the mitt. Almost good. Well, it was catchable height. Just for a second there, I thought just a one step to the left. You could have almost pocketed that one. As it is, goes all the way towards the boundary rope just for a couple. Oh, that's it. I think that's enough for Kat Frost. She's saying, I am absolutely done here. I'm cooked. And she's retiring herself out. And I think that's the right thing to do. I know she's on 88 not out from 55 deliveries. It's on the board there for you to see. But she has been struggling for many, many overs. And she deserves quite rightly the round of applause coming from the dugout too. What a Herculean effort from that young lady. Absolutely guts and everything. That's guts and determination for you.
Congratulations to Kat. And I do think health has to come first. And she was clearly struggling for the last couple of overs. She does walk off with the highest score ever for a Spanish women's international. Actually, the previous 2 high scores were set in that game against Switzerland a couple of days ago.
Right, yeah.
Naomi Hillman Bermejo and Amy Brown Carrera in that huge partnership. Naomi getting 85 not out, Amy getting 73 not out. So Kat Frost just pips them to the post and rightfully has a few moments now to get herself back to full working order. But an outstanding knock from her has put Spain in an almost unassailable position here.
As indeed. And of course that brings on Amy Brown Carrera out to the middle. She's going to face her first ball now. So skipper replaces Kat Frost. I'm sure there were some very encouraging words as they passed each other. As Kat bounded off the field. So in case you missed it, Kat Frost retired out on 88. And Amy Brown Carrera now out there in the centre. So between her and Naomi, looking to power the score up in these next 2.5 overs. 197 for 2.5 overs to come.
Task is not going to get any easier for Switzerland here because these two are both in great form themselves. And we'll be looking to get as many runs on the board here. Well, there'll be 4 more of them. Naomi plays that shot so well. She's so quick to pick the line of the ball. And again, once more, Vanni just strays down the leg side and gets punished for it.
Yeah, it's just when she's straying on the leg stump, they're getting after her pretty easily. It's just a lapse of concentration there. But she's bowling her 4th over now. She started so well. She was, I think 2 overs for only 6 runs, if I remember correctly. So the last over and a bit has really just undone those stats, those numbers. Spain break into the 200s with that 4 as well. 201 for 2 on the board.
That's the first ever time they have hit that magical 200 mark in T20I's. Previous high score was against Switzerland 2 days ago, 190 for 2. So they've gone 11 better here with still a few balls left to add to the collection.
Well, the opening batters deserve all the credit for a fantastic start that they gave the Spain team. They've really given them a lot of confidence, the batters. And when the bowling has to defend a total, which we don't know where it's going to be yet, we'll know in a few minutes' time, they're going to feel very, very confident defending. Dances down the pitch, struck straight down the ground. Boundary rider comes in, gets everything behind it. Well done. Can't stop 2, though. Just a little bit of a bar of soap there is the ball as she struggles to pick it up, but it still was always going to be 2 runs. That's 2 more to the total. So 204 for 2, still 2 overs plus 1 more delivery to come to finish off this over. So in case you missed it, we were just talking before about Kat Frost, retired out on 88. And she was definitely in a world of hurt. So we hope she's going to get a little bit of remedy there. As that flies away down leg side, that's going to find the boundary rope as well. And that is going to go for all the way for 5 wides. Ouch. In any language, that is ouch.
They haven't actually been too bad with the extras in this game so far, Switzerland. Most of the runs have come off the bat.
Yeah.
It's the first time we've seen 5 wides. Just been a sprinkling of extras here and there, but you can see that the tiredness is creeping into the bones here for Switzerland. It's been a long old innings for them. It has been over an hour and a half as well for us.
They have taken time. You actually noted that after the first hour. Only 13 overs in the first hour. And actually, it was 62 minutes, I think, for those 13 overs. The throw to the bowler's end is not bad, but can't stop another couple of runs there. This over is already worth 18. Or it is worth 18, and that's the end of the over. So 18 overs gone. 211 on the board for loss of 2 wickets. 18 runs off that over. Well, there was a no ball and 5 wides, boundary, and a little bit of this and that. And also, the batters running well for 3 times they ran 2 there. So they're still running quite well. Spain looking like they got the freshest legs, and Switzerland fielders, I don't know what they're going to do in the next, when they get a chance to bat, but they're going to have to come out all guns blazing.
Vanni Danuka, having gone for just 6 in her first 2 overs, goes for 29 in the next 2. Not quite worked for her today either, but in reality, it's not really worked for any of the Swiss players. Again, just taking their time in between overs, which kind of suggests a team that's lost its way in terms of what their plan is. Usually you'd be like, right, over number 19 is being bowled by whoever, and this is what we're going to do, but they're chopping and changing the field.
Yeah.
Deep covers is coming in, long on is going out. It just feels like they've lost their way a bit here, Switzerland.
Yeah, you think they'd have a planned attack for bowling to Amy Brown-Carrera as well. You know, this would be one of the players they would have been a discussion about, you know, during the in the prelude to the game, and maybe in last night's team discussion about how they're going to bowl to certain batters and things like that. But yeah, they just seem to be taking a long time. It's a good observation, Tina. They are taking a long time between overs. Struck down the ground, straight through the players. It ricochets off the leg, and it turns into an easy 2 in the end. Well, what would have been probably a sharp single turned into an easy 2, and that pretty much has been the second half of this innings for Switzerland, unfortunately. Feeling the heat. But you know what? Every team's feeling the heat. Tries to pull that one. It's hit well in front of square. In fact, it gets hit even in front of deep mid-wicket. She just can't get on top of that one. And it's just a single. Score marches onwards, though. 2:15 for 2. 9 deliveries to come in the innings. Score in the 2:30. Absolutely possible here. Shapes up. And again, just can't quite find the middle of the bat there. Sort of hurried through the shot on that occasion. And again, back for a pretty straightforward 2. Stamina shown from Spain running these 2s has been quite exceptional.
Well, they haven't been able to find the rope much in the last 10 or so deliveries, but every single one has been run. They haven't had a dot ball, in fact, since the start of the 14th over. That was the last time we had a dot ball.
That's incredible. And that's another 2. Bit of elevation on that one, and stopped by the shin of the outfielder there. I think that would have woken the fielder up for sure. That would have really stung. But they're back for another 2.
Yeah, we've only had 2 dot balls in the second half of this innings, and that kind of says it all, that Switzerland have had no answer to the batters.
Incredible.
There's one of them, though.
Oh, there you go. Well, against the run of play. And misses the full one, down on one knee, looking to absolutely smoke that one out of the park, and misses completely. So 219 on the board for loss of 2 wickets. 1 more over to come. 8 runs off that previous over. And Spain have already got a good score on the board for their bowlers to defend when it's their turn. And a big chase looming for Switzerland.
I'm assuming we'll have a fielding restriction here, because I can't imagine Switzerland are on time, having played for over an hour and 35 minutes now.
Yep.
So I imagine they would only be allowed 3 outside the circle. Not sure that will change the course of the game that significantly. But again, it's just worth noting for Switzerland, it's one of these kind of naiveties that they'll have to work on. Whatever happens, you still need to rattle through the overs, Because as soon as you get behind the rate, it's so difficult to catch up. It does look like they've got cow corner out, long on, and deep covers. So they have 3 out. I imagine that's what the limit is of what they're allowed. You'd imagine otherwise they would have put their 4th out.
Yeah, fine leg is definitely up inside the circle, as is backward point. So, yeah, good spot there. So the umpires have enforced that. The umpire had a bit of a look around and it counted as well. So here we go. Start the 20th, 219 plus this over. And we start with a red dot. Tina, 2 dots in a row, albeit across 2 different overs, but
Team dots.
Team dots, yes. It's a team dot effort there. Well, if you ever needed a spark, Switzerland, that's it right there. Need to finish strong here. Nice tight over for them. Just a little bit of a spark maybe as they go into their huddle for the break. Saju with the duty here. Goes around the corner again. She loves that shot. Absolutely has dominated with that shot in this innings. This little cameo that she's playing here, but it's a cameo that's already up to 30, so it's probably getting a bit better than a cameo. And once again, she finds the boundary tucked around the corner. And why there's not a fielder out there for that shot, I'm not sure. I know they're only allowed 3 out, but I'd have one person there because that's where she's scoring all her boundaries.
Yeah, anything that's even straight, it doesn't have to be down leg side. Naomi is always going to target that area. Again, it's one of those where long on, and it's been Danashi Medagoda, the whole innings has not been in the game whatsoever, which means 2 things. Firstly, you have a fielder out of the game, and secondly, more significantly, you have your captain out of the game.
Yeah.
You really can't afford to be doing that. Unless there's literally no one else on the field who can field at long on, which I doubt, then there's absolutely no excuse really for the skipper to be on the boundary.
Swings hard. No one's going to get to that. That's going to find the boundary pretty quick. Nicely struck. There is a fielder out there, and, well, she had no look on that whatsoever as it skittled past her with proper pace. Nice strike down the ground. Naomi charges up to 38 now. So I mentioned before about I called her innings a cameo. It's not a cameo now. It's a proper full-blooded innings. 38 off 20 with 4 boundaries. And she has done well since it was her opportunity to come out with the fall of the first wicket. Smacks that one towards deep mid-wicket. Boundary rider comes in and very quickly releases the ball. And this time they don't get back for 2. So good fielding there. Very good far fielding. And, of course, it's Rajan out there. Of all the fielders to have done the good job, I would have said that would have been her.
Yeah, absolutely. As we only have 2 balls left, worth also thinking about the run chase. And Meghna Rajan, Vani Dhanuka, the 2 best batters in the team, they always bat 3 and 4. I'm sorry, but you've got to open. You're chasing 230-ish, and there's no point going at 3 and 4 and coming in when the game's gone. You've got to go early and you've got to go hard. And if you lose, so be it. But there's no point even keeping them back for later in the innings, because the only way they'll win this game is if both of them click and go from the start. It's
so true. You're absolutely right. They need to get out of the blocks early. That power play, they need to capitalise on that power play as well. And their 2 best should kick things off to start. I think you're absolutely right. Missed the trick if they don't do that. We'll see. We'll find out how that goes, because this is the last ball of the Spanish innings. They're 230 for 2, plus this last ball coming up.
Franziska Kuhnberg also not in the team, who would normally open. So now is the time. One of those has got to step up, but if it were down to me, I'd put both of them up the order. We'll see, though.
Last ball is hit skyward. It's going to bounce safely, though. They're back for 1. They're going to come back for a second. Always going to be 2 there. And a good throw could have had the non-striker scurrying as it is. Naomi gets home, doesn't hit the stumps anyway, and that is 2 to finish there. And it's going to be 20 overs completed there, 232 for 2, almost all the 2s, but not quite, 232 for 2 on the board. A fantastic score for the Spanish women, and they have got a very good score on the board. For the bowling, look, the Spanish bowlers, they're going to be very happy about that. That's going to give them a lot to work with as Switzerland and Spain walk off into their respective dugouts and have a conversation about the battle plan coming forward. But Tina, Spain, Wow. 232, formidable score on the board.
Absolutely. They only used 4 batters in the end, but they all contributed. If we take a quick look at the scores on the doors, then Alexis Hartley put in a brilliant shift, 73 off just 41 deliveries, including 6 fours and 4 maximos. Kat Frost retired out in the end on 88 off 55. It was just an innings of grit and mentality from her, 13 fours, and in the end just ran out of steam, which was completely understandable in this weather. And then a nice little cameo come actual innings there from Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, finishing 39 not out off 21. And the skipper ABC ably supporting with 10 off 7. As for the bowlers then, well, it's not great viewing if you're of a Swiss disposition. It was only Samiha Konaganti who was able to chip in with a wicket. Vanni Danuka looked good in her first 2 overs, but then became quite expensive. And otherwise, expensive 3 overs apiece for Rajan, Saju, Vinod and Sansia Clark. So at the halfway stage, Spain very much in the driver's seat, 232 for 2. And Phil, I think the only way Switzerland get back in this one is if they go hard from the start.
I totally agree. Look at that, a 161 opening stand in 14 overs, and all credit to Kat Frost, who stuck around for another 3 overs after that before she retired herself out. So all down to those opening batters who put an excellent score on the board before they lost their first wicket. A 161 on the board was sensational. So we're going to take a break. We're going to be back here with the run chase in about 12 minutes' time. Look forward to seeing you back here to join us for this run chase and see what can happen here. I agree with you, Tina, though. It's all about the start. It's all about making sure you get the best at the top to make sure you get off to a brilliant start. No point sending out the best batters when the game's half gone. Get them out nice and early, and we'll see what's going to happen there. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network alongside with Tina Goff. We are G-Force, and you're watching the European Cricket Network, and we're here in Switzerland at Embrach with this wonderful T20I women's qualifying match to see who plays Brazil in the final later on today. Join us in about 10 minutes for the run chase. I'll see you shortly. Welcome back to the MBAC Cricket Ground here for the continuation of this qualifier match. It's Spain taking on Switzerland. And after Spain was sent into bat, can you believe that? Switzerland actually did win the toss and they sent Spain into bat. 233 was posted in that innings that finished only a few moments ago. What a massive, daunting task this is now for Switzerland to try to overhaul this target. And that score on the board, dominated by Kat Frost, who scored 88 from 55 deliveries. There 13 boundaries in that as well. Before she had to retire herself out in the 17th over. And it was, of course, Alexis Hartley who got a big 73 of 41 as well before she was clean bowled. She was the first wicket to fall, the score on 161. And that is why there's a big score on the board at 232. A wonderful little cameo, well, full innings there, call it. Probably not a cameo, it'd be a disservice to Naomi Hillman. Bermeo, that was a sensational little 39 of 21 from her, just getting the runs quickly and with no mess, no fuss. So a lot of work here for Switzerland opening batters. Let's see how they go against the Spanish attack. We're almost set to go. Big score on the board, 234 to book yourself into the final against Brazil, which is a match that comes up after this one as we kick things off with a run chase right now. And that's a nice way to start. Full red-blooded shot towards deep mid-wicket. It's not going to have the legs to get the boundary, or it does have the legs. Well, there you go. Close attention from the fielder deep on the leg side, who was a lot squarer than maybe she needed to be. And that has found a boundary. So 4 hit off the first ball of the innings. So Chakapali puts one up in the slot. And Layla Pickard obliges. Nice shot. So Layla Pickard opening with Metagotta. Nice quicker delivery, that one there. I like Metagotta opening. I think that's a good move. Tina and I talked at length in the end of the previous innings about who should open. We felt that needs to get the big guns out there nice and early. Vanni Danuka, another one who should come in definitely early. They've gone with Layla Pickard there. She started well with that big 4. Swings hard at this one as well. It's going to run away from the fielder towards the backward point area, and that goes for another boundary. So a couple of boundaries early on in the first over. Good signs there for Switzerland, showing full intent, and that is a good bit of good bit of cricket for them. Only 3 balls into the innings, but good signs early, which is exactly what they needed. Massive score on the board here to be chased down. In case you missed it, Switzerland won the toss, elected to bowl first. Spain put on a big score of 233. Struck nicely, all goes through the point boundary. Sorry, point fielder, and just been tidied up inside the boundary rope, has it? Just lost sight of that one. It was tidied up nicely. So, but runs flowing. That's the most important thing. Runs flowing. Pickard's bat. Danashi Metagotta, captain now with a chance to open her account. Still 2 to come in the over then. And just sees off the first delivery. It was a good ball. Right up in the slot. 9 off the first over so far. Got 1 more to come to complete the first over. They need to be going at a pretty rampant score of around about 11, almost 12 and over. Well, this one goes in the air. She's connected that one really beautifully there. So a couple of bounces and straight down the ground for another 4. So that's 3 fours in the first over, 13 runs off it. And guess what? That's exactly what they needed. So Switzerland off to a fly here early on in the piece. Still got a lot of work to do and still got to maintain this kind of intensity. Quite a lot to be done there. So first over's gone, 13 on the board. And I'm about to be rejoined not by G-Force's Tina Goff, but we have, G-Force has got a very special guest commentator this morning, and it's my absolute pleasure to introduce someone who has been entertaining cricket fans for 40 years, 45 years. Henry, would that be about right? Henry Blofeld.
No, it was a Maidero thing. Lovely to be here. It was a bit more than that. I did 47 years, I think, with TMS. And so I suppose really my whole career went on for about 60 years because I was writing for quite a while beforehand. But it's wonderful to be here and great to see Switzerland starting to fight back like that.
Oh, great first over, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Excellent first over. Just can we get a consistent Switzerland who can keep doing that?
Well, they're in their early stage. They're very much in a learning stage, and it's going to come slowly. But there are lots of pluses, I think, about their general performance this week.
There are, definitely for sure. But it's well, Naomi Hillman-Burmo is looking to change that up a little bit here. She started well with a couple of dots, so straight away a bit of a sting has come out of the Swiss batting here with Layla Pickard and Danasha Medagotta looking to get on with the job. Naomi in again. Struck nicely down the ground, but straight to the player there mid-on. Gets everything behind that, just the single. So Switzerland, they need to maintain this, or they need to pick this up, don't they, Henry? They really need to find that accelerator.
How lovely to see the straight drive there. It was a lovely shot.
Nice bit of defence work there. Here's a good question for you then. For all the years you've been commentating on TMS and when you're writing before that, then everyone involved in cricket, they've got their favourite shot. What's the favourite shot for you as a spectator to see?
After this ball, I'll tell you.
After this ball, please.
I think the perfect cover drive, and the most perfect cover drive for me was Tom Groveney.
Oh, right,
Tom Groveney, I can remember an innings he played at 118 in the second innings of the first test in 67-8, Cardiff Tour of the Caribbean. It was a fantastic innings.
Hits the top of the stumps. That's the first wicket fall. A really, really good delivery of that one. Misses that one completely. Knocks off the bails as it smashes through the top of off and middle. And that's the first wicket that falls to score on 14. And Switzerland already now in a little bit of strife.
Well, this is the way it's going to go, isn't it? I mean, they only managed to get one of the Spaniards out. 233 for one was a prodigious score, with also a retirement. So you can, I suppose, technically say for two. But, I mean, I'm afraid they are coming from behind. They are a learning side. It's a difficult curve. Spain are more experienced. And they're unlikely to win this, but I just hope by the end of it, they've made a really good impression.
Yes, that's what we want to see. We want to see some fight. We want to see some real fight. The opening partnership that we saw for Spain, 161 in 14 overs, which was very impressive. Really set up what was a very dominating total on the board.
But if we're honest, we have to say there were too many long hops, weren't there?
Oh, there were. Lost count after about over number 6, to be honest there, Henry. It was, a little bit of a problem that was. So, first wicket falls, and it is, unfortunately for Switzerland, it's Medagotta who has to go, being clean bowled. And we resume proceedings here. And just the single. So one thing we saw in the Spanish innings, which I was so impressed with, the number of times they turned dots into ones into twos, and just that thinking about the next run. And Switzerland, if they could be equal to that task, they can really make a fist of this. And this is part of, I guess, what you're saying, Henry, which is let's see some fight. Let's see, this team, the Switzerland team, really, really pull out all the stops wherever they can.
Well, there we are. We're seeing a quick single on the leg side. That was sensible batting. And then we saw an extravagant stroke to the first one, which fell in the deep and went for wave just a single. But they've got to tuck the good balls away for singles, keep the scoreboard moving, and that's what they're doing at the moment. Good for them.
Absolutely. Really good, isn't it? And that ball jumped up a little bit there, surprised the batter, just fends it away on the offside.
This surface does just occasionally produce one that does that, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
Just the one that just lifts a bit awkwardly.
Yeah, just a little bit of a test there. You can hear the wind howling through our microphones here.
It's gone a long way up, but it's going to be all right. I think it's going to get away with it. Is it going to go over? No, it doesn't quite, just pulled up. It was an exciting race, that. And they run two. They should have run two there. I'm not sure they did.
I'm not sure they did either. No, they didn't. Surely there was two there.
Well, you would have thought so. If you'd run the first one quickly.
Yes.
I think what they did was ball watch.
I think so too.
Yeah. And they didn't really run until too late for the first one.
I probably felt that reserve energy, because that's going to go to the boundary, sort of may have set into their minds. And unfortunately, they've come undone there. So we've had 4 singles and a dot so far.
But that's the sort of thing that when you're experienced, you don't do. But when you're a bit young and naive and all the rest of it, that happens, sadly.
Yes. So true. This one gets hoiked as well, out towards deep mid-wicket. The chase is on. The ball across the baseball area, and this time the ball does win that race, and it is a boundary there. So it's going to be 8 runs off that over. 3 overs gone, 22 for 1 on the board. They have lost a very important wicket. That was the end of the previous over. So it's a fair bit of work to do here for Amrita and Layla out in the centre. And Switzerland languishing behind in the run rate already. It's now jumped up to 12.4 required from here on in. A big climb to go. As I mentioned before, I keep going back to that opening partnership for Spain and how good it was in 14 overs to get 160 on the board and set up what was a formidable score. And Switzerland already losing a wicket at the end of the second with a lot of work to do.
And that wicket showing the eternal dilemma. When you start off, you get a good ball like that, really you want to defend. But because it's the game it is, because we need more than 10 runs and over, you don't want to defend. Your instinct says attack. And so you're caught in 2 minds, aren't you?
You are caught in 2 minds.
And which the opener was then, I think, and bowled.
Yes. And as soon as you're caught there, you're in a lot of trouble. As that one is hit nicely towards deep square, but just the single.
We're seeing something different already about these two sides. You're seeing the Spaniards get the ball. They beat up, they get it back straight away. The Swiss took a bit of time to actually get the ball into the air, back towards the stumps, didn't they?
Yeah.
From the outfield.
Yes, so what we've seen so far, we've seen some good clean field and clean hands from the outfielders, which is a stark difference. This one's tucked around the corner. There's no one in the circle in close on the leg side. It trickles out to the boundary rider, but again, just the single. They can't do anything better than that at the moment. Good type bowling as well. So all credit to the bowling. Naomi Hillman Bamio is bowling very well. The wicket taker, and only a handful of runs off her 1.2 overs so far. Goes aerial, gives a catching opportunity, which is grasped. Well, it went into the hands. It slapped into the hands, and Henry should have been taken.
Oh, yes. That was, I'm afraid, really, that was a pretty straightforward one, wasn't it?
It was.
And I thought she got into a position, actually, to judge it quite well.
Yep.
But her hands let her down.
Chakapali there grasses an opportunity. Hits the pad. Stifled appeal from someone in the covers. No backup, though, from wicketkeeper or bowler, which usually tells the story.
Leg side, I think, going down.
Definitely going down.
He looked a bit, even the shot she was playing.
Indeed. A shout out to Ray Tipping in the chat who says, good morning to you and I.
Oh, Ray, good morning, Ray.
Ray's a lovely chap. Been a fan of European cricket for quite a while now. And he's a very good egg. One of our moderators. Always good for a laugh.
Oh, good. What's he telling us?
Oh, he's just wishing us good morning at the moment while he's enjoying the cricket and hoping that you and I are both well.
Oh, my goodness, look at that.
In the air, and it's going to fall safe and take a little bit of a spin as it bounces as well. Spend a lot of time in the air. The wind has picked up a little bit here, and maybe the fielder's getting a little bit sort of
I think the wind stopped that. I think the wind benefited the batsman then.
It definitely did.
It looked a catch to me, and then suddenly it dropped short.
It did. That's going to be the end of the over. 4 overs gone, 26 for 1 on the board, with the 4 overs now gone. Naomi Hillman Bamio, she's gone for 5 with a wicket in her 2 overs, bowling very well indeed. In fact, the bowlers are all doing pretty well. Chakapala, who started proceedings, the only bowler who's gone to double digits so far off that first over. She bowled with 3 clean hits for 4 in that first over. Haven't seen her back yet. And unfortunately for her, she also spilled a catch in that previous over. So she might be in the bad books with the captain for a few overs. Might see her a little bit later though.
Lovely to see an umbrella on the other side of the ground doing duty as a parasol. Wonderful weather we've got here. My goodness, it's hot. Ooh, I say that's another one, a bit of a sloggeroo on the leg side. And is that going all the way? No, it bounces. It's short of the fielder, long on, and but safe enough.
It's an interesting field placing out there too, with long on and deep mid wicket. They're the 2 fielders out during the power play, and there's no regulation mid on or mid wicket.
Ooh, there you see the pressure of the scoreboard, don't you? I mean, that was a pitch off stump, turned away, and yet there was a rather ugly-looking sweep played. Pressure built up by importance of moving the scoreboard.
Yes, and attempted standing sweep shot as well, looking for leg side and not connecting at all. But you're right for that previous shot too, really, just swiping across the line where maybe should have been leaning into like an offside strike.
Well, but, I thought the square cut for 4.
Absolutely, yep. That would have been in my textbook as well. goes to play with soft hands, but it goes straight to the fielder. Chance to run out at the non-striker's end. Good bit of fielding there to have the presence of mind to throw to where the batter was running to at the non-striker's end, because a bit slow out of the blocks there. Did go straight to the fielder. But
they ran it quickly, didn't they? On the ball, they both went.
Yes. And dot ball to finish up. Shouts of yeah, but I think that was the fielders who were saying that rather than anybody else. I think there was a couple of fielders coin tossing over who was going to field that ball. Maybe that's what it was. So we're one more to come to finish the fifth. 28 for 1 on the board.
Oh my goodness!
She wound up that one, didn't she?
Yes.
Try to put that one into the next village. Misses, unfortunately, for Switzerland, and it's going to be a dot ball to finish. So the score does finish after 5 overs, 28 for 1 after 5. Still 205 runs astray of where they need to be. That run rate, though, Henry, it's ticked up to 13.7 required from here on in.
And it's going to go on going up, isn't it? And I mean, this is it. And I'm afraid it is in a sense one-way traffic. But actually, with Switzerland being such a young side, there's so much for them to play for in terms of reputation, in terms of experience, in terms of the future, that although it's maybe a dead contest, it's not a dead game of cricket. It's in fact, it's a very interesting game of cricket, I think.
It is, from the perspective of what you've just described there, watching Switzerland and what their takeaways currently are and what they will be, and what they should be looking for as well as a young team. What they're looking for, what they want to get out of this game. Obviously, they'd love to get the win. Of course, they'd love to get the win and maybe get a foot into the final, but that is a long way off. There's a lot to do between that result and where they are right now. So let's see how we go, as it's about to start the 6th over.
Yes, if they're going to win this, someone's got to hit a big 100, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Someone has to go on for a massive score here. Carry the workload. Tucked around the corner. Doesn't quite go around the corner, does it? Actually looking to get that behind square and ends up going pretty much to mid-wicket, strangely enough. Just maybe hurried the shot, get a little bit excited possibly, and it hit pretty low on the bat.
Yes, it came right off the end, I think, didn't it? Almost.
I think it did, yes.
Right at the bottom, so to speak.
Our friend Ray in the chat saying, just got to get Tuffers into the comms box now. Nice one, Ray. Pushed away for just another single there.
Yes, what a character Tuffers was. He was on air with me in my last spell as a TMS commentator.
Oh, was he?
In that test at Lords in 2017, yes, indeed.
Oh, yeah.
And couldn't have been a better send-off for me, in a way.
He's a fun commentator to listen
yes,
to.
of course he is.
A lot of fun.
Although, to be pedantic, a fun summariser rather than commentator.
Yes,
we always have that. We always used to get this. People used to describe boycott and people as commentators, which they weren't. They were only summarisers.
Yes.
And people also say, of course, you bring in big-name cricketers as commentators. We don't. We didn't. We brought them in as summarisers.
Yes.
Commentators have got to be above all professional broadcasters. Yes.
There is a big difference between the two. I completely agree with you there. Just pause from over there as it was a full delivery that just took Amrita on the body there. She's okay though. And that's
we hit that well.
It's hit that very well, isn't she? There's protection out there on the leg side. Two fielders come together. Just one's required for the field. I thought maybe that little strike on the body might have put a bit of fire in the belly and maybe sort of arc her up a little bit to try to find the boundary. Doesn't quite find it, but good intent shown with the shot though. Needing plenty more of that. 31 for 1. 2 to come in the 6th over. Pounding in again. Olivia William Lopez with the duty here. She's only gone for a handful of runs in this over, so it's been a great over for Spain. Not so good if
the
you
interesting thing about that was was exactly the sort of ball she should have been looking to play with very soft hands, just running it a yard or two out on the offside and scampering through for a quick single.
Yep.
And that's what you've got to do in this situation, I think.
Yep. There's too many dot balls at the moment. Too many dot balls. Need to be turning the strike over.
Now, that's a good shot.
That's a great shot.
4 runs. That's a very good shot. And we've seen an awful lot of square cutting in the last few days. And it is very much a contemporary stroke, isn't it? That one and the one off the toes through mid-wicket.
Yes.
Are the two sort of most productive strokes at the moment, I think.
That was a delightful stroke for 4 runs to finish off the 6th over, yes. And drinks are going to come on, so they're going to get a chance to get a little bit of hydration break here. 6 overs gone. It is 35-1. And required run rate from here on in has leapt up now to 14.1 needed. They're currently going at 5.8, and that's going to be a really tough ask here. Was hoping to see Switzerland in the power play and really accelerate, just show us a little bit of firework and maybe just throw caution to the wind, if you like. But
well, no, I think if they did that, they're going to get out quite cheaply. Personally, I think the coach, our old friend Rhino, has got to say to them, look, ignore the scoreboard completely. Go out there, play your normal game.
Mm-hmm.
If the ball's there to be hit it. Run your singles and just bat properly. If they can get to 170 for 5 or 6 at the end of this, I think it will do them much more good than to go hell for leather and get out for 93.
Fair enough. Yes, fair enough.
Does that make any sense?
It makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, it does. Look, if they can get that kind of score, chasing a formidable score of 230 plus, then yeah, I think they would take that. They would say, look, you know what, we've stood up here.
Yeah,
we've done what we had to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've shown a little bit of grit, we've shown some determination, and we take that into the next game. Which, funny enough, the next game for them is going to be against Spain tomorrow morning, first thing.
Yeah.
So they get another bite at the cherry tomorrow.
Well, that's excellent. I'm delighted.
Yeah.
Although it is a bit daunting if they do lose very easily today. But anyway, a score of 170 or so for 6 would be very much brownie point time, wouldn't it?
Oh, very much so. Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. As it is, it's 35 for 1 after 6. Hello to Chris Addison in the chat. Says good morning to you and I as well, Henry. Our moderators in the chat, they're the most wonderful, accommodating bunch of cricket fans you could ever hope for. Our ECN fan base is superb. They always love to welcome people into the commentary box every time. You've already had so many of our moderators just give a shout out saying, hello, Henry, good to hear blowers on the chat.
Hello, all of my dear things. Can I? It's wonderful. I love this feedback. We never, of course, got it in this way with TMS. But this is terrific, and it really makes you feel part of it, doesn't it? As though you're having a sort of conversation with 1,000,001 households.
It's exactly how it can work sometimes, yes. Sometimes we can get a little bit distracted with the chat, having these conversations where we go down the proverbial rabbit hole on all sorts of topics and subjects. It's enjoyable, and that interaction is something that we thrive on. We start the 7th, and dabbed away just for a quick single. Takes a single straight away. A little bit of a fumble there from the fielder, but always going to be a quick run there. Now, there's an interesting one. So Chris Smith, another one of our very good mods, has just told us, breaking news, Joe Root reappointed England Test captain.
That worries me, I'm afraid. But what they're doing is they're protecting Bethel, aren't they? They're saying Bethel's not experienced enough, it's too young.
Yes, I agree. 100% agree.
But equally, Joe Root, having captained the side, not particularly well, in fact, fairly abysmally, in that Oval Test against New Zealand. Oh dear. It shows that well, I tell you what it shows after this next delivery. It shows one of the glaring problems with English cricket.
Swing and a miss.
No,
Yeah,
the awful thing is that Bethel is young. But Bethel will never get the chance to learn captaincy in county cricket.
Yeah.
He's got a central contract, which means he won't play county cricket. Therefore, he will never learn how to do the job as captaincy in county cricket and then come on as an experienced captain into Test cricket. He's going to have to learn in a Test match arena, isn't he?
That's tough. That's very tough in anyone's book. Yeah. There's a second piece of information as well. And this also comes from our good friend Chris Smith. And Tina's just also touched me and just said, hey, have a look at this, Phil. More breaking news. England's Test head coach announced. Stephen Fleming.
I know. Damien Fleming, isn't it?
Stephen, I believe.
Oh, Stephen Fleming. Yeah. Oh, good. I was told Damien Fleming over there. They got the Flemings wrong. Stephen Fleming. I think that's.
Oh, yeah. Damien Fleming wouldn't be coaching material, I don't think.
No.
Stephen Fleming, however, yes. I think that's probably a better choice than Damien Fleming. I was a big Damien Fleming fan. Fast, angry.
I did some commentary with him in Australia.
Damien Fleming, yeah?
Yes, I got on really well.
Oh, he's wonderful, isn't he?
I got on quite well in the bar afterwards with him too.
That sounds like Damien Fleming. I was a big fan. He was played for Victoria, played for Australia,
yes,
and when he first played, he had long flowing hair, looked like a bit of a rock star. And I always thought, there's someone who could get pretty angry with the white ball.
What do you think about Stephen Fleming?
I'm a fan.
I
Fantasy Fleming?
think it could be a good choice. I never considered him actually.
No, I know that's news to me. Absolute news. I didn't know he was in the running. So I see the name and I'm thinking, well, that's probably not a bad shout. I think he's got a good temperament to be a good head coach. I liked him when he played. So that's wonderful news. That's very interesting news. Love to see what the chat thinks about that as well. Thank you, Chris Smith, for that information.
My outside choice was if he could have been persuaded was Tom Moody.
Oh, that would have been a marvellous choice.
I think.
Yes.
I again broadcast with Tom in WA, and actually in one or two other places as well in Australia. And I liked him enormously. I thought he had a really cool head on his shoulders.
I agree.
Very tall shoulders too.
Very tall shoulders. Hey, it's 38 for 1 after 7, and there was only 3 runs off that previous over. But as we were talking about, it's all about just what can the Switzerland batters do here against a, formidable target and quite a formidable bowling attack as well. Daryl Hancock in the chat is saying, is that Blowers? Oh my goodness, it is. It certainly is. We do have Henry Blowfield sitting next to me, Phil G here, and G-Force has had a complete renovation. Tina's still sitting here on the other side of me as well, but she's given way to Henry and me to just have a bit of a chat together during this run chase. So chat, enjoy. Any questions you've got for Henry too, please drop them in and I'll relay them.
Can I thank Tina too for letting me giving me the chance? It's very sweet of her.
She's a champ, absolute champ.
Absolutely, of course.
Here we go. Start the 8th now. Looking to work around the corner down leg side and the late call from the umpire. Interesting, the umpires, they've been calling the wides in their signals just a good 2 seconds later than normal. You'd normally see. Not that it's a problem.
As long as they're consistent.
As long as they get it right and they're consistent.
I thought once or twice they've been a bit, not today, but yesterday I thought they were a bit inconsistent, honestly.
On the wide calls?
I thought so. I thought with the ones who got away with it, luckily. Or unluckily, depending on your...
Depends on your taste.
That's gone before. A short one down the leg side, turned around the corner. Not hit very hard, but placed beautifully and over this far side field. I mean, as soon as you hit the ball there, and there's no fielder, it's 4 runs, isn't it?
It's actually,
but I tell you what we forgot, we haven't mentioned is New Zealand. Of course.
No, we haven't.
Again, I mean, we've McCullum, Fleming, and, and of course Stokes. I mean, there was a heavy New Zealand influence.
The New Zealand connection.
I'm a great supporter of New Zealand cricket. At the moment, they've got a very good side.
They do have a very good side.
And they're hard cricketers and difficult to beat, and I'm all for them. I really am. I wasn't for McCullum in the end. I thought Bazball overlived its usefulness, but there we are.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're the Lone Ranger on that sentiment either, Henry. I think that's something that a lot of spectators eventually found themselves finding that as well. That it was just it stuck around for too long.
Well, it put things right after the Silverwood route regime failed. But then when they got to the serious sides, India and Australia, it wasn't good enough, and they didn't realise that.
Yes,
did they? Yeah. We home and away, we failed to. Yeah,
they just kept doing it, and yeah. Like as someone who sticks around a party for too long, they're just very hard to get rid of, unfortunately, Bazball. But that era is done now. It's another wide delivery there. Yeah, I don't mind the New Zealand connection. I tell you the thing about New Zealand is I've loved watching them play over the last 6 or 7 years during that real renaissance for them where they've really just built up such a strong team. But I remember watching them in the 80s, early 80s, and they were pretty much almost treated like minnows at one point. They'd tour Australia every other year, and they'd always get a thumping.
Well, you know, I thought the really resurgence of New Zealand at that time and a bit later. I used to go out every year to commentate for Television New Zealand, and Jeremy Coney, who I thought was a great captain.
Oh yes,
and that side, Richard Hadley, Dick Collins, Glenn Turner,
Cairns,
John Morrison, Cairns,
yep.
and Crow, lots of Crows.
Chatfield,
yes, Ewan Chatfield.
Yep.
I was on air there when Peter Lever hit him on the thing and he swallowed his tongue and Bernard Thomas had to come out and hoik it out.
Oh boy.
An awful moment.
That's terrible. Yes, of course, I forgot about the Crow brothers, Martin and Jeff.
I know.
Who are cousins of Russell Crowe.
Yeah, Russell came into the box with us a view from the boundary once.
Did he really?
Yeah, and he was absolutely splendid. He looked very like Marty Crowe, I thought. And talked rather like him too. It was splendid.
Don't often hear about Russell Crowe's cricket prowess because he's much more into his rugby. But that's hit along the ground nicely. So a little bit of a flurry of runs here just in the last couple of moments. A couple of boundaries in this over. So trying to fight back here, the Switzerland women, they're up to now 49 for loss. Note, the 50 ticked over that score. So, sorry, scoreboard, just catching up with me there. 50 up at the end of the, one to go to complete the 8th. So 50 for 1 they are. 7.5 overs bowled. And a nice little bit of rush of blood here.
Showing great spirit, aren't they?
Very good spirit here.
I'm delighted to see.
Yeah, Pickard is on 31. She started to fire up, and that is a full bunger, and that's been hit over the top of the infield and over the rope for 4 runs. So another boundary. That's 3 boundaries in the over. What an excellent over that is. That goes for 16 in total. Score now has raced up to 54 for 1 after 8, and a nice bit of intent being shown by the Swiss batters. And that's exactly to what you were talking about, Henry, was let's see them just settle in and make runs and just do it for themselves and for the team and for the benefit of the confidence of the team to see 2 batters out there in the centre making a go of it.
And in a sense, for the benefit of this tournament in years to come, this is the first time they played. It's a springboard, and it is a springboard. Yeah. And let's see the trampoline effect next year, a year after, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a great initiative, and I wish it every possible bit of luck. I really do.
I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment too. Thank you for saying that. I totally agree. So we're about to start the 9th now. As the couple of wasps come in and land on my fingers, please don't bite me, whatever you do, or sting me, whatever it is that you do. They don't bite, do they? I've never been stung by
they're rather small, aren't they? I don't know whether they do or not.
I've never been stung by a wasp or a bee ever in my life.
Haven't you really?
Never. I find that quite incredible. I've been on this planet for years, and I've never been stung by a wasp or a bee. I've been bitten by spiders, but I've never been stung by a wasp.
I remember eating an apple at the age of about 8 with a wacky great wasp on it. I remembered it for weeks.
You still remember it years later. Thanks for sharing. Oh, no. Stuff of nightmares. Speaking of stuff of nightmares, just casually puts one hand down to field a ball that was at a snail's pace, and can you believe it's gone through the fingertips for 4 runs? Just a little bit relaxed there. And that's Olivia Guillem-Lopez with not the best bit of fielding. Maybe don't want to make eye contact with the captain after that.
It's a wonderful name. I feel she should be on the stage as a pop singer.
I definitely. Well, she's got a bit of everything. Yeah, the Olivia. Who is it? Olivia Rodrigo, and then Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez, indeed.
G-Lo. She's
I met Jennifer Lopez when I went along to old Giles, the Hootenanny show at Christmas.
Oh, did you?
Jules Holland.
Oh.
I know Jules, and I went along as a guest, and we had great fun. My goodness, we had fun. Oh, look at that. That's a good shot.
That's nicely played. And, Olivia gets a second chance here. This time she goes 2 hands. Oh, the throw's not good. She literally threw that into the ground, and that was not good. But so they scamper back for an easy 2. The run rate is picking up here, now up to 7.4. Good signs for Switzerland.
Interesting, that throw. I think, and I'm not making any point, except I think ladies find it harder to throw than men, and for obvious reasons. And I mean, it didn't work, that one, but the throwing hasn't been good all the way through this tournament, I don't think, really. Brazil have been quite good, actually, probably the best.
Oh, Brazil, easily. Leaps and bounds. I like Rajan, who plays for Switzerland. Her outfielding throwing has been exceptional.
That's right.
One thing we noticed, too, that her fielding on the boundary rope was exceptional. She was sliding across ground. She saved probably about 12 runs in the previous innings. Just around here in front of us, she timed the slides, and her throws back to the wicketkeeper were very good. Oh, tucks her up a little bit, shout for leg before. Everyone's appealing, even mid-on's appealing. And the umpire says, no, I don't think so.
I think Spain are getting a little bit frustrated, aren't they?
I get a funny feeling they are too. This partnership now, well, they came together, it's almost a 50-run partnership now. They came together to score on 14. It's now currently 63 for 1. So 49-run partnership. That's down leg side, so that's going to bring up the 50-run partnership between these two. And that is causing a bit of frustration. I think you're right, Henry. I think Spain are getting a little bit, come on, where's our next wicket? We should be on top here.
Which is good to see. And that in a way is a moral victory for Switzerland, isn't it?
Oh, very much moral victory, yeah. They would happily take that. 50 runs so far in this partnership for the second wicket. Hit up in the air, and that could be the end of the partnership. No, it explodes through the fingers. Well, that was a little bit of I don't want to use the word sitter, but that was a sitter. Should have been taken.
It was not an air sitter. It was nearly a dolly as well, wasn't it?
I hesitate to call it a dolly.
We've got to get to the difference between a sitter and a dolly.
A sitter
What
and
about
a dolly.
that?
Well, how would you describe a sitter and a dolly to a non-cricketing person? I'm not sure, but yeah,
You go first.
it was definitely a combination of both, that one. Oh yeah, no. So Spain just. Yeah.
But you know, that's one of the wonderful things about cricket. There is humour innately in the game, isn't there?
It is.
If
It
you
really
look
is.
for it. I mean, this is one of the reasons I love commentating Test for all those years. In that, however disastrous the situation,
Yeah.
there was always humour there. It may have been of the black sort
Yep.
a certain amount of the time, but nonetheless, laughter, I think, was very important to go with it. I really did.
Well, you got a collection of 11 humans on one side and a couple of humans on the other side, and two more out there being the officiators. You've got a fair bit of room for potential comic moments, and we have to take those moments in our stride as well. It does happen.
Who was it who once said when the umpires came out of the building, here come the doctors? I mean, the sort of...
Yeah, here come the spoil sports. Exactly. So, yeah, Spanish fielding just getting a little bit relaxed in the last few overs, but also looks like they're a little bit frustration creeping into the bowlers as well. 66 for 1, 9 overs gone. I'll take a drinks break at the end of this over. And we'll probably take a little drinks break as well. Get a bit of sustenance, and that goes... Well,
But when you were going out there like Spain have done, and you think it's going to be a walkover, and you sort of let up before you start, don't you? And then suddenly you find it's not going the way you and things can go wrong. I think it's too big a mountain, this probably for Switzerland to climb, but nonetheless they make it as far as the South Col. You never know.
Yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, the game's not over till the game's over, so you play it out on its merits. And a bit of an appeal there. I think people thought they heard something. No one heard anything here. Neither did the umpire.
You were clicking your fingers.
I
like
definitely. I was not remembering that funky little tune I heard last night and trying to get the beat back in my head by clicking my fingers. No, not me. Never. Also, just spied Brazil arriving at the ground as well. They'll be very interested to watch what happens here. Yes, what a story that is. Oh my goodness. I haven't checked the headlines in 24 hours, so I'm not sure how much it's picked up again. But yeah, wow.
I heard Aggers on television saying, really, he just simply couldn't understand it. I mean, if you're going to play cricket, how can you sort of cheat like that?
It's incredible, isn't it?
Extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary.
Bizarre. I've seen on I think it's the Fox Sports website a couple of videos of different angles of things happening.
Yeah.
Players at a short short cover. Clicking their fingers as the ball passes the bat and things like that. So not just the slip fielder, but also the close infielders have been guilty of doing it as well. It's Well,
it's a team effort. They've been practicing this in the dressing room,
team effort,
or in the nets, or whatever.
Yeah,
come on now, finger clicking nets tonight. I mean, dreadful.
I just wonder what would have been their fallback excuse if they'd been caught at the time on the ground. But so I mean, they couldn't possibly say, "Oh no, I didn't do that." Surely it'd be, I was trying to remember something, so instantly I just clicked my fingers, or I was thinking about a tune going through my head.
My thought was that if the penalty for the finger clicker should have been 5 years fielding at third man at both ends.
Ouch. As someone who played cricket in scorching heat in Australia, can I just say, ouch, yes. That would have really been a punishment. Oh, my goodness.
He'd have been raced. He'd have used the bicycle, wouldn't he?
Oh, for sure. Yes, absolutely. 2 to come. Oh, good over this one. Just plays and misses again. So Rabia Mushtaq here, who's only gone for 2 runs off this over. It's been an excellent over from her.
Good over, wasn't it? Very good over.
Good over.
On and outside the off stump, I mean, which is always the place to bowl, I think.
Yes.
In doubt, always, as Geoffrey Boycott would say, the corridor of uncertainty.
I was about to say that, that was in my head, but I couldn't think who was the person who coined that phrase. Did he coin that phrase? It was Geoffrey.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, there you go.
He coined it with us, actually, because he did 30 years, we did 30 years in the box together.
I think there's still one ball to come.
Really?
I think they're having a discussion. Our scoreboard says 9.5. They're having a chat. I'm not sure if the scoreboard's just taking a moment to catch up or whether... No, everyone's gone back to their places now, but...
Do you think anyone ever went up to Dickie Bird and said, you can't count? It's quite a thought, isn't it?
That is quite a thought to say that. I'm not sure I'd have the...
But you know, there have been 5 ball overs in Test matches. Umpires haven't, but they haven't been pulled up on it.
Interesting, yeah.
And technology has not done that. And I wonder if technology should do that, or if it's allowed to do it. I don't know.
It's interesting to say that because during a tournament we had in Prague a couple of weeks ago, we had the Central Europe Cup. There was a 7-ball over, and I was scoring. And on the 6th ball, the umpires didn't do anything, and I sort of grabbed the mic, and I was mic'd into the umpires, and I was told, no, it's not the scorer's job to tell the umpire that it's the over's finished. And I thought, well, we've got the technology. Why don't we use it to
that's
make
why
sure
I was
that
saying
doesn't happen?
I don't know whether it's legal. You see whether the connection can be made.
It's a bit of a grey point, something that should be definitely cleared up. And if the tournament rules that are written for every tournament, if they don't stipulate that, then I guess that does become a bit of a grey area. So we found ourselves in a grey area with me, the scorer, noting that we've already done that, and. Yeah, it was, and the umpires were very apologetic afterwards. I mean, obviously they fell on their sword and say, okay, that's our bad. We did count it wrong. But I was told by someone who was also scoring next to me, who was one of the domestic league competition scorers. I was doing electronic scoring, she was doing the paper scoring. She said, "Oh no, we don't usually tell the umpires if they've made that error." And I thought, well, you can, because it may stop an extra delivery. And of course, they hit a 4 off that ball, off the 7th ball, the over.
Oh gosh,
these things happen.
We've just had 3 wides and 2 balls from this new bowler to this end. And then a nice straight drive, but was fielded at deepish mid-off. But she's rather a beguiling spinner with her left arm. Swung away on the leg side. Is that going to be out?
That's gone all the way for 4, Henry. That's found the boundary.
You can see it. I was following it with my glasses. It's gone into one of those rather smart Cricket Switzerland tents.
It did go right into the tent, yes.
The Cricket Switzerland tents, I must tell listeners, they're marvellously red, and it's a very good design, very eye-catching, but not glare. It's not offensive in any way.
No, you're right. There's no big. If they were white, there'd be like a huge glare across the ground. So it's actually quite clever. A little bit of colour coding there.
I love the trees at the far end.
I love this ground. It's so picturesque.
Isn't it? I agree.
The grassy knoll over there on the side. And
there was something chance then. But the keeper, he came down the wicket, and the keeper took the ball, but was so far away from the stumps. Wasn't standing absolutely close to them. And by the time she grabbed the ball, she couldn't reach the stumps, and the batsman got away with it.
She died full length. It still wasn't enough.
A chapter of excellence.
There you go. Halfway through the 11th, 76 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. And that's a wide ball let go. So a couple of extras creeping in here. So far, that is 9 off the over. We're only halfway through it. So a good over there for Switzerland. There's 77 now for 1. Still need to go at 16.4. But as
they mustn't take any notice of that.
Shouldn't take notice of that?
No, they've got to go on, and that's pulled away. I say that was hit hard. It was hit the fielder deep mid wicket on the shoulders. He tried to stop it, and I think given him quite a bruise. Quite a bruise.
That would have really hurt her. The reaction was instant.
Indeed.
Well, she's just given a thumbs up. I think the umpire was going to go over and just check, but she's given the umpire a thumbs up.
Brave girl.
I couldn't tell if it hit her on the shoulder or on the side of the face. I think it was might have been the shoulder, I think. Or
I thought it might. I was watching and through my glasses. I thought it was the shoulder.
Yeah.
But I could easily have got it wrong. But brave girl, well done. But it was hit like a kicking horse, that one. And so is this one. This pulled round square. That is going to be 4 runs. Running under the cars parked by the awning there at Square Leg. And I don't think any car has suffered yet. Where they are there is quite well placed for the pull through the windscreen, if you see what I mean.
Now, you were in Malta a couple of months ago.
I was.
Did you notice how... did any cars suffer in the car park? Because I've commentated in Malta as well at a time when cars have suffered from some very big hits.
Oh, really?
Yes, really big hits.
Well, no, I don't remember one being hit there.
Oh, okay.
Unless Vinny and Rico were sort of were doing the commentary. I was just doing the sort of chatting, rather as I am to you now.
Yeah.
And while I was on air, I don't remember.
Okay. Yeah. Now, I've had a lovely photo of one of our Czech players standing next to a car with the entire back window completely smashed in, and he's gesturing to the car, and what he was saying to the photographer was, am I okay to take the ball out of the back of the car? Like he was asking permission to put his hand through the broken window to pick up the white ball. And the ball had a few little chunks of glass in it as well.
He probably should have been asking the question to the insurance company, shouldn't he?
Yes. Should I tamper with the evidence there, sir? Oh, exactly.
But you see, there you are. I say cricket has moments of humour. That's another one, isn't it?
That's exactly right.
Great.
Yep. Looks like we're having a substitution here. Fielder is marching off, and 12th is coming on.
In blue boots, which is rather smart.
Oh, very smart blue boots.
A large member of the Spaniard side, the Spaniard squad, but with blue boots on, which you don't often see.
Yep, the blue-booted Mahdia Mohammed comes on.
Mohammed, is it? Good.
Yeah, Mahdia Mohammed, who takes up position there in the covers as we continue now. Nicely placed, just runs it off the face of the bat, but straight to the fielder in close. Good quick single, though, good running. Picking up their running from the early stage of this game, and that's a good sign to see.
If you go for a run like that as the ball leaves the bat, you're going. It looks tight, but you're going to get in all right. As long as you both respond immediately, that's okay.
I think this is something you mentioned to me yesterday as well, was the kind of pressure that gets put on the fielder the moment they take off for that run, the moment they leave the gates for that run, the pressure suddenly feels all that goes on the fielder.
The moment the fielder hears the word yes, then he stiffens, doesn't he?
Yes, that's it.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, it's a big difference as opposed to a shot to a fielder where there's hesitation and the fielder is in control of that situation. The moment the shout is yes, it's the batter who's in control and the fielder feels the pressure.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Ball in again. Goes aerial and it's going to land safe though. Could have easily popped up, gone a hand. No, land safe. Quick single there. Tell me, Henry, I want to ask you one thing.
Yeah.
Couple of questions about where in the world you've commentated. Can you hit me up with maybe some of the more unique places you've commentated for TMS?
Oh, goodness me.
That really stick in your mind. A couple of places where you thought...
I've commentated for TMS in some quite strange places in Pakistan. Bhutan, I remember. Hyderabad in Pakistan. Faisalabad in Pakistan, where Gatting and Shackle Rana. Do you remember that incident?
I do remember that incident, yes. Remember it well.
I'm trying to think now, where else? In Australia, one mainly stuck to the main grounds. In New Zealand, when I worked for TVNZ, Wanganui had quite an exciting commentary box.
Yep.
I don't know I think the Indian boxes too. You never quite knew what was going to happen.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. And I remember getting into one Indian commentary box, and I can't remember what the hell it was. And when we got in, and the first morning, the sight screen was immediately in front of us. All we could do.
Are you kidding? It was that low. Oh dear.
It was terribly funny.
Okay.
Peter Baxter was our producer. Was there?
Yeah.
He did handstands, and eventually we got it moved. It was quite funny.
Oh no, 87 for 1, 12 overs gone, and but that's not the biggest. The biggest battle out there in the centre. The battle out in the centre for us is pretty much the Swiss women. Just to make a real bit of fist of this, and you mentioned at the start, Henry, a really good point, which is if they can find themselves in a score above a 150 at the end of 20 overs, not getting bowled out as well, it's a small win despite the loss of the game. It's a small win for the team in a very important match.
It's going to make the dressing room a much easier place for Rhino, isn't it?
Yes.
Don't you think? Because he's got something really to talk about, really positive.
And something to build on from that point onwards as well.
Rather than to keep on massaging what is left of a massive defeat.
Yes. And then ends up going over the same ground again and again. Yeah. So, you're absolutely right. Okay, we start the 13th now. It swung away nicely. There is protection out there deep at mid-wicket. And quickly gets the throwback. So just a single. We saw shots like that get turned into twos in the previous innings when Spain were in full control of that innings. But just the single there.
Would you see, again, putting fielders under pressure? When they'd hit that, the batsman running and said two, that puts the fielder under great pressure and can easily lead to a mess up.
That's so true. It could have easily come undone there. What was your favourite ground to commentate
Well,
on?
my favourite ground, Trent Bridge. I adore
Trent Bridge.
And their new commentary box there was absolutely fantastic. The old one was good in the pavilion, but it was because they always gave us the freedom of the committee room, which made it even more attractive.
Very nice.
No, Trent Bridge. Overseas, goodness me, there was some lovely boxes. And in India now on the big grounds, there's some very good boxes there.
Yeah. Nice shot through the point region there, and it's going to beat the fielder. I thought the fielder had a chance to maybe chase that one down. The placement was better. I was a bit wrong-sighted on that one, but no, fielder can't get to it. It's a boundary. Nice shot all the way along the deck. No danger in that.
It was a lovely shot with him.
Was a lovely shot indeed. Like that.
And the best strokes are always the really pure cricket strokes, which that was. And, it's good.
Yeah. Layla Pickard, she's got 46 from 46, striking at 100. That's down the leg side. Umpire turns to the scorers and shows the appropriate signal. So Layla's got a red-hot chance here to pick herself up a half-century. Don't want to put the comms curse on her, but she's got a really good chance here to notch herself up a little milestone for herself. And, of course, that's just another thing that Switzerland would love to just take that and note that in the book and say, yep, that's what we did against Spain. Still a bit of work to do, though. Amrita has been very handy at the non-strikers end as well. She's got 33 from 27 with 4 boundaries in that total as well. As Chakapali continues. Bit hesitant on the run there, but it was always there. The throw was above the stumps. Good throw, but a good quick call and a good quick run. Good backup from the non-striker.
I think she's probably regretting that she didn't smack that no ball down the leg side or just tickle it round the corner for 4.
Oh, yeah.
I think she probably should have done, but there we are.
Yeah, maybe not the tickle. Maybe go the full-blooded hoik.
Oh, I say. That's a good sort of slog sweep. It's only number 1 out to deep mid-wicket.
She timed it well, didn't she? Really timed that beautifully. That is 13 overs gone, 95 on the board for the loss of just 1 wicket. And this partnership now is already up to 81. So that's very, very good recovery from the early loss of their skipper, Metagotta. And these two putting on some good runs in pretty good time as well. That run rate at 7.3. Exciting stuff there.
The danger now is that one of them is going to get out, and then we're going to have a helter-skelter of wickets. And a big batsman are going to come in and start slogging, which I don't think they should do. I think they should be told, look, go in and play yourself in, look to score runs, but don't think you've got to catch up with 18 runs over, because it's impossible. But just keep on playing.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. When the required runs are still 138 from 42 deliveries, I would like to think that the coach would have already be with the same mindset of exactly what you've just said there, Henry, and just say, look, play your game, but don't look at that scoreboard, but play your game.
Yes, absolutely.
Work together as 2 batters out there in the centre.
What he should say is you're playing for tomorrow, not for today.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Oh, I totally see what you mean. Yep, absolutely. It makes perfect sense. We've allowed them to get 233 runs on the board in this T20 match. So, the damage was done with our fielding and bowling. Oh, nicely placed. That's going to run away as well, slightly down the hill towards us. And across the boundary rate for 4 runs. Nicely placed.
It was, you see, with those short ones down the leg side, you haven't got to pulverise them like a hit like a kicking horse. You can just steer them, because this outfield is so quick.
Yep.
That if you know where the fielder is, you can just touch it. It's 4 runs.
That's right, yeah. I mean,
that was a perfect example.
Use the pace of the bowler. Let it just run off the blade. So nice boundary there to Amrita. And she goes to sort of pull that one. It goes very much straight down the ground almost. And just a single gets Layla Pickard on strike, who's 47 from 47 balls.
Yes.
And she's got 7 boundaries in there as well. Eyeing off an opportunity here to pick up herself a very handy half-century. 100 up as well with that strike as well. 100 for 1, 13.2 overs to get it. They're going to scamper through for 1 here. She's just mishit. Keeper does all the work. Just the 1, though.
48 and 48 now.
48 and 48, yes, indeed. 132 still required from 39, and as Henry and I have both been saying, that is pretty much something which is secondary to what the main point of this innings for Switzerland is at this point onwards.
And it's this that gives this game a fascination for me.
Yeah. will hit up in the air. Doesn't quite get all of it, but gets enough of it, and that goes over the top of the outstretched hand of the mid-off fielder there. It goes down to the long-off boundary for 4 runs. Nice strike. That comes off the swinging blade of Amrita, and she marches into the 40s as well. So she's up to 43 now from 31. So both players in the 40s.
I thought that actually came a bit high up the bat. It didn't make quite the noise it might have done out of the middle. I didn't think.
Now that's going to be a dead ball.
What happened there? I didn't see that.
There was something not right there behind the bowler. The fielder there was either talking, moving, or changing the field or something, and the batter was very aware that there was nothing happening, but the bowler just started running in because the umpire hadn't. Well, now he puts his arm out. He hadn't put his arm out, and he hadn't stood in the bowler's way, and the batter was no. There are things happening. There's noise. There's fielders moving. We're not ready, and the batter just let the ball just hit the bat without any stroke, and dead ball was called, appropriately called. Let's try again. 2 to come in the over. Oh, tries to square this one up again, and it's got over the head of that same fielder, and it is going to also find the boundary. So back-to-back boundaries here. And suddenly, well, we talked before about Pickard possibly picking up a half century here. Well, Amrita suddenly has heard us, Henry, and she said, hang on a minute, don't forget I'm here. And she's belted 3 boundaries in about 5 balls and said, I'm now up to 47. Maybe I'll get my 50 before
it's a good contest.
My counterpart, yeah. The race is on. Last ball, the 14th coming up. Oh, makes a bit of room, plays that shot of hers, goes around the corner. This time the fielder does the job and protects the boundary, and it's just going to be one well fielded. Good work. 110 for 1 after 14. Both players on 48.
Takes it at 48, and she's got the strike too.
Yes.
So she is the favourite, I think, now at this stage. But isn't this very good cricket? Very sensible and a delight to watch. And I must, but my great friend in cricket, Switzerland, why I'm out here, who is Clive Denny, who is one of the organisers, and I'm thrilled for him.
Yes.
Because he's put such a lot of effort into this, and I really am delighted that he's A, enjoying it as much as he is, B, he sees what all that he has done come to fruition in this way, and today he's going to have something, in a sense, to cheer about.
Well, it's wonderful that you've been able to come out here and you know show that level of support as well, because it has been a fantastic tournament, and this is a tournament we hope it kicks on year after year, draws bigger clubs, more clubs, it maybe goes for a little bit longer, turns into something that people mark in their calendars, and it becomes a proper event here in Central Europe. That'd be magnificent.
Well, I'm trying to talk my invitation up for next year as well. Okay. But it's been wonderful. It really has, and I suppose actually if it was not played here, where else in Switzerland would it be played?
There's a ground. Well, they played a series down in where was it? Cossonay? Yeah, Cossonay, which is over towards the French border.
Yes.
I know there's other grounds in Switzerland for sure.
There isn't a ground in Geneva, is there?
I think the one in Cossonay is probably about as close as you'll get to Geneva.
Yes,
I think.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes. Yeah. So drinks have been taken. It's quite warm out in the centre. Probably out in the centre. Wouldn't be surprised it's pushing into around about the mid-30s already. It has crossed midday. It's now just after 22 minutes past the hour, and quite warm indeed out there in the centre.
Our friend Rhino, the coach, is out there. It'd be very interesting to hear what he's saying to the two not-out batsmen, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, it'd be wonderful to be a fly on, well, not a fly on the wall. There's no wall out there, but a fly on the shoulder.
We might get him along later, and he might tell us. Actually, it'd be very interesting.
Actually, that's true. Yes, if Switzerland don't get through this game, which looks like with the current runs required they won't, it'd be good to get Rhino over here. We can have that conversation. Find out what sort of information do you impart to during the drinks break? What's the conversation?
Exactly. I'd love to know what he was been telling them. I'm sure it'll be not dissimilar to what we've been suggesting he might be telling them.
I would like to think so.
Suggesting he should be telling them.
Just to prove that we know something about the game as well.
Fingers crossed.
All right, we're about to resume. 14 overs are gone, 110 on the board for loss of 1 wicket. Here we go with over number 15 starting now. Nicely placed. It's going to be just the single.
So 49 to her, and Picard in strike, he was 48.
Yes, indeed. Amrita has taken the single and said to her counterpart, you know what, I'll give way. Hopefully they're not going to be over polite and try to invite the other one to get the 50 before they do. Bowler charging in again. This is Mushtaq. And it's very nicely defended away. Good straight delivery. Rabia Mushtaq bowling her third over. She's only gone for 6 runs off her first 2 overs. 5 off her first 2 overs with a single at the start of this over. That's only 6 runs off 2.2 overs. She's been very economic for Spain.
Bowled well, hasn't she?
Bowled very, very well. And good respect shown by the 2 batters as well, with Picard currently on 48 from 49. Oh, she goes to play a shot on the back foot, trying to maybe run it out through point and misses.
She actually tried to play that with a flat bat. If she played it with a straight bat, I think it would have been better because the ball was too close to the stumps, I think, to play with a flat bat.
Yeah,
she could have forced it there into extra. She perhaps have got a couple of runs.
She ended up being very cramped, wasn't she? She was really tucked up. Couldn't get any elevation or power.
There we are.
They're going to run one, and it's just going to be the one as the fielder at that backward point, probably call it a third, short third, just manages to knock it down, and it's just going to be a single. So, can you believe it, Henry? They're keeping us on the edge of our seats.
I said there we are. I should have said there he is, shouldn't I?
Oh, dear. Both batters now on 49.
It's exciting. It's rather exciting. It's contest,
a game within a game.
Isn't it? I know.
Yeah, it's like a bit of Inception here.
And this is one of the great strengths of cricket. So often you do get games within games, which make it so fascinating.
Now we've got a shoelace-related situation for, I think it's Picard, who's getting some attention from the umpire. It's very nice, the umpire. Funny enough, I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. I always find it funny that often when batters have a shoelace problem, they go to the wicketkeeper. And I think, well, the wicketkeeper's got to take their gloves off.
Yes, indeed.
So why don't you just take your own gloves off as a batter and do your own shoelaces up? I've never understood why you go to the keeper.
The umpires are valid, do you think?
Umpires are valid.
Yes.
They haven't got enough to do. Defended away, and that is a run off the bat. And that is going to be a 50 up for Amrita. So finally one of the batters does get 50. She raises the bat in triumph and looks to the heavens and says, thank you, well battered you, well battered. Off 35 deliveries and 7 boundaries.
And well batted indeed. She's done jolly well. And they both get together, both batsmen, hug each other, high fives.
Excellent.
And good.
That is really, really good reward for effort for Amrita. Sadisaran has notched up a half century, a T20I half century, 50 off 35 with 7 boundaries. Congratulations to her. And Picard now. Is she going to join her?
Yes, she is.
She does indeed. And a carbon copy celebration as well.
Down to short third man, and they've scampered the single, and we have repeat hugs. Well done. Terrific. They both played very, very well. They should be extremely proud of what they've done, and now it's important for the context of the game, the situation, and for Swiss cricket that they both mentally take a fresh guard and start again.
Yes, yeah, I totally agree. That would be 100% what they should do here. And also, there's also a third little element to this as well. That is the 100 partnership between these two.
When's that coming?
Right now, 100 partnership between these two.
We've got it up.
Yeah, they came together to score on 14 for 1. It's now 114 for 1.
Oh, how wonderful.
So that
run
is
brought up not only Picard's 50, but also the 100 partnership.
Yeah, so we had 150, another 50, and with the second 50, it was 100 partnerships. It's all happening for Switzerland. It's all coming together for them.
Numerical bliss.
It was. This is number Wang at its best. Absolutely love it. That's fantastic. So a couple of 50s and 100-run partnership between these two as you suggest, Henry, take guard again and restart the engine. It's been hit nicely. Just down to the ground. Going to be just taking a single there, not looking to power anything along. But a single is absolutely fine.
Yes, it was a sort of square cut that didn't quite find the middle of the bat, but found a gap enough to produce a single.
Yeah, our friend Vivek in the chat is saying started the innings, Picard played reasonably good, but then she slowed down. And it was Amrita who slowly raised her innings. You're absolutely right there, Vivek. And that is a lovely shot from Amrita. But a bit of ball watching there. She thought it was going to go to the boundary and just ambled a few steps out of her crease and then realised that's not going to go nowhere near the boundary. Well, just a momentary lapse of concentration there and end up scampering through for a single. It's funny how that can happen sometimes, can't it? Just creeps into the batter's game where they say, that's a lovely tee shot off the third. Oh, hang on, I'm not playing golf. I've got to run. That's a nice shot. That's a nicely placed shot. There's a bit of work to do there. Fielder gets down and does a very good bit of work too. So the relayed throw means they can easily get a couple of runs. So good work all around. It's a nice shot and a very good bit of fielding as well. Score up to 118 for 1, halfway through the 16th. Again, we're not worried about what the score is. Spain will win this match and they'll win it quite comfortably. But Switzerland putting in a really good effort here with the bat. Just showing a little bit of grit and determination here, as that's also going to run to the boundary. So just a few things going Switzerland's way. And Spain maybe ask themselves a few questions here, because they're going to have to face a formidable opponent in a couple of hours' time in today's final.
I tell you what, this Lindsay Boas, the opener, who scored 100 the other day, what an important player she is in this Argentinian side. I mean, when she got out in the games yesterday, just suddenly then stutter became rather worse, didn't it?
It did. The wobble was obvious, yes.
Yes, rather nice that. A stutter became a wobble. You're quite right. Play on words. How lovely.
You like that one. Awesome. Oh, boy. Someone in the chat asking, when's the Brazil match? Yes, so the final is being played at 2 o'clock today. It's scheduled for 2 o'clock. We'll see if there's any changes. That we'll make sure everyone's aware if there's any changes, because it is quite warm conditions, and we'll make sure the officials are quite happy to still have that match start at 2 o'clock today. Wow. How about
6
that?
runs. That was a terrific blow.
Wow. Smoked.
Absolutely.
You enjoyed that?
That was a slog sweep, wasn't it, really? I mean, it went way over mid-wicket for 6. It was a beautiful stroke.
The timing was impeccable. The strike was brilliant.
A slog's unfortunate, but it was a bit of a slog sweep. But I think slog gives you the wrong impression, because in fact it was a very cultivated stroke.
Can you see that two of them are struggling to find the ball up on the grassy knoll? It took a couple of tries. It actually went quite a long way back. What a great
strike. You think
strike.
Vin is still hiding behind there with his yellow suitcase?
Oh, he's definitely up there somewhere, for sure.
I thought his suitcase, yes. It looked as though his suitcase was playing for Brazil. Wonderful. I hope wherever he is, he may be listening. Vinny, I hope you've travelled safely and have got wherever you're going in one piece.
Oh, it gets through square leg, and she may take a bit of pace off there.
Just enough.
Did indeed, yes. Took a bit of pace off. That's Rabia Mushtaq there with probably just giving that palm of her hand a bit of a ring, as it got hit quite hard. 6 hours gone, 132 for 1 on the board. That completes that over. They're currently going up 8.2, which is not a bad bit of motoring for the side. And I'm just got the eyes on Amrita out there, who's down on her haunches at the non-striker's end at the start of the next over. Maybe just sucking in the deep breaths. She's currently 59 from 38, Layla Pickard. She's on 58 from 56, and what a wonderful partnership this has been between the two of them.
I hope now these two bat out until the end. What I don't want to see is 4 weeks going down and finishing at the 148 for 6.
Yeah.
Because that isn't going to be as good an answer as 150 for 1.
No, we want them to play the game out. And if these two can carry their bats all the way through, I agree. That'll be fitting. Absolutely fitting. So let's see. It's 4 overs to go. We're about to start the next over. Jakapali comes back on. She's going to bowl her third. Good quick delivery. Just fires that one through with a little bit of extra hot sauce on that delivery.
It's interesting that. I was watching it through binoculars.
Yeah.
She sort of made room for that. The front leg went away to the leg side. It was too close to the off stump for that sort of behaviour. But this is a modern tendency. That's a short one. That got the works. Has that gone for forward, or was it a very good stop? It's a very good stop.
Excellent acrobatic stop on the boundary line there at deep square. Very good stop indeed. Well done. Saved a couple of runs, and that is great desperation from the Spanish fielders.
It was rather good watching that shot. She uncoiled like a spring, and she hit it. It was a lot exciting. And because I was again watching that close up through my binoculars.
But she got in position to play that shot really quickly.
Didn't she?
Saw her the short ball and said, I'll have some of that on leg side. Thank you.
And there she is on the offside, but it's going down to backward point, and they scamper a single.
Took off straight away, and good work. Again, we talk about this a lot, about the pressure on the fielder. Suddenly they're the ones who are no longer in control. So good work, good running. As, Leila Pickard, she's on 61 now, and Amrita marches up towards 59. We continue. Tries to get that on a full, ends up sort of just mishitting it in the block hole, but they still take a run, almost walk the run.
She sort of paddled it, didn't she? To mid on. Yes.
Yes.
I think she did actually get it on the full toss, but having got there, didn't hit it within any appropriate part of the bat. If you see what I mean.
I think she's got it like just on the half volley and just smacked it straight back into the ground again.
On the half volley, was it? Yeah. I'm sure you're right.
Yeah. 2 to come. Oh, nicely placed. Oh, it's a chase on here for the fielder. The ball wins that race, though. Lovely shot.
Ball won that easily, didn't it, really?
Yeah.
Wonderful shot.
That was a great shot.
Wasn't it? Terrific.
Just didn't try to overhit it. Happy to angle the bat perfectly and just let that ball hit the right sweet spot, and the pace of the bowler did the rest of it. And the placement.
Right when you said she didn't try and overhit it. So many batsmen, when they see a loose ball, they try to overhit it and they don't profit from it.
They get crazy, don't they? It's a rush of blood.
I know.
And bang, you've seen it a million times. I know you have. Yes. And again, just sets off straight away. Bit of a fumble there in the covers, but it won't yield up any more than just the single that was already going to be taken, as that finishes 17 overs, 141 for 1 after 17. This partnership between these two has now blossomed towards 127 runs this partnership is worth, and that is excellent work. A few drinks are coming out for the players.
Rhino's got to come out now and say to them, come on, bat through until the close. Don't get out. Don't you think?
I'm just watching to see if he's going to come out. Maybe there's a little message with those drinks.
Yes.
So it's only going to be a drink for the batters, not for the fielders, just for the batters. So I reckon there's probably a little note there in the palm of the hand to say, "Yep, keep it going, stick around, no more wickets, keep doing what you're doing. Let's just keep motoring along. Same old. The scoreboard. Don't look at the scoreboard. Enjoy the next 4 overs, 3 overs."
Enjoy the 4th over if they want, but they'll do that in the bar, won't they?
That should be worse.
I shouldn't have said that, of course not, but there we are.
Oh, they'll just have energy drinks.
It was my inclination, not theirs.
They'll just be replacing their lost electrolytes with some energy drinks, probably those blue-coloured ones that get around.
I was thinking about the 19th green.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were thinking about that one. Yes, indeed. Yep. See, we get away with saying that at the home ground in Prague because we have the golf course around us and we have the massive clubhouse that literally hangs over the ground. It's quite amazing, the placement there.
One day, let's run down nicely to third man for a single. I was talking to Valeria, my wife, about it last night. We're both determined to come out and see your cricketing domain.
I would love to come out to Prague, out to Vinoš, the cricket ground there. You would be our very welcome guests. I'll have a chat to the board and put the message in saying, let them know we may have a very special guest coming out at some stage.
I'd love to. I'd really love to.
It'd be wonderful to have you out there.
And, as I said to you, if there are enough of them to get together and they'd like to do a chatty evening, I'm delighted to stand up and sing for myself if anyone wants it.
Well, that's the sort of invitation that is worth its weight in gold. That's something that I will definitely wield back to President and Chairman of Czech Cricket. That's Prakash and Mike,
but
my
you'll
two
have
good
to tell
friends.
him I don't speak Czech.
Oh, we'll have to work on that. We'll give you a crash course.
Another one down to mid-off. They're playing sensibly. They aren't slogging. Runs coming, but measured runs, which is what I'd like to see.
Yeah, there's no sort of scoreboard pressure on them whatsoever, and they're reacting accordingly. Just a little bit of a dance down the pitch, and then holds back and says, "No, I'll just tuck that round the corner." Doesn't follow through with the strike that she was looking to do originally, and that just shows the temperament of these two batters that they do understand what's in front of them, which is only a handful of balls left, and they want to be there at the end. So the change in her mind of I'm not going to go through with the drive because it's not on, and that one is hit nicely, gets a bit of airtime, but there's no regulation mid wicket, so deep mid wicket does all the work. Another single. Also noticed how the dot balls are really dropped off in this partnership too. As they got going, there's less and less dot balls. We've had 1 dot ball, I think, in the last 3 overs, and that's just sort of testament to how these two have been travelling.
That's at the end of the over. How many more have we got to come?
We've got 2 to come.
2 to come.
146 for 1, with 2 overs still to come.
Hasn't this been enjoyable?
This has been fantastic.
And, I thought, oh dear, it's going to be a walkover innings, but it's been terrific.
It has. Okay, some spectators may say, "Oh, I bet the game's gone," but it's like, yeah, but it's the game within the game. There's a lot more to take away from this than simply the contest on the scoreboard, and that for us has been a real thrill. Almost caught and bowled through the outstretched fingertips, and then it gets through the mid-off as well. Oh, very close to a caught and bowled there. I thought that was a chance for a wicket.
Yes, it was a slightly clumsy stroke. See, the ball wasn't quite there for the pull. It was anyway.
Yeah,
you got away with it,
and it just slapped it tennis style down the ground, almost straight through the hands of Deepa. She stuck out the mitt. This time she goes towards deep mid wicket, all the way along the deck for just a single miss hit there. I think at this stage of the innings, considering the temperature out there in the centre and the fact that these two have been out there for quite a while, a couple of missed hits at this stage would be quite forgiven.
Yes.
This game's going along nicely. Spain are going to get the win here. They're going to face Brazil in the final.
We didn't think we'd be on the tips of our toes, so to speak, at the 19th over, did we? When this began, that's hit away on the offside. A little bit of luck there. That was in the air. Was that? I didn't see it. Was it a bump ball?
Yeah. No, I don't think it was a bump ball. No, it was. But it was badly hit just over the top, over the head of the bowler, who had a wry smile on her face as I think she sort of made eye contact with her counterpart running in there. That was her captain, Amy Brown Carrera, and she said, "That's the second caught and bowled I've missed." We're nowhere near her hands though. And that's hit out nicely towards square leg. Oh, they're going to no. Oh, there could be trouble.
It's gone to the wrong end.
I think they've gone to the wrong end.
Yes.
They have. Well,
I think actually, I'm not certain the field hadn't got the ball in the air. But, I mean, she didn't get much of a chance to realise which end was going to be the one to throw at. I don't know. Maybe I got that wrong.
I think by the time she'd released the ball, then there was the mistake and hesitation with the batters. So she'd already released the ball going to the striker's end. But the trouble then happened at the non-striker's end. So I think the fielder could be forgiven for that.
Right. We will forgive her.
We will forgive her. Hey, the 150's up as well. 151 for one with those two runs. So we've got to the 150 there, Henry.
Very good. Excellent. This is now the last over, isn't it?
This is, nope, we've still got one to come after this.
The penultimate.
We've got two balls left in this over. There's the first one. I think we'll have to have that one again, unless that got a little something. Oh, no.
She's stumped.
She's been given stumped.
I think she was stumped. Yes, oh dear.
Stumped off a wide? Okay. Hasn't signalled a wide.
No.
Maybe she got a little tickle on it, possibly. We're just checking that.
Yes. She walked straight away.
She did.
There was no question of
no hesitation
of waiting for the decision or anything.
Yep. Stumped by Velasquez behind the stumps there off Chakapali, who does get herself a wicket. So reward for effort for the bowler.
I thought it was a stump. It had that look about it.
Yep.
But well done. She did awfully well, and many congratulations. It was a splendid innings, and one that the Cricket Switzerland should be thrilled with.
Oh, for sure. 65 from 44 deliveries, 7 boundaries, and 1 big towering 6.
And she raises her bat as she goes into the pavilion,
good for
the
her.
home pavilion. How lovely.
That is lovely.
And it's very good to see.
It's a good sight.
And she's pleased, and I think all her fellow colleagues and coaches will be delighted too. Now, new batsman. We mustn't. Switzerland don't want to lose another wicket.
They do not. Looks like it's Melissa Pienaar out there. Big hitter when she needs to. Oh, straight away. Good intention shown straight off that first ball, Henry.
I say she hit that, didn't she?
Really gave that something. Gave it a proper welly. It was a lovely stroke.
Terrific stroke.
Didn't middle it, but wow. There you go. Nice way to start. Good intent shown straight away, even though it's the last ball of the 19th. It all happens in the 19th, and it did because that wicket finally fell. And that was an exceptional partnership. So that was the partnership of 137 runs was broken with the score on 151. So 152 for 2 as we turn the corner into the final over now with Melissa Pienaar just coming out there for that face off that first delivery.
I should remember this innings commentary. It's been great fun.
I'm glad to hear that.
It's great fun to work with you, I think. It really is.
Thank you very much.
It's been great fun to work with everyone. I don't mean that at the expense of anyone else, but it's been a lovely session, hasn't it?
It's been a great session. Really enjoyed this one. There's been something going on that we've really enjoyed. That partnership was electrifying. And Layla Pickard is still carrying her bat out there. As this is hit nicely around the corner. Just going to be the single, though. Layla Pickard, just consider a thought for her. She's been out there for 19 overs and 1 delivery. She's 71 off 67 with 9 boundaries, and she's looking like she could carry her bat all the way through. So if she can do that, that's, well, hats off. That is a brilliant effort.
5 balls she's got to play. Oh no, she's got to run there, so she may not have to play anymore.
Maybe she's saying, "I'm done. I'm cooked. Stick a fork in me."
I'm going to play out the rest of this last over from the non-striker's end. Sensible girl.
I will cheer you on from here, and I'll run the 2s, and I'll
tap the 4s.
I'll be here for psychological assistance. As well, Melissa gets this one around the corner again. So just give me another single.
It is.
Going to give Layla another chance to face another delivery.
3 more balls to go.
155 for 2 on the board. Saw Chris Smith join us back in the chat. And a few of the Blue Crew jumpies back in the chat. Ray Tipping back in the chat as well. Good to see you all. Probably been watching the action from Hornchurch. Big appeal there. Umpire unmoved. And I mean, he's completely unmoved.
Oh, I think that was I dare say it flipped part of our clothing. I don't think that. I didn't get the impression she hit that at all.
I think you're absolutely right. Naomi bowling.
2 balls to go.
Short and just pummeled back past the bowler. No run. Elects for no run there.
So 1 ball to go. My goodness me, it's exciting stuff.
1 ball to go. Henry, why don't you call the last ball? I'll
call
watch.
the last ball. Well, no, go on, you do it. You do it. You've been doing it so well. Go on.
All right, Naomi comes to the bowl. It's the last ball. It gets a little bit of airtime, but it's going to bounce safe. And a backward point comes in. Underarms are back to the wicketkeeper. The umpires call the game finished there with that single. It's 156 for 2 after 20. Chasing score of 233. It's a big, big win to Spain, who booked themselves into the final against Brazil. But wow, what a game within a game that we have thoroughly enjoyed with the batting here from Switzerland.
Yes, I agree with every word you say, and it's been a wonderful piece of cricket to commentate about on this wonderful new ground, a new competition, and a new Switzerland. Let us hope that, in cricketing terms, a new ladies' Switzerland. They did wonderfully well in this game, and let's hope that gives them the springboard to go on to greater heights. They are actually playing Spain again tomorrow morning.
They are,
and
indeed.
we may see something a bit different then.
You never know. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I'm so looking forward to that game now tomorrow with a fresh set of eyes and just a fresh outset now. Andrew Ryan has done a lot of good work with the squad, and it really showed here with his coaching techniques and what he's been talking to the batters during this innings as well. And they lose 2 wickets on the way to scoring a 156 after 20 overs, led very well by Layla Pickard, who carries her bat 73 off 71, not out, with 9 boundaries to her name, and that fantastic innings from Amrita Sasidaran, who was eventually stumped on 65 from 44 deliveries with 7 boundaries and a big towering 6 as well. Their partnership worth 137, and it was an absolute delight to watch that partnership. Both batters striking the ball at all parts of the ground, scoring their 50s, the following delivery from the other, and then also notching up the 100 partnership between them both as well. So that is the game done and dusted. And as I said, Spain booked themselves into the final against Brazil. You're going to stick around for the Spain-Brazil final, are you, Henry?
Certainly.
Excellent. That's good to hear. Well, I've enjoyed calling this innings with you. It's been an absolute pleasure for me, and I know the chat has all been lit up as well with big shouts of thank you. So thank you very much for spending the innings with me.
Well, I think you're all very brave to let know whatever. Let me come on out, and thank you very much indeed. I've enjoyed every single second with all of you. It's been terrific.
Fantastic. Good to hear. Excellent. All right, then we're going to take a break from the ground. I think it's time for a lunch break. We're going to be back in about 1 hour and 12 minutes time for the final. We're going to introduce you to that world before that, of course, but this is, for now, take a short break. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, alongside the legend himself, the TMS, amazing voice of TMS. That is Henry Blofeld's been commentating with me. So thank you so much to you, Henry, as we take a break. And I'll see you back here with Tina Goff, G-Force reunited for the final, Brazil and Spain. That's the final here. We'll see you back here shortly.
Good afternoon. It's time for the grand final here in Switzerland as the quad series comes to an exciting end, and the final is between Brazil, who've sailed through in first place, and Spain, who of course beat Switzerland in that qualifier this morning. Brazil, as the first place team, will toss the coin and Spain will call. The call is heads and the coin has gone for a run and it has come down tails, so Brazil win the toss. Brazil, what would you like to do?
I would like to bet first.
Okay, so Brazil will bat first, can shake hands between the two players. So, Carol, you've come through this tournament winning every game so far, and now you're backing yourself with the bat. Why do you want to bat first?
We think it's good to have a good score on the board because we can defend on the field. So we think it's a good choice.
So we had Julia Price on commentary yesterday in the final game, and I think she was a bit disappointed with the team's performance in the morning, but she was much happier with how you played in the afternoon. How did you see your day yesterday?
We think the same. I think in the first game we didn't bowl exactly what we want, and it was a hard field too. So in the second game we come back a little bit stronger, and today we think it's going to be a good day.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good final between you and Spain, and unfortunately for us and for you, it's the final game for you today as well in this tour of Switzerland. How has the tour been for you altogether?
It was a good tour for us. Like, it's our last tournament in the year, so we just have our objectives and we did very well, so we are really happy.
We're really happy that you've been with us on the European Cricket Network as well. One more game for you, so I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
So bringing in Amy Brown-Carrera, the skipper of Spain, losing the toss, you're going to be back in the field in the heat. What do you think about that?
You know what, we've both set a score and chased it, so we're confident to do battle ball. It's been a hot day, of course, but we've refueled, so we're ready to go.
So you beat Switzerland this morning in quite a high-scoring game, not too many wickets, so the bowlers were, I think, suffering quite a bit. We saw that Kat Frost put in an amazing shift as well. She did have to retire, agonisingly short of her century. Can you say a word or two about the teenagers' performance?
No, great, absolutely great performance. You can tell she really batted for the team there, not for her own milestone, but she noticed that she was getting tired and came off for the team. But honestly, super impressed with her. She's really kicked off this year and honestly couldn't be happy for her.
Yeah, it was amazing to watch as well. And just a final word on Brazil. I know they're a tough opponent. You've already played them once now. Have you got plans in place for how you'll deal with especially their powerful batters?
Yeah, so last game we played them, we got a few early wickets, which was great, and we just need to capitalise on that moment where we're on top. So that's our main target today, is when we get the wickets, really push on.
Yeah, well, certainly you've got to capitalise on those errors that Brazil batters might make, because they don't make too many. So I wish you the best of luck in the game. It's going to be a hot one, but I know you're going to give it your all. Thank you very much. So there we have it. Brazil have won the toss in the final and they have decided to have a bat. It's not a surprising call, to be honest. They've seen Spain suffer in the field this morning against Switzerland and they've decided to make them suffer for possibly 20 overs more. And of course, Brazil have been so mighty impressive with the bat, so they want to show us once more what they're capable of. Spain, I'm sure they go into this one as underdogs. It's a free hit for them, though. They want to catch Brazil off guard. Brazil, of course, had the rest this morning, but Spain are coming into this one on the win as well, so maybe they could take that momentum into the final. Well, it's the final as well for me and Phil, as the G-Force has to separate once more, but I'm looking forward to calling one more game. I had a nice little rest as well. How good was it to have blowers on the call with Phil? So Phil, the news from the toss is that Brazil have won it and they are going to have a bat.
Welcome back, everybody, to the wonderful MRAC cricket ground here as the players take their positions for the final. That's right, it's the final of this T20I women's inaugural competition here in Switzerland. Big shout out to Cricket Switzerland for putting on this fantastic event and also getting us, European Cricket Network, to bring this entertainment to your screens wherever you're watching from around the world. Phil G here in the central commentary position, sweating it out under the Swiss sun. Never thought I'd live to say the day, but there it is. I'll soon be joined by the other one from G-Force. You all know who she is. That's Tina Goff, who's just done a fantastic introduction there and an expertly done coin toss as well. You can see there that the toss was won by Brazil, who wanted to bat first. Looking to get out in the centre and just give Spain a little bit of a headache, putting them out into the field again. And Brazil looking to power up for a big score in this final. They have been ahead of the pack since they started playing. They played their first game on Tuesday and they looked the goods right from the get-go. A couple of little chinks in the armour we noted yesterday, but they are looking like a full, very capable squad. We're going to find it very shortly as the action is due to start at the top of the hour, which it's almost ticked over to now. But hello to everyone who's joining us here. There is a bit of cricket on today, of course, in Hornchurch, the European Cricket Network, presenting with ECS Hornchurch with Rico Full. And, of course, Mr. Max himself, Vinny Sandu, in situation there, looking after proceedings. And what a fantastic competition that's turning out to be. Big shout out to Hornchurch as well and all the partners who are looking after us over there in the United Kingdom. And everyone here, thanks to Rado for the coin toss information, and thanks to Cricket Switzerland, who've done a fantastic job as well, looking after us, keeping us fed and watered, and keeping all the players looked after as well. Switzerland, unfortunately, fell by the wayside in the previous game in the qualifier. They lost by quite a margin, but there was a lot for them to take away from that innings that they played. Absolutely sensational innings. Myself and Henry Blofeld were on commentary for that one, and we were quite impressed with what we saw from Switzerland, albeit that they did lose the game, and they gave Spain a chance to step up into the final to see if they can go head-to-head against top form Brazil. All to play for here for this final match in this competition. What a great game it's been. Well, what a great event this has been so far. We're looking forward to a really good close contest. Spain, can they make inroads into the Brazil top order? We're going to find out shortly. Looking forward to this contest. Hope you're looking forward to it as well. Chakra Ball has got the ball. She's looking to start off proceedings here. And Agatha, they're out there in the centre also. They're the opening bats for Brazil, getting set to go. Here we go. First ball of the final coming up. And respectfully pushed down towards the mid-off for a dot ball to start off proceedings. Very warm conditions here out the centre. I've walked across the ground a couple of times and it does feel quite warm out there. I'm not sure how the players can handle being out there for an hour and a half at a time and then back out there for another hour and a half in the next innings. It's tough conditions for the ladies. Tough conditions for anybody out there in the centre. It's going to be warm all through the weekend and all through next week here in Switzerland. From what I saw from the forecast, the long-range forecast, there's no chance of a break in the heat until not this weekend, but the following weekend. So if you're based here in Switzerland and you're watching this and you're saying, yeah, Phil, we know it's hot. Yeah, I understand you've got to wait for quite a while before there's a break. Smashed, absolutely smoked towards the dugouts. And that is a big crashing shot for 6. Doesn't hang around. Lindsay Boas just goes bang, hits this one downtown. Laura Agatha watches that sail way, way over the boundary, gives her teammate a little nod, a little tap on the bat. Well done. Let's see more of that, she says. To be fair, it was right there in the spot. Tries to go again. Doesn't quite get the same amount of oomph on that one. Couple of bounces and it goes away for 4 runs. They did put a deep mid wicket out, but she's very square. Probably more of a boundary rider on the square leg side rather than deep mid wicket. Just moving a little bit more around now. So another hit out towards the boundary rope. Finds it. 1 bounce, 4 runs. In case you missed it, thanks to Rado for the toss information that Brazil won the toss, elected to bat first. Keen to get a score on the board and look to defend and maybe carry away the title. What has been a fantastic performance from them in this 4-way series. Gets a leading edge, and this one's going to run away from the fielder, chasing after that one, but to no avail as it goes to that boundary at third. The ball just accelerated away from the fielder, chasing after it, but had no chance to haul that one in. Hello to Ray Tipping in the chat. Gives us a shout out and says, Boas batted really well yesterday. She sure did, Ray. Hope you enjoyed that. And looking like she's setting herself for another good day today. Already raced up to 14. It's got all the runs so far with 1 more ball to come in the first over. Tossed up, gets it on the full, almost takes out the umpire, almost takes out the bowler's fingers as well. And it finds the boundary rope, 4 runs, 1 bounce across the rope for 4 runs. It was a straighter drive as you like, but it was a flat straight drive. It looked to the eye like it was nothing more than a defensive forward push and end up middling it. And you can see Chakapal she's sort of shredding her shoulders and saying, well, I know I probably should have got hands on that. To be fair, it probably went through just about probably a foot above her head. Umpire had to take evasive action, everyone to get out the way, and it's a boundary line, met the ball and said, that's 4 runs, 18 off that first over. What a start. What a start for Brazil. And Spain already probably feeling that they've been hard done by with the toss going in the favour of Brazil. They wanted to bat first because they're out there for another 19 overs to endure and try and find a way to break through this top order. Agatha, who's been spectating for the first part of this innings. She's going to get her chance to face her first delivery. We're almost set to go then with the second over about to start. It's going to be Mushtaq who's got the ball. See if she can make some sort of inroads here. Coming in from the northern end. It's not quite northern end, is it? It's probably more the western end, northwestern end. Over the top of the fielder who was coming in there. I think that was pretty much long on, was about probably 5 meters inside the boundary rope and just started marching in a bit more. And it was pretty easy just to knock it over her head and find another boundary. So that's a 6 and then 4 fours all in a row, albeit that the over was broken. For this ball, 22 on the board, no loss. And Brazil looking like they're just enjoying a bit of a day out here, already marching up to 22 with only 7 legal deliveries bowled. Shapes for a square cut, ends up dropping the blade and just dabs it down. Just backward a point for a single. Spain right up against it here in this match against Brazil. Welcome to everyone in the chat. See a little bit of love in the chat for both Spain and Brazil. Good to see. We're hoping for a good contest here. It's going to be tough for Spain, though, coming off that big win they had against Switzerland in the qualifier. But they need to back themselves up here on the hottest day of the week. Probably maybe the hottest day of just these last couple of weeks as well. Tough conditions. Knocked around the corner. Quick single. Had to get the skates on, but made it back fine. No problem at all. Snoozy's in the chat is saying, who are the favourites? Well, the favourite, you could, probably say Brazil would be the favourites looking at the standings. You can find all the standings and the stat information at ECN.cricket. Check our website. Everything you need is right there at your fingertips, and those standings tell us the numbers that Brazil were looking the goods. Dot ball. First dot ball for 8 deliveries. Oyo in the chat jumps in and says, Brazil won all the games in the group stage. Absolutely. That's what we're talking about. And look at that very healthy net run rate. If you have a look at the standings, a positive 5.8 after their 3 games. Untouchable. Absolute daylight between them and second place. Who ended up being Jersey, who were never going to be part of the finals competition. They had commitments away from here for today, so we're never going to be able to stick around. Launched. Has it got the legs? Well, it's got the legs and then some. Look out for the people camping down there. There's a group of people camping that area, and they were right in the zone, and I'm not sure they had their eyes on the ball. One person landed about a metre in front of them. They were not even aware it was coming their direction. Keep your eyes on the prize, people, especially when Brazil are batting. And that was absolutely smoked out of the ground by Laura Agatha. She's on 11 from 4. Spain looking at that scorecard with 1 ball to come in the second over. It's 30 without loss. And I don't want to preempt here, but it's already looking scary. Oh, slightly missed it. Just elevates this about knee height past the bowler. They will take 1, and that will be the end of the over. 31 for no loss after 2. The projected score says 130. I would suggest that's going to jump up in leaps and bounds before you know it. Their projected score for me is definitely 200 plus at the moment. They're looking very good. Bowling is looking a bit tough, but as I said, Spain have just played a game in very hot, sweltering conditions in the previous match against Brazil. So give them a chance. They have had a break. We've all had a bit of a break. We all needed the break as well. Find something cool to drink and a little bit of sustenance as well. It's tough going out there. So once again, for the people who've just joining us or who are not reading the comments above, people asking about where is Jersey. I'll say it again for you. Jersey had commitments elsewhere, and that was known before this competition started. So we knew that Jersey were not going to play in finals if they qualified. They would have qualified for finals. They came into They were in the standings in second position, but unfortunately they had commitments elsewhere and they have already left the country for those commitments. So just let's be, hopefully you can remember what I'm saying there. That's how it is. Tell you someone who hasn't left the country, and that is G-Force's, superpower, and that is Tina Goffey rejoins me. Tina, welcome back. Brazil off to a flyer.
Absolutely. They've kind of ground Spain into the dirt here with the toss going their way. I didn't actually ask Amy what she would have done. I can't remember what she said if she did. This one is in the air and it's taken. So it will be an early wicket. Wow. Just as Spain were floundering, they get that breakthrough. It's a nice grab there at mid-wicket. Laura Agata has to depart. Been a frustrating couple of innings for her after, of course, she got that 49, was agonisingly short, probably about 2 metres short of getting her T20I half century. But in the end, she now falls early on in the piece. It's a smart grab there by Rabia Mushtaq, and Brazil lose their first 31 for 1.
Yeah, it was a good catch, wasn't it? Very good catch running across there. And Spain, just a little bit of buoyancy now, just a little bit of a scream and a yelp and a jump in their step when they see one of the opening batters leaving just against the run of play, because that has been quite a blistering start by Brazil. That run rate was going at 15 already. And now a wicket at the start of the third. That's a great result for them. Hello to Kushal Boss Official, who comes into the chat and says hello to everybody and says hello to the commentator. Good to see you as well, Kushal. Hope you're well. And settle back and enjoy this wonderful final unfolding here. Spain can pick up 1 or 2 more here. Ooh, I tell you what, cat amongst the pigeons time. You never know.
Laura Cardoso, the vice captain, who did a great job yesterday standing in for the normal captain, Carol Nascimento, coming out at number 3. She's had a few cameos, but hasn't really been able to push on to a big score herself. She's got basically 18 overs to give it a crack here. As Wasaid comes into the attack and picks up a wicket on her very first delivery. Cardoso gets staunchly forward in defence. Lindsay Boas has had 7 deliveries so far and made the very most of them, including already cracking 3 fours and a Maximo.
Not bad for 7 deliveries faced, eh? A pretty good strike rate.
This one's chipped up in the air, but it's going to go through mid-off and cover. And Deepa Chukapali, who just had that one over at the start of the innings, will have to do the fielding right in front of us. Usually we would be so sprightly jumping up from the commentary box to help the fielders, but we're kind of melted into the puddle in our seats at the moment because it's absolutely sweltering. So I can't imagine how the girls are feeling out there in the middle, especially, of course, Spain. Who played this morning, had a break, but it wasn't that long of a break. It was, an hour in between the games, because that first game did go on quite a while. Switzerland in particular in the field were quite slow. I think almost took an hour 40 for them to bowl their 20.
Yeah.
Which did mean that there was not as much of a break in between as certainly Spain would have hoped. And Brazil ruthless at the toss, putting Spain back out into the field for another 20 overs in the heat. Though, of course, Spain will be hoping that maybe they don't have to be there for the full allocation if they are able to skittle Brazil. But it's a good over there from Uzwa, picks up a wicket, goes for just that 1-4, and Brazil going at 12s here, 36 for 1 at the end of 3.
Yeah, very good wicket there, wasn't it? Very good wicket. Good way to start your over with a nice catch at the mid-wicket position to get rid of a very dangerous opening batter. And then since then, she got hit for that one boundary. But everything else was looking pretty good. So 36 for 1 after 3. And Spain, well, if they could skittle Brazil, well, they'll make headlines for sure. Or in both countries. That would be quite astonishing. But hey, cricket, anything can happen. It's a warm day. And Henry said this a couple of times during the commentary with him just before, and I always said with you as well, is that, there's a bunch of humans out there and anything can happen with humans, because sometimes their mind just ticks in one direction when it should go in the other, and it can happen sometimes. And a little bit of a mistake here can just let the floodgates open. At the moment, though, Lindsay Bowers and Laura Cardoso, you'd back them in for a big score here. But let's see what happens. All to play for. This is the final after all.
Rabia Mushtaq, fresh off taking that nice grab at mid-wicket, back on for her second over here. Her first went for 13. As was Saeed's first over, going for just the 5 runs and picking up that all-important wicket to break the opening partnership. But there's so much batting to come, isn't there, for Brazil? They've got Maria Silva, Monique Machado, the wicketkeeper, who's been so impressive with bat in hand. Ana Clara Sabino is a real pinch hitter as well. So they've got lots of power to come. That one's going to come say hello to us, Phil, I reckon. That one, it was one where we just had to close our eyes and hope for the best, because my reactions aren't what they usually are. And I saw that one disappear under the table. I lifted my feet and I closed my eyes. And luckily, all shins are still in one piece. Nice hit, though. Lindsay Boas clearly has no regard whatsoever for the safety of the ECN team. 23, she's raced to off just the 8 deliveries. Just a misfire there from Mushtaq down the leg side. This time it's club straight. There is a fielder at long on who's trying to race around, but the ball is always going to win that race. There's back-to-back boundaries for Boas, who's showing early signs of being on another great run of form.
Yeah, just too straight, too fast, too high, and it eludes long on, who cannot get around to cut that one off. It's a lovely start from her. She's looking ominous. Absolutely in ominous form at the moment. Lindsay Boas, very impressive, very strong as well on all parts of the ground. Pleasure to watch, though. She is dynamite.
She's a real 360 player as well. That's what Julia Price was saying yesterday on comms. Doesn't hit it in conventional areas, though. That's a conventional bash over mid-wicket, and it says hello to the grassy knoll. There is a spectator at the top of the knoll, and he's going to tumble his way down to collect the grizzly off the side of the hill. That one was all power there from Boas, who goes 4-4-6. And Brazil, with that Maximo, race away past 50, 51 for 1. Still 2 balls left of the 4th.
Can I tell you something about that fielder up there on the grassy knoll? Something that people don't know. He does not have flat sole shoes. Because if he did, he would have slid down on his first step onto that grassy knoll. That is quite steep. And that is not for flat sole shoes.
Yeah, Vinny and I were having the deliberation earlier in the week if we could have a picnic on that knoll. But
I don't think so.
No, that's what I thought. Vinny was convinced that you could have some kind of contraption that would steady the food, but
it's too steep. It's a contraption. What, a butler?
Do you not call your butler a contraption?
My butler's called Jeeves.
Dot ball, precious one for Mushtaq to stop the onslaught of boundaries. Final ball, and this one's going to be wide. Lindsay Boas is indiscriminate in what she goes after, and had she got any bat on that, I think that would have been another boundary to add to the collection.
Could have even caused more trouble for us as well. She was looking for that behind square. She got it fine. It probably would have could have come to us again. Have we said something to upset her? I wonder if she did a few in our area already today in this match.
Final ball of the 4th then, take 2. This time it's driven nicely through the covers. Half stopped there by Alexis Hartley, and between her and the cover fielder, they're able to stop any more damage being done. I suppose the bad news here for Spain is that Boas retains the strike. And after 4, Brazil moving along nicely here, 53 for 1. Just looking at the team as well, one change for Brazil with Marianne Arthur missing out on this occasion. Of course, they've had the ability to just chop and change a few things. Carol Nascimento, the skipper, had a rest yesterday. Evelyn Muller came in and she's retained her spot in the lineup today. As for Spain, well, they already had a tough time of it this morning, of course, getting the better of Switzerland, but not without a bit of damage done to their bodies and souls. And they've got to find a way to get another breakthrough here, and they've continued with Wasaid, who was very impressive in her first over. This one's up in the air, should be taken. And it is. Lindsay Boas, she departs. It's a key wicket here for Spain, as that one just kind of beat the batter in the air. And all she was able to do was chip it back to the grateful hands of Uzwa Saeed, who takes one of the easier caught and bowled she'll ever have in her career. And Brazil do lose their second, 53 for 2.
Interesting time then with that second wicket falling. With second wicket to Saeed. How good is that? 2 for 5 from her, 1.1 overs. And both openers now back in the shed. Lindsay Boas, they've managed to get her out for a good score of 34, but not a rampant score. So that is that's good signs for Spain. They need to capitalise on that. It's still 53 on the board. We're still well inside the power play. And, well, they've managed to get one. If they can find another one before the end of the power play, maybe have Brazil 3 down, it just puts a whole new complexion on the game.
Yeah, I think, again, just not picking the wrong un. We've been speaking a lot about how it was with side mostly bowls wrong uns, and sometimes there's a right un, but I think that one, again, just pops up on Lindsay Boas. Looks a bit surprised by the trajectory of the ball. She has to depart, not before inflicting a fair amount of damage, but I think be disappointed that she wasn't able to kick on. The side, though, picks up her second wicket in just 7 deliveries.
Here's a question for you, Tina. The opposite of a wrong un, wouldn't that be a good un?
I suppose it depends if you think the opposite of right is good or
left un. Hang on. Oh, just too far forward. Can't believe it's going to roll across the boundary for 4 runs as well.
It's Garcia into bat here for Brazil. And, well, it was just a misjudgment there from Deepa Chukapali. You can see her first instinct is to take a few steps forward, and she almost kind of chips herself. Had she stayed where she was or even taken a step back, she would have given herself what could have been a very comfortable catch. Just a misjudgment there by the Spanish teenager, and a lucky escape there for Garcia, who picks up a 4, which probably deserved to be a wicket. Was Waside, though, bowling excellently here.
It's a funny old shot that too, wasn't it? It was just the elevated push. There was nothing really behind it.
Causing all sorts of trouble for the batters here is Saeed. But they do manage to scamper through for a single. I think if I were Spain here, I'd keep bowling Saeed through. You've got to go top heavy here.
Yep.
The only way you're stopping Brazil from posting a huge total is by getting wickets. They've got lots of batting strength. And I suppose you're not really too bothered by a score such as Lindsay Boas' 34 off 13. You can say, fine, we'll take the damage.
Mm-hmm.
But it's when someone really kicks in and gets a score of 50, 60 plus, then you start to get worried.
Yeah, agreed.
But both opening batters already in the shed for Brazil. So Spain can be happy with their start here, even if the runs are flowing for Brazil. That will be the end of the 5th. Brazil bring up the 60, but another excellent over was Saeed with just the 7 runs coming off it in the scheme of things. That's a solid over, and of course picking up that all-important wicket of Lindsay Boas.
Yeah, she's bowling really well, and I totally agree with your sentiment too. Bowl her after this over. Keep her running through. Keep it going. Keep the pressure on. There's no point taking the foot off the gas. And also, if she does bowl her next over after this one, it will be the 7th. So it'll be the first over after the power play. And I would just say, you know what? Maybe even think twice about dropping the fielders back. Bowl her again. She's causing the players to play the rash shot. She's got a caught and bowled. She's had Agatha was caught in the infield. So she's bringing the false shot from the players. Keep bowling her through, and maybe don't automatically push everyone back in a defensive mode. Keep a bit of an attack up. Brazil maybe aren't used to that. Show them a bit of an attack. Make sure you've got players right up in the eyesight of the batters.
I'd completely agree with that, Phil. Sometimes your instinct is just to push back and retreat at the end of the power play. We've been speaking a lot about that, especially in regards to Brazil, who have often had their opponents, whether it be Spain or Switzerland in particular, under a lot of pressure, and just kind of friendly-fied by releasing that pressure, putting 4 fielders out, and suddenly the batters feel like they can physically and metaphorically breathe again because they've got no one really crowding around their bat. And I think I agree with you. The 2 catches that have been taken off Saeed's bowling have both been within a 5-metre radius of the batter, and that's where you need the fielders. Slight misfield there from Zamorano, who's come on to bowl this over for Spain. It's the last of the power play, but the fielding is done there by Payal Chilongia. Just misjudges the bounce there, does Zamorano. They managed to get through for 1. Both these Brazilian batters are quite watchful in their opening exchanges. Again, just pushed forward. And direct hit will be trouble here, but she does manage to just get her bat down, does Maria Silva. It was a bit of a nonchalant jog through. Let's take a look here, Phil, whether Silva would have been gone. It's a decent pick up and throw, and it was maybe just guilty of a touch of ball watching there from Silva, but she does make her ground at the non-strikers. But another little uppish chip from the Brazilian batters.
Yeah, and again, just a good example right there. Just tucks it away, and maybe that's just down to some good bowling. A little bit more good length deliveries happening now, and Spain bowlers just starting to get back on top here a little bit, just taking a little bit of the ascendancy away from Brazil, who had a flying start, and that's good bowling from Zamorano.
It's great to see Spain rally. They could have almost been forgiven for just capitulating a touch. That one's knocked away and will be well stopped there in the deep. Thought it might run away, but it's valiantly stopped there. I think it's the skipper out there, Amy Brancarero, I think it is. Yeah, Spain, they've already had a long old shift in the field, and not too many of us would have been surprised if they just kind of rolled over and let Brazil get right on top of them. But as you said, Phil, after an early couple of lusty blows, especially from Lindsay Boas, they've come back excellently here, have Spain. As we do get to the end of the power play, then it's all the sixes, 66 after 6. And well, for Brazil standards, a bit of a boundary drought going on here. That's 10 deliveries now without a boundary. And certainly the opening exchanges here, you'd say first went to Brazil, then to Spain, and maybe kind of even Stevens after 6.
It does feel pretty evens, actually. I think it's a fair call as the players go off and have some have a drinks break. Good to see. Yeah, look, after that fourth over, they went for 17 with the 2 4s and a 6 all in a row. And it looked like things were getting pretty much undone there. And that wicket that fell at the start of the 5th from Saeed, who picked up her second, just starting to look good there. And Spain just biting back a little bit here and just reminding Brazil, it's not going to have things your own way here. We're still here and about, and we've managed to get rid of your couple of openers. So good signs and nicely poised this game.
Absolutely. You'd say Brazil still relatively happy, especially with that run rate, still looking at a score at 200 plus, which you'd imagine would be a tough ask for Spain, who will then have had 40 overs out in the field. And I know a couple of players are flagging somewhat. Worth mentioning that I think Naomi Hillman Bermejo was taken a little unwell before the game as well. We hope she's okay. Keep an eye on that to see if she does is able to play a part in this game, but it kind of just underlines just how sweltering it is. I know we've been banging on about it, but we wouldn't do it without reason. It's 36 degrees, and whereas yesterday we were kind of enjoying a bit of that breeze sweeping through across the field, today it's just gone still. And the girls out in the middle are really putting in a great shift, and it's no wonder that they're having drinks here and getting fanned down by the coaches as well.
Yeah, and when we say what the temperature is, Tina, you just said 36 degrees. People need to understand out in the centre. Add another 2.5, maybe even 3 degrees to that when it's out in the centre with no cover except the cap on their lids. That's all they've got. So it's really warm conditions, and it's tough going.
You can see that Amelia Jones, who's back with the gloves, might be regretting that as she gets some fanning action and slowly trudges her way back thinking, do I have to do this? But she's played well. I mean, I think she enjoyed being out in the field as well. She took a nice catch in the deep yesterday, has been rotating the keeping responsibilities with Sabela Velasquez, but gets the nod in this final game. She's very much Spain's number 1 keeper, but she's probably regretting her life choices right about now, as she does have to climb back in under that lid, which is not where you want to be on this sunny Thursday afternoon in Switzerland.
Indeed. And also the other double thing for keepers is they wear the gloves, and the gloves cover the wrist, and the inside of the wrist is one of the biggest heat exchange areas on the human body. It's where the vital arteries are very close to the skin, and heat exchange from there is absolutely vital. Just one of the couple of places in the human body where it's really big. So when that's covered by leather for under really warm conditions, it just makes it so much more difficult, and you do find your body temperatures rising. You find difficult ways to cool down. Can't wait to get those gloves off when you're in that position.
Yeah, she's doing a great job, is Amelia. And speaking of good job, Kat Frost, well, she comes into bowl here, but she was outstanding with the bat in that previous win against Switzerland. She was boosted up to the top of the order to replace actually Deepa Chukapali, who's had been given the nod in previous games. She went out with Alexis Hartley, and boy, did she deliver. She managed 88, and it was only really health that took priority that stopped her getting the opportunity to score the century. I think she kind of pulled the plug on her own innings, didn't she, with about 3 overs to spare, and said, no,
Yep.
if I'm going to be a functioning human the rest of the day, then I need to go and sit down ASAP. It's great to see her back up and running about and starting off with just a couple of singles here at the start of the 7th.
Yeah, it was the start of the 17th, I think. We were a handful of balls in which she better pull the plug. And we even were saying in the previous over, you know, it's the thought of triple digits keeping her going, but even that couldn't sustain her. That's how uncomfortable she was out there. But she was looking very good. It was a fantastic innings, a gutsy, proper gutsy innings. I'll take an extra one on the throw here. Well, Kat decides not to take the throw on the full as it goes past. And it was never going to hit the stumps either. So they get back for an easy 2 in the end.
Good running there. Positive intent from Brazil. The boundaries have dried up just a touch, but just a slight fumble in the deep there by Deepa Chikkapalli, and they decide very quickly to go for the double. Kat Frost steaming in once more, but a good start to this over from her. That one, though, will just fall foul of the wide line. So we were talking about the end of the power play and maybe a few deliberations in the field. First and foremost, I'm surprised that Wasaid hasn't carried on. She bowled 2 overs. She was really on top of the Brazil batters, and I don't quite understand why she hasn't continued, unless maybe just a physical reason that it's tough to bowl in these conditions. Kat Frost has come in and bowled well. I would have just stuck with Saeed. If you've got a bowler that's got 2 wickets in the power play, why would you not continue, especially when you know Brazil have got a middle to lower order, which has as yet been quite untested. And any kind of wickets really just put the pressure back onto the batting side.
Yeah, I think saving Saeed for later on, to me, is counterproductive. I just would have kept her going. It just makes sense. While she's hot, as long as she's capable and she's still, skipper, I'm ready to do another over, definitely would have given her at least one more. I mean, she could have possibly even said, look, I'm a little bit cooked. Do you mind? That's possible, but otherwise, as captain, I'd be saying, I need one more out of you. Just give me one more of those good overs. Let's see if we can do something else. If we can dislodge another one of these wickets, suddenly we have them 3 down before the 10th over. Oh, come on. That just opens the door for us.
Again, just maybe a few tactical decisions that you will only learn with experience. And Amy Brown Carrera is herself still young in cricket years and in human years as well, as again, Brazil happy to take on the throw, to take a second. In fact, they take a third on the buzzers. Good positive intent from these two, who kind of recognised, well, if we're going through a period where we're not scoring boundaries, then at least let's hustle the 1s and 2s. And that's exactly what they've done here, as they managed to burgle 9 off that over despite not finding the rope. And in fact, it was 10 with the byes as well, so 10 off the over. Still, there's been a bit of a drought here with the last boundary coming on over 4.3. So it's been a while since we've had a 4 or a 6, but still Brazil running between the wickets well and continuing to tick over the score, as it now stands at 76 for 2 after 7.
Laura Cardoso still out there, 16 from 13 with 1 boundary. And Maria's still going as well. Hit a boundary off the first ball she faced, but she sort of hasn't been able to get that same sort of flow and rhythm she showed with that first delivery. But at 76 on the board, though, that run rate just a tad under 11. Still good, still ominous. Olivia Guillem-Lopez, who Henry Blofeld described as someone who should be a singer. Wasn't that what he said? A singer or a performer?
Yeah, with a name like that.
With a name like that, definitely should be somewhere in rock star circles.
G-Lo comes into bowl. By the way, you can't just randomly drop into a conversation, Henry Blofeld, that you've met Jennifer Lopez. You can't be doing that.
I can't believe he snuck that in.
You should have pushed the fact. I need details, blowers. Give me more.
He was so coy about it too, so nonchalant too. Just, oh yes, when I met J-Lo.
as if we've all met her at some point in our lives.
Oh yeah, J-Lo. Yeah, the J to the low. Yep, of course. Yeah, when she was with AFAS.
Good start here, though, from G-Lo.
Oh, he's a character. So much fun having him on.
Yeah, it was great listening to his stories and obviously his take on the growth of the game here in Switzerland. And you can see that he's just so passionate about the growth of the game, both men's and women's, and just the passion that's shown in not conventionally cricket playing countries. And again, worth remembering that these are the first ever T20Is played in Switzerland, and it's fantastic to see that the first ones are played by the women's sides as well. I'm sure the men will follow suit soon enough. This one's flicked away nicely to deep mid-wicket, but the fielding is done equally smoothly by Uzwa, who might be just kicking her heels a bit, frustrated that she's taken out of the attack, but clearly Amy Brown-Carrera also kind of taking on her duty of care as captain and making sure that no one's really bowling for long spells. This is already the sixth bowler being used in just the 8th over of the game. So I think it's something that Spain spoke about, as that one's been played away nicely by Cardoso through the covers for 4 runs. So the boundary drought is ended finally. Just actually loses her bottom hand on that one, but still strokes it away nicely enough.
Yeah, I was surprised Zamorano didn't come on to bowl again from that same end. She did go over a little bit hard on a shot sent back to her, so maybe she might have come down a bit awkwardly. I'm not sure. Just to your point though about the captain just looking after her squad, making sure that everyone is fighting fit all the way through the game and all the way through the innings. Maybe there was something she might have done a mischief there. Well, the full toss is absolutely monstered. 1 bounce. It is shown as a no ball. It was too high, and it's gone for 4 as well. So it's just unravelling slightly there. The first proper blemish, though, just those 2 balls back-to-back. Proper blemish there from Olivia.
Yeah, just lost it slightly. Before that, we'd only had 2 wide balls from the Spanish bowlers, but you can see that free hit being signalled. So Cardoso looking to make it 3 boundaries in a row after going a long old while without finding the rope. She goes back in her crease, but then advances forward and slaps it away. And despite 2 fielders being out there, she perfectly bisects both Alexis Hartley and Payal Chilongia, and it will be a 4 on the free hit. And Brazil, again, just finding a bit of a head of steam here as they move to 92 for 2. Still with 1 ball left of the 8th. And yet, I suppose there's one thing chopping and changing the bowlers, and I have absolute understanding for that in these conditions. But also, you've got to let bowlers get into a bit of a rhythm. And Maria Zamorano only had that 1. And as you said, she bowled well. Only went for 6 runs.
Yeah.
Gets taken out of the attack, and it's not quite worked in the same way for William Lopez as she goes for 17 runs in that over. So at the end of the 8th, it's 93 for 2. Brazil still very much eyeing up a big score here. You'd say they'd be looking at 200 as a bare minimum, even if they have slowed down the scoring rate just a touch with both Lindsay Boas and Laura Agata back in the hut, scoring 34 and 12 respectively. But Cardoso, the vice-captain, going along nicely. She's 30 off 18. And Maria Silva, a runner ball 12.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look around the field to see if I can find Maria Zamorano, because I was a bit concerned that maybe she went down hard in that it wasn't a return catch, it was just a strike back to her, and she sort of fumbled a bit, and she did go down pretty heavy, and hopefully she didn't sort of do herself any kind of mischief there. Or actually, as I speak, she's been given the ball from this end, so maybe that's what it was, just switching her around to the other end.
Well, I just saw Sabella Velasquez go off the field, and she's the designated 12th. So
that might be what happened then. Maybe she was off for a spell.
Well, I think Naomi is back on, which is excellent to see, because I know she felt the full effects of being in the heat this morning and just had to take a moment or two to recover. So it's great to see her, and she goes straight into deep mid-wicket, because of course she's such a key player for Spain with both bat and ball and in the field as well. So excellent news that Naomi is back among us. Zamorano does come on from this bottom end then. Starts off with a dot ball, so picked up exactly where she left off in that first over.
Short ball, and I don't think it was properly picked by the batter. I think just completely missed.
Brilliant opening 2 deliveries there. Playing with the lengths is Zamorano. Cardoso can't do any more than just play that one back to the bowler.
Exactly what Spain need now. Just a little bit of common sense coming back into their bowling after that last over where things got a little bit astray. Good work in the field. So just the 1. So 3 balls gone, 1 run from the over. And that's just on the back of that previous over where we had a 4, a no ball 4 and a 4 in a row. We just sort of felt that Olivia William Lopez had just opened the door a bit too wide for Brazil to put the foot through. Spain bouncing back.
Excellent piece of fielding there at point by Deepa Chukapali. It's also worthwhile thinking again about putting fielders in the right positions, and Deepa left-handed. It's always good to have a left-hander at point, especially as we've seen in this series, a lot is going through backward point. So then you have Deepa running to her stronger side on her left, and she did it perfectly on the previous delivery, stopping what would have otherwise been a 4. Just loses her her line a touch here at Zamorano. I don't mind it though. I was chatting to some of the Spanish girls before the game and just talking about how can you stop this Brazilian brutality in their batting, and I think one of the options is to keep it wide outside off stump. You might fall foul of the umpire and his wide line a few times, but the trouble is if you bowl it any straighter, that will be the result, and that's just been pushed down the ground for an elegant 4 by Maria Silva. And it's almost worth trading off just a couple of wide balls, which, it's only a 1, compared to if anything goes straight or, heaven forbid, down leg side, it's pretty much going to be a boundary every time.
Yeah. Yep, that's a really good point. But yeah, you're right. If they keep it wide, maybe get the batter flirting outside the off stump, maybe offer a chance to a catch if they try to, force it in front of the wicket, or, a sneaky little edge or something like that. Not a bad opportunity, but if they're going to put it full on the pads or, middle stump in the slot, it's going to be put out of here. Have a look at that. Just crunched through mid-wicket, and when I mean literally through mid-wicket, and the mid-wicket fielder had no chance on that. By the time she started to get the hand down to try to stop it, it was already underneath her and gone away to the boundary for 4. So put paid to that point. Back-to-back boundaries there. After back-to-back wides, this over now worth 11 runs. So Zamorano started well with this over, but then things have gone a little bit away from the Blattle plan here. She needs to finish strong. 100 up, by the way, with that earlier 4, 104 for 2 for Brazil in the 9th.
After starting the over so promisingly, it's just gone again to pieces here for Spain. It's the second over in a row where there's been a hat-trick of boundaries. Again, just maybe a slightly weary effort there in the deep by the fielder. It's Cat Frost here, who doesn't quite get down quickly enough. You can forgive her for having a few tired limbs out there in the middle. But they do get to the end of the 9th then, and it's another over that just gets away from Spain, having started so promisingly. And in the end, there's 15 runs that come off it. Brazil, in that flurry of boundaries, bring up their 100 as well. So it's 108 for 2 after 9.
They have indeed. They've done well. And I got to say, Kat looked a little bit tired going for that. I thought she was going to cut it off, but it was a very tired body moving towards that. And just unfortunately, it gets past her. Interesting in the chat. People are still in the chat asking about why there's no jersey playing. And at the risk of repeating myself, I'm not going to repeat myself. I think Chris Smith in the chat has already put explanations for exactly what Tina and I have been saying for the last half an hour as to why jersey are not playing. And there are very good reasons for that. They're very good reason. For the final time, I'll say this. It was always understood that jersey were not going to be available to play in finals. So they took part in the competition with all teams understanding that jersey would not partake in the finals. Should they make the finals, they would have made the finals, but it was always understood they were not going to be available due to prior commitments. And they left the country yesterday morning, I think they flew out. So that is the reason why there's no jersey. They're not here. They're not able to play because they're not in country.
It's a fair enough reason.
I think it's a good excuse, I think. Yeah. Why haven't you turned up? You're where? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Hang the phone up. We're done. So it was always going to be like that.
Technology hasn't advanced enough for us to play cricket remotely just yet.
Virtual cricket?
I guess so.
I hope we never go there.
Mushtaq coming back on for a third over here. The first one was excellent. Of course, she took that catch to dismiss Laura Agata at mid-wicket, but was slightly more expensive in her second over. It's coming back for a third now as Spain just want to put a little string of deliveries together here which don't go to the rope, because they've just had a few lapses of concentration which have allowed Brazil to capitalise, as that one's clubbed straight down the ground, and that will be 4 runs to Maria Silva as she and Laura Cardoso build a nice partnership now, which is worth 60 runs. They got together when it wasn't quite a wobble for Brazil, but 53 for 2, losing a second wicket in the power play is never ideal, but they've steadied it nicely here and have put Brazil on course for another big, big total. Halfway through the 10th. It's a decent delivery from Mushtaq, and it's fielded nicely there. Bowling to her field, which has not always been the case, or maybe it's been more of a case of not quite fielding to the bowler on a few occasions where we've thought the bowler hasn't actually done that badly, but hasn't quite got the field right. Whether that's the decision of the bowler or the captain, I suppose, is slightly dependent on the team. If you're bowling full and straight, it's never bad to see the ball go to mid on and mid off. And again, played nice and straight by Cardoso, and Alexis Hartley cuts that one off at mid wicket. Hartley, of course, batted excellently in that game this morning as well.
She did.
Alongside Cat Frost. Also notched another half century and tried to get a bit funky and ended up falling by seeing her leg stump dislodged. But she kind of built a perfect T20 innings because she started off slowly. I think was getting a little frustrated. Was, I think, about a runnable 10. And we thought, well, we've seen this the last couple of days from Hartley, and at some point she gets herself out. But she really dug her heels in on this occasion and managed to ride the wave, and then was able to score big. As we do get to the halfway stage, I think it's at the moment kind of a drink whenever we need to drink situation, because we have had already a drinks break at 6. And now we're going to have another one at 10, which might not be quite as long of a break, but maybe long enough for us to say hi to you from the commentary tent if the camera comes and focuses on us, as Brazil at the halfway stage, 115 for 2. And lights, camera, action. There we are. And G-Force coming to you from a sweltering Switzerland. And Brazil, well, they've been pretty cutthroat, haven't they? They won the toss. They decided to put Spain back out there into the blistering heat. And despite losing both of their openers relatively early in the piece, these two have done a great job of rebuilding.
You know, it was 6 overs ago when the second wicket fell at 53. And I even said, well, Spain are going to feel like there's a little bit of joy here, something for them to celebrate, something for them to get around and get behind. But that 60-plus run partnership now, which just came up in the previous over, the 60 runs, just put paid to that completely. And it's now flipped absolutely the other way, and Brazil way back in control, and Spain again in that mindset of where's that wicket going to come from now? We had them 2 down, we had the 2 openers gone, we had Lindsay Boas gone for 34, a quick 34 nonetheless, which you'd probably take knowing you could get her out in the first 4 overs, then say goodbye to her. But since then, these two have started to pick up the pace. The boundaries are now being found pretty regularly, Tina, and I fear for Spain. Big score coming.
Yeah, I think so too. 200 seems almost nailed on. It'd just be a case of how many over that 200 they can get. And I suppose we don't write Spain off, especially not when they've got Alexis Hartley batting herself into a bit of form. Cat Frost has been excellent as well. And that's even before we talk about Amy Brown-Carrera and Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, who've both scored runs in the tournament so far. So they've got pretty much that 4 that are able to really damage any bowling attack. It's just a case of can they keep a lid on this Brazil innings enough so that they give themselves a chance to chase down a total.
Indeed. Now we're back to live action now.
And it will be Deepa Chokapali to come back on. Was quite expensive in her first over, going for 18, and starts with a boundary here, which is an unfortunate one really, because I had a chat with Deepa before the game as a fellow left arm spinner, and I said, well, you're going to get hit through that point region, so make sure you've got a point and maybe 2 points. And that one was basically played straight to her field, and it was just a misfield there by, I think it's Guilherme Lopez, which means that it's a bit of frustration for the young bowler. There's not much more she could have done there. That's why you have that point in, though, or even the double point, because I think if you bowl well, the ball should pretty much go there every time.
True. Absolutely true. Yeah, Chokapali has had limited success. Kind of feel for a bit. Her bowling's been hot and cold. She's had a couple of good little bursts, but hasn't managed to string together a really good performance yet. for mine. That nicely. The race is on. The tumble, the dive in vain as it goes for 4. And, you know, again, it's one of those moments that she'll think, oh, come on, teammates, surely we could have cut that off. Just, you know, that was just a matter of a couple of feet, a couple of extra steps that could have been cut off, but it does get away.
Yeah, it certainly feels like the lethargy is kicking in a touch for Spain. And these chances, which you would have backed them to stop earlier on in the tournament, suddenly are racing away to the rope, which is unfortunate for them and especially unfortunate for Deepa Chukapali. But there she gets her reward as that one goes through the defences of Laura Cardoso, who just skipped down the pitch and almost yorks herself on that occasion. And the next wicket does fall. And I think that's just reward for Chukapali, who's bowled well so far in this over for not much reward, but she gets it on the 4th delivery. And Brazil lose their next one as the vice-captain has to depart 123 for 3.
Yeah, I'm really happy for her to get that wicket. Reward for effort indeed. I was just mentioning before about how I feel that she's had a good few moments, but also had a few rough moments as well. So, yep, reward for effort. Well done. That should hopefully settle her nerves down and just give her a little bit of solace in this moment where she's just struggled a bit, a couple of boundaries in this over, and then gets herself a wicket. So, well done. Persistent, and a 3rd wicket to fall as well, which is very important too, as Laura Cardoso. She's denied a possible half-century, goes for 41 from 28 deliveries, 6 boundaries as well. And looks like it's going to be Monique Machado coming to the crease.
Well, it continues to be a tough task for Spain because Machado has been equally impressive in this tournament so far and has been noteworthy for the speed with which she scores her runs. She's not one to hang about. She had just the one delivery in her first game and she absolutely monstered that for 6. Had a bit more time at the crease yesterday and made the very most of it as well. She's got over 9 overs here to try and inflict more damage on an already quite jaded Spain.
Yeah, Spain are... I wonder how they're feeling right now. They're staying in the huddle for a little bit longer. They're having a bit of a discussion with the umpire as well after that short little break, little drinks break there. 123 for 3 on the board. Still need one more to complete the over, I think. No, 2 more to complete the over, apologies. Yeah, against the runner play, they do manage to strike at a wicket there.
So Garcia still out there, 29 off 18. As the top 3 now have all departed for Brazil. Cardoso, the vice-captain, the latest to fall, but a decent innings from her, 41 off 28, going at a good rate as well. 6 boundaries to her name. It's been a good comeback, though, from Deepa Chukapali, going for 26 runs off her opening 11 deliveries. 9 deliveries, in fact, but gets the wicket on her 10th.
Pausing here for a moment while batter readjusts the gloves. Again. I'm sure. The thing is that we've just had a drinks break and now we have to adjust the gloves one more time.
Sometimes
just people get ready.
I think our patience is wearing thin, Phil. We need
it's
to
the heat.
Keep ourselves in check. It is much easier sitting here than out there.
Yeah.
But even sitting here, it's quite hot, and I would not like to sit here for longer than absolutely necessary. And I suppose that if I were captain, that's kind of what I'd be saying to the players as well. I know it's hot, but actually, the quicker we can get through our overs, the quicker we can get back in the shade. As that one's going to be pummeled into the shade, as it says hello to the Cricket Switzerland tent and Ruffino. Well, the first game, she hit her first delivery for 6. This time, she's taken 1 delivery to line it up, and the second one gets launched into orbit. Just drags it a bit too short there, Chukapali, and gets hit to the trees. So at the end of the 11th, 129 for 3. Yeah, I was just thinking that, things tend to slow down when it's hot because it's just energy sapping, and I completely understand that.
Yeah.
But I would just be out there saying, come on, let's get around quickly, even just for the kind of psychological advantage of hurrying the batters, making sure they don't have time to faff around with their gloves and have a chat, because yes, it's tiring for the fielders, but it's equally tiring for the batters. And if you keep on making them run, give them no time to think, that's maybe what would kind of cause a lapse in concentration, and that's what Spain are hoping for here. But if they take things slow, then Brazil will equally say, well, thanks very much, we'll copy. Then they feel like they've got much more time to make their shots and go for the big wind-up. As Mushtaq comes back in to bowl her fourth and final over here. Been quite expensive so far, 37 runs, but has been involved in the action as she took that wicket, or the catch, to dismiss Laura Agata. This time it's pushed away. 1, 2, 3 bounces to the well-positioned long on. They'll take just the single.
Casual sort of push there. One thing about the Brazilian batters I've noticed is it's when you see professional batters, and I'm talking about the top end batters, they seem to have all the time in the world to place the shots. And just a few times with the Brazilian batters, they just seem to have a little bit more time than their opposition numbers. And that was a good example there of just comfortably, just a push, had all the time in the world to push it wherever she wanted to, picked out the player, that's fine. She got through for a single. There was just so much ease in that entire play. And to me, that's a bit of the difference between the teams, and that's probably why Brazil ended up where they did in the standings.
We've got another glove adjustment going on.
Oh, really?
If she does it again, I'm going to take those gloves off her.
We should march out there and remove those gloves and say, you are not allowed to play with gloves anymore. How about that? How about we do that? All right, you do it again, we'll take the bat.
Well, she uses the gloves and the bat to hit that one for no run into the covers.
I've seen a lot of players who adjust their gloves, take their gloves off, adjust them and put them back on again every time, but they do it while the bowl is going back to their mark.
Yeah.
Not when the bowl is at the top of their mark about to come into bowl. And I was watching a replay of, who was it? Faulkner, James Faulkner, doing that at the Gabba when he single-handedly demolished England in a ODI about 10 years ago now. And between every ball, he would adjust his gloves, but he had it back on again before the bowler turned at his mark to throw to bowl the ball again.
Which is fine.
Absolutely fine, yeah.
The regulations say that the batter has to be ready when the bowler is at the top of their mark. Yep. And I used to get fuming as a bowler, especially if you're a seam bowler. You give the batter plenty of time as you trudge back to the top of your mark.
Plenty of time. Yep.
If you're there at the top and they're not ready, I would lose my mind. Yeah. And I suppose it is down to the umpire as well to say, come on, you've got to be ready. We've got a game to play here. As that one's crunched away nicely through the covers. And yeah, time management, I think, is as much on the shoulders of the umpires as it is both teams. And
absolutely.
At some point when there's faffing about and some things are unavoidable. If there's an injury or a shoelace, fine. But if it's just messing around with equipment, at some point I would put my foot down as umpire and say, less of that. If the bowler's ready, as a batter, you have to be ready as well. That one's clubbed away. And no one there apart from the spectators in the corner. That will be a 4. Back-to-back 4s to end the 12th over. Brazil now 139 for 3.
Can I just say, those spectators where that ball went, they're in the best seat in the house. We should have had comms tent set up over there. It's got some wonderful natural cover as well. And really good viewing position over there too. I think it would have been a great place to set up commentary. But as it is, the freeloaders are over there. They don't have to pay to get in. Lucky them. That's me just being angry. I wish I was sitting over there right now, but never mind. I'll stay here with you and Al. Keep you company.
That's very kind of you, Phil.
You're welcome. I can see you doing it tough.
It's just the heat. The heat is...
Yeah, I know. It's rough. It really is rough. People not understanding what we're saying here is occasionally the breeze here just drops to 0. And right now, there's no breeze whatsoever. It's dropped. The only breeze is coming from a rotating fan on the desk. And yeah, when you're getting 10% of it, it's not really a lot, is it?
And it's blowing more hot air than we are as well. So it's the heat that it's producing, I'm not sure if it's helping us or hindering.
I think it's blowing the hot air from the gear right into your face. I think that's the problem. That's probably why you're sitting in front of a hairdryer because it's not great. Imagine what it's like out in the centre, though. It must be absolute torture in the centre. But the girls are doing a great job of putting up with it, and the umpires making sure they're staying hydrated as well. It's all about management of the teams and the players. As we continue with the 13th over.
We Payal Chilongia into the attack. So the 7th bowler used by Spain.
Wow.
Amy Brown Carrera continuing to shuffle the deck, and of course to make sure no one is slaving away for too long there in the middle. Maria Silva unbeaten on 38 off 22 at the non-strikers. Monique Machado just one shot in anger so far. This one calls of catch it, and it's a frustrating one for the Spain skipper. Classic situation where she sees the ball early and steams towards it, but actually ends up overshooting it, and the ball lands inside of the rope, the wrong side of the Spain skipper. Had she stood her ground on the boundary, probably would have been straight down her throat. Just a misjudgment there, and again a lapse in concentration, which is completely understandable in this heat, but it's an opportunity that Spain really cannot afford to give up.
Yeah, disappointment there as that sails overhead, but we continue.
Goes to the offside this time, and the fielding is done on the single bounce there by Kat Frost. You can see that Monique Machado seems to have had enough of this, and she's going to try and swing hard now.
Might as well. I mean, it's 144 on the board. We're halfway through the 13th now, so why not? Why not accelerate? The projected score still in a good 230 mark, which is no slouching score.
That's slapped away. There is a fielder out there in the deep, though. I think it's Naomi who does the stop, and I think crunches on her knees for good measure, and for even gooder measure, buzzers, as that one is not stopped by Amelia Jones, and the closest fielders on the leg side are pretty much all deep on the ring, and they get through for a cheeky burgled single there.
That ball bounced a good length in front of him. She was ready to take it around the midriff, and it just skidded through about knee height. I think it collected like the inside of her leg on the way through, so it was a bit of a stinging moment for her.
Lofted down the ground. ABC has another opportunity here, but in fact it drops about 5 meters short of her. And you can see she was trying to shield her eyes, and a bit of a mix-up here between the two batters who ended up pretty much at the same end. Thankfully for them, there was enough time for one of them to scuttle back. Let's take a look at this. If we see it on the replay, it's a good pickup from the Spain skipper, who hurls it in. And you can see, has to put on the reverse gear there, does Machado. And despite the direct hit, nice throw there from Chilongia. Rufino does get back in to face up the final ball. It's worth noting just how open her stance is. She's almost square onto the bowler, isn't she? Which gives some idea of how she wants to open up that leg side. But that one's patted away nicely into the off, and it will be a single to end the 13th, but a decent enough over there from Payal, going for just the 9 runs. And Brazil inching closer to that 150 mark. They're 148 for 3 after 13.
Nice run rate at the moment, 11.4. They're marching along at quite nicely here. And big score mounting again. They're getting good partnerships going here. So unfortunately for Spain, they're not being able to take wickets in close succession. And Brazil are capitalising by putting together good partnerships. Here's another one growing before your eyes. Still got a way to go. It's only been there for a few moments, but there's been a couple of boundaries already assigned to it. And Brazil women, they are looking like they're doing a great job here in this final. It's a game of 2 halves. Spain will get their chance. Don't you worry about that. But it's it's going to be their second game, and you worry about the fatigue element, which could settle in, especially halfway through their innings or even at the top of their innings. But we've still got a fair bit to go as we start the 14th.
Zamorano in to bowl her 3rd over and starts off nicely. But yeah, as you were saying, Phil, each partnership has been worth a fair few. First opening partnership was worth 31. Then the one between Boas and Cardoso worth 22. And then we had that big partnership between Cardoso and Maria Silva, which ended up being worth 70.
Wow.
This partnership is blossoming. That would be the 26th run in it now, as Brazil move along to 149. Zamorano bowling pretty decently so far. But again, I question why Uzwa Saeed has been held back. She's got the 2 wickets of the 3 so far. I assume they'll bring her back towards the end, but when you need to break partnerships, you put on your most dangerous bowler. And without putting too fine a point on it, there's no point in her bowling the 18th and 20th overs when the score's already 200 plus.
Exactly. It's exactly what we were talking about before, Tina. Why would you, what was that phrase from that famous movie? When you're racing in the Kentucky Derby, you don't leave your best thoroughbred in the shed or whatever it is. I can't remember what movie that's from. But ever heard of that phrase before? It was in a movie I saw not too long ago. I can't remember which one it's called. Someone might be able to help me out here with a bit of movie trivia. That's absolutely belted. And it's a no ball to boot as well. So it's a no ball 6, and that is quite an astonishing hit there. There's a few hugs in the centre. I think they think it might be a 50. It's not. It's not the 50, but it's the 150 up for Brazil. But that was a absolute booming shot, that one. And off a no ball to boot. Booming. A booming shot that was.
Yeah, I think that's a good enough word for it. It was a paboom. She goes again, this time straight down the ground. And, well, a hand is thrown out by Paya Chalongia.
Now that's the 50. That's I think what the hug was before. They thought it was actually the 50, but now it's a half century, and a well-deserved half century there. Raises the bat. She's 51 from 27 with a handful of boundaries to go with that one. Great innings. Wonderful batting.
Yeah, congratulations to her. Well-deserved 50 and rightfully celebrated in the dugout. Long celebration there as well, as Garcia gets herself over the line and does it in style with a no ball 6. And what better way to get to a half century than on a free hit? You're thinking, well, this is the best opportunity I'm going to have. And she makes the most of it. So that one is strangely not... it is called a wide. It's one of those old hesitation signals by the umpire. I was going to say, it did go down leg side and the right call was made in the end. Started off the over again very well, did Zamorano, and she's going to finish it well as well, as it's the end of Maria Silva. It's 50 and not much more for her as she dances past one, and Amelia Jones behind the stumps does the rest. Sharp work there by the Spain glovester, and she picks up a stumping as Zamorano gets her first wicket of the game. Brazil women lose their fourth, 161 for 4, but an excellent innings there from Maria Silva. 51, she finishes off just the 28 deliveries, including 8 4s and 1 6. And she'll, I'm sure, get the acclaim as she walks off the field. High five there as well from the coach, Julia Price, as the players out there in the middle take this opportunity for the second drinks break. It was scheduled for the 14th over anyway, and they take it 1 ball early as Zamorano gets herself into the wickets column at Brazil 161 for 4.
Star Trek.
Of course it is.
2009.
What's the quote?
You don't enter the Kentucky Derby, then leave your best stallion back in the shed. However, the quote is incorrect because stallions aren't eligible to ride in the Kentucky Derby. It's
see.
For gelded horses.
Interesting.
Yep. So it was said by Carl Urban, who played Dr. McCoy. That's what he said at some point during the film.
I thought you were going to give me a timestamp there.
No, that would be ridiculous. It was around about 134, 135, I think, into the film. Sad. I do live a sheltered life sometimes. Mrs. G, if she's listening, she's probably cringing and hanging her head in shame and saying, there he goes. He's off and running.
You should be ashamed that you didn't know it as the direct quote without having to look it up. So.
I had to cheat and look it up because it was absolutely irking me. And I'd seen it recently about a month ago. I had that on watching it in the background while I was doing something else. And even Mrs. G was there watching it with me. But yeah, shame on Phil. Well, they got the old Japanese fans out there at the moment. The handheld fans doing whatever they can do to find a breath of air. That tells you that there is no breath of air whatsoever at the moment. It is still, absolutely still out there in the centre.
We need one of those butler contraptions to fan us down. Well, Al yesterday brought ice cream into the tent, and I'm very upset that he hasn't repaid. I suppose repaid the favour would be that we brought the ice cream, but he hasn't repeated the trick today.
Well, when we get back to the apartment today, I'm planning to head down to the supermarket and find the freezer unit and just get inside and fall asleep. I'm just going to move all the ice cream and the vegetables to the side. I'm just going to crawl inside, drag to the clothes and just sleep there for a couple of hours to cool down.
That's a fair enough call.
I'm warning you now, Big Ross. I'm coming your way.
Lock up your freezers, Mick.
Am I warming or warning?
Both.
Boom, boom, nice one.
We are all warming in this tent.
We are warming.
As Garcia then does depart. Smart piece of glove work there from Amelia Jones to pick up the fourth wicket of this innings. Again, it's a decent little partnership that's broken. It's worth 38 runs in the end. Monique Machado still out there, 14 off 10. She's joined out there in the middle by Ana Clara Sabino, who is an absolute force with the bat. She scored 33 off 10 in one of the previous games. She's got such pure power and timing. We'll be looking to clear the rope on a few occasions here. Starts off with one that just hits the flesh, and they'll go through for a leg bye, and that will be the end of the over with that drinks break taken on the wicket. Brazil at the end of the 14th, so 6 overs to go, and they are 162 for 4.
Just before the innings started, Ana Clara was doing a couple of sort of hits just over here, just at the bottom of the field, and smacking it pretty hard, and she almost took out Alistair with one of those hits. I don't know, Al, if you remember that, you were just walking past, and when they were practicing here, one whistled past your scone, and you went and fielded it. But she put about 5 of these throwdowns over that fence into that yard just behind us here that's fenced off. I don't think anyone can get in there for some reason. So there's 5 leather-coloured potatoes in there for someone to pick up if they want them. She can hit the ball hard. Taking her guard again. So, yeah, I agree with you. Stand by. You never know what could be coming here.
So it looks like it will be Uzwa Saeed to bowl her third over here. We were questioning why she's been held back. I suppose she's been brought on relatively early here with, I suppose, 3 overs left from each end, famously, with 6 overs left. And that's exactly why I would have liked to see her earlier. Just
exactly.
that length that she bowls. Somehow the Brazilian batters aren't able to pick it up. Just a few occasions they've just popped one back, almost back to Uzwa. On one occasion, it did go back to Uzwa on the wicket of the opener. Again, misses out on that occasion.
Sails past the blade. Just rocked back and waited on that one. And in the end, it came in too close. And by the time she played the shot, it was already almost past her hands and into the hands of the keeper. I fancy yourself here against someone like Ana Clara. She managed to pick this one up and put it down the ground for a single. And it should be just the one. And is just the one.
Yeah, worth noting on the stumping there. And Vinny as well in the chat saying that he's been impressed with Amelia Jones as the specialist glovester this week. There's been a lot of nice keepers on show. Mia Maguire from Jersey. She's got a lovely pair of hands. And of course, Monique Machado, who knocks that one away into the leg side. More of like a hustler keeper, which is always great. Fun to watch. And of course, as Amrita Sasidaran for Switzerland, who I suppose was most impressive with the bat in the previous game rather than with the gloves with that half century.
True.
But it's great to see so many different keeping options and stars on show in this quad series. Again, just not able to quite get underneath it. It's almost like the Brazilians aren't sure whether to come out or go back, and in the end they kind of are betwixt and between and just prod it up in the air. This time she does get right back, and it's really unfortunate out there in the deep for William Lopez, because she did everything right, got herself in position, and then the ball said, nope, not this time. It runs away for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a bit tough on the fielder there, isn't it? Not much you can do about that one at all. It was right in the slot, picked up nicely and put away. It was it was a shot that was worth 4, but yeah, got a feel for the fielder out there as the score goes to 168 for 4 after 15. That projected score is still in that 220 area. and you would expect them to definitely hit the 200 and then maybe kick on for a few extra. Anything over 210, definitely bonus runs for Brazil. And Spain looking like they're going to have a pretty hefty total when it's their turn to bat in probably about half an hour's time.
It feels like almost a similar situation to the innings that we just saw, the run chase that you and Blowers were calling, where Switzerland had a mammoth run chase and it was almost worth them disregarding the score and just saying, okay, well, we're going to bat and we'll bat in our way. And if we get somewhere close, then great. And otherwise, we'll chalk it up to good experience, which is not to say that Spain are out of this contest at this stage. But if you start getting bogged down by the score, then I think you end up shooting yourselves in the foot and are in danger possibly of getting skittled out. And that's exactly what Henry was saying, that he'd rather see them then go on and score 160 for 2 or 3 than get 170 all out. So it'd be interesting to see how Spain approach this run chase. But there's still 5 overs left for them to try and keep this score down to something chaseable. And they turn to Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, who it's good to see is back up on her feet, having felt the effects of the heat just before the game. But she's into the attack now and is in fact the 8th bowler that will be used by Spain. She could potentially bowl 3 overs here if she bowls through to the end. But starts with one right on track.
She put in a really good performance in that previous game as well. Notched up a very good 40-odd in quick time, very quick time, and her bowling was pretty good too. So, yeah, I was a bit worried about that little illness that suddenly hit her. Maybe a little, I wouldn't say touch of heat stroke, but maybe just a touch of the weather really just got into her a little bit. Al's nodding, saying probably might have been just a little bit of touch of the heat stroke possibly. But, yeah, looking in a little bit of strife she was, but I'm very happy with you too, Tina. Just happy to see that she's here and she's bowling now the 16th over. Good signs.
Good signs and good start as well, with just a dot on the single in the opening exchanges. Ana Clara Sabino not quite been able to find the middle of the bat just yet. She did have that 1-4, but that was very much outfield assisted. This time she goes though, and she will get hold of that one long on, probably only about 5 meters to the left of it, but hit so well by Ana Clara that it races away to the boundary.
Interesting to note. Naomi is the 8th bowler being used. So captain very much aware of spreading the workload around, making sure that her players have got something left in the tank for the run chase. Probably also for tomorrow as well.
Interesting that Kat Frost, having been one of those 8, has only actually bowled the 1 over so far, and she's been one of the most economical alongside Uswasayed, as we're going at just 6s. Kat Frost just went for 9 in her 1 and only over so far, so maybe we'll see her come back in the next over. Uswa's got 1 left as well. You'd imagine she would bowl out. So
she'd have to, I think.
Multiple options for Spain.
I would suspect we wouldn't see Kat open the batting again, though. Just the feeling I get, because when she was fielding down here for a couple of overs in front of us, she looked a little bit ruined, I'd have to say. I'm being pretty generous. She looked a real shadow of her former self.
Very ruined.
Struggling.
Yeah, maybe the responsibility would go back to Deepa Chukapali, who's, I suppose, for her heavy workload this week, has had a bit more of a relaxed day. She's bowled 2 overs here, but she didn't bat in that previous game at the top of the order like we've seen her done previously. So maybe they'll switch it up, but I suppose Spain will be reluctant to change that winning formula because Hartley and Kat Frost did such a great job together.
Did they ever?
Put on an almighty partnership.
161 in 14 overs as well. I mean, that was quite something.
And if they repeat the trick here against Brazil, then they're even putting themselves in a position where they might snatch an unlikely victory.
It's true.
So it's all, again, about kind of balancing workloads. As you teased as well, there's going to be another game tomorrow, a one-off T20I between Spain and Switzerland. And, well, without being kind of too tactical about it, if Spain could only win one of those games, they're actually probably better off beating Switzerland tomorrow, because the way the rankings are, you can't really afford to lose to a team that's ranked below you.
Yep.
That's why Brazil are doing everything to try and cash in on the runs here, and they get a 4 down the ground. A nice swing of the bat there by Rufino as Uswasayed will bowl her 4th and final over going into the 17th here. A clear sign of intent here from the Brazilians as they go into the latter stages of this batting innings.
Speaking of Kat, she's just fielding across there. The ball just dissected both her and her skipper just down here in front of us. So she's fielding deep and the long on position. So just keeping an eye on her there. So they scamp through for a quick single. Good running. No one at the bowler stumps, but mind you, the closest person to the bowler stumps was a good 20, 25 metres away. So the throw was all on the bowler to try to throw stumps down. Nobody was going to get to the stumps to take the ball, unfortunately.
Just a bit of a lack of match awareness there from Uzwa side, because the run out was actually never really on. And had she just turned and taken a look, she would have noticed that there was absolutely no one even in a position to back up, because everyone there in that corner of the field is out on the boundary.
Yeah.
So a bit of a freebie there that gets Ruffino back on strike. She swings that one down the ground and there's a chance for a catch, and Kat Frost takes it. That's a brilliant piece of fielding there from the youngster. She had to charge in from the rope and didn't have too much time to set herself, but she sticks out both hands and picks up the wicket, and Uzwa Saeed gets her third. So maybe it was a stroke of tactical genius to give away those buzzers, because it gets Machado back on strike, and she holds out on the very next delivery as Brazil lose their fifth, 179 for 5 halfway through the 17th.
Yeah, it was a good catch. Well judged catch. Coming on the boundary line, staring up towards the sun as well. Well judged, well held. No juggle, no fumble. And a little bit of a low 10 celebration with her bowler there as the next wicket falls. So 179 for 5. Middle order of Brazil. They're going to be asked a few questions here, as a few extra drinks have come out as well, as we are now into the 17th over. Depending on how things go, that might be the last drinks. And then again, you never know. They might need another drink before the game, the innings is done. But another wicket falls. And importantly, obviously, it's a dot ball as well.
That brings Evelyn Muller out, who had a bit of a cameo in that game yesterday against Switzerland and has 3.5 overs here to try and inflict some damage. I suppose for Spain, it's been a decent enough comeback, hasn't it? They haven't let Brazil get completely away from them. That expected score at one stage was threatening 250, and now I think 200 is probably certainly on the cards for Brazil, but if Spain can keep them even below 210, they might think that that's a decent result for them and something that they can at least try to attack in the chase. So that first ball is just let through to the keeper there by Evelyn Muller. I think she was hoping for the wide call.
I think that was her intention. Yeah, staring back intently at the umpire, who was unmoved.
Good glove work there by Amelia Jones, who almost silently appeals to the umpire. I think the foot there of Evelyn Muller remained unmoved. But decent little over here from Uzwa Saeed, who is going to finish with excellent figures whatever happens, with just one ball left of her over. And can she get another wicket? She should do. And it will be the 4th wicket. Uzwa Saeed. Well, this is exactly why I feel we was begging for her to come on earlier, because she's looked so dangerous throughout. And every time Brazil have tried to kind of get on the front foot to her, they've just been able to prod it up in the air. And that's the second caught and bowled for her, as she finishes with outstanding figures of 4 for 24 off her 4 overs, and Brazil just falling away a tad here, 179 for 6. It's the end of the over as well, 17 gone.
Well done, Uzwa Saeed. That was an excellent display of bowling there with that 4 for 24. Well done to her. I was kind of hoping maybe she had another couple of deliveries left, but no, you're right, end of the over there. It is done. Maybe just to see if she can maybe pick up a T20I 5, but nope, she has to settle for 4, and she's done the job for her team. She's done exactly what was asked of her skipper. Skipper's bowled her out completely, and in contrast to the other bowler who's been bowled out completely, that's Rabia Mushtaq. She went none for 47 from her 4. So Saeed holding it together and giving Spain a real opportunity to maybe cause a little bit of an upset here. 3 overs to go. They're still 21 runs shy of a 200 score, and 3 overs to go, and we are now properly into the middle order, and another wicket that's going to be the lower middle order.
Absolutely. 200 is not a given here.
No.
As the Brazil skipper Carol Nascimento comes out, but she'll be at the non-strikers as that wicket fell on the final delivery. So Ana Clara Sabino is on strike. We know she's someone who can inflict quick damage. That's what she's looking to do here. You can see her eyeing up that leg side boundary. Square leg is in the ring, so anything that goes squarer than that deep mid wicket is destined for the boundary as Chukapali comes back on for her third. That one does go too deep mid-wicket. There's a job on there. Footers were side and a bit of a Tortuga there. Sells her down the river, and it will be a 4 to start the 18th.
She's looking around and she's saying, I had that absolutely covered, everybody. That's not my fault. And I would agree with her. I would stand up in court and I would definitely testify in her favour. That was not her fault. That hit something and flew straight behind her. No harm, no foul for the player. Did everything correct. It was just the ball had a mind of its own, and a good shot though. Good, powerful shot.
I don't think, and I hope it won't damage Uzwa Saeed's day either, because she's had a great day out. This could be a wicket, and again, it's a great grab. That one went quick as you like to Payal Chilongia, and she turns around and celebrates in front of her adoring fans with a salute, as that is a great pickup there on the boundary, and the dangerous Ana Clara Sabino has to depart, not quite able to fire as she would like today, and worth taking another look at that one. It almost knocks her head off, doesn't it, Chilongia? But she manages to get her hands up, and Brazil lose their 7th, 183 for 7.
I didn't realise that was the Chilongia fan club down there in the corner. That's who they are. They've picked the best place in the house to watch the game in the coolest part of the ground, and they've managed to watch their number one fan, their number one player, take the catch. Well done. Good catch.
You can see her head almost rock back when she takes her, and Alexis Hartley equally pleased with her teammates' effort. It's an outstanding grab as Deepa Chukapali picks up her second.
3 and 6.
That's a great little comeback from Spain.
Well done, Spain. Brazil just, I mean, it's probably a bit late in the innings to call it a wobble, but, because they've got firepower and they've got time to maybe just try to build a couple of quick runs. But, they wouldn't want to lose another one. Just want to make sure so they settle in and try to get as much value for shots out of these last few deliveries.
The last thing they want to do is to be skittled here. If they lose another 3 wickets at the same rate, they won't make it through the 20. As that's a great piece of glove work there from Amelia Jones. That just skips off the surface. It's a lovely line and length there from the left-arm orthodox bowler.
Very good indeed. Halfway through the 18th, 183 for 7. That projected score has tumbled down to sub 210 now, with these quick wickets falling.
It's worked round the corner, and it's frustration there for Spain. Just as they looked like they were getting back on top of things, it's just a bit of a miscue there from Maria Zamorano, who kind of gets her arms and legs all in a tangle and gives Nikki Montero her first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, that stings. As a bowler, that stings. And for your teammates as well, if they've come together 3 times in the last 5 minutes, congratulate each other on wickets. And yeah, that smarts a little bit. She has to be able to say, I can't do anything about that one, but I could do something about the next one that comes my way. That's got to be her mindset.
Better line, though, at least there from Chukapali. You can't really afford to bowl anything straight at these Brazilian batters, and they scamper through excellently there for 2. Really had no right to be 2 runs there.
No.
But the Spain skipper, ABC, just a touch slow to the ball and to the pickup.
She held back on the throw. She acknowledged that her just slight little wavering there and gave them the chance for second run, and she didn't try and throw the stumps down. So that's fair enough. But that's also fair enough too. That's a lovely caught and bowled. So there you go. Another wicket falls. That is 4 wickets falling in, I think, about 10 deliveries. And the wobbles now become pronounced.
And a great catch there from Deepa Chukapali, who picks up her 3rd wicket. She's still got an over in hand as well.
Yeah.
You'd imagine she'd be bowling the 20th over, but it might not even get that far at this rate, Phil. 189 for 8. Nikki Montero able to just add that 1-4 to the total, plus a couple of singles as she departs for 6. Carol Nascimento hasn't yet faced a ball as she watched everything unfold from the non-strikers there. Good hands there from the 15-year-old. Comfortable catch, but you always have to just concentrate in your follow through to make sure you're ready for any ball flying back at you. As we have the new batter in the form of Lara Moises, but she'll be at the non-strikers end as the Brazil skipper will face up against Naomi Hillman Bermejo going into the 19th. And you imagine it would be Deepa Chukapali to bowl the last. So interesting, as you said, Phil, earlier, that Kat Frost only bowled the 1 over. I wonder if they're keeping her back for that batting innings. Payal Chilongia as well. Can consider herself slightly unlucky that she bowled just the 1 over, given Rabia Mushtaq, for example, bowled all 4 and was quite expensive in those 4, going at almost 12 and over.
4 wickets tumbling, 11 runs amongst those 4 wickets. Incredible stuff here from Spain. Is it too little too late? We'll find out.
Clubbed away through cow corner, but a nice pick up there in the deep by Olivia Guillem Lopez as Spain scamper through for a double.
Bittencourt is onto bowl. So this is, Bittencourt's in there batting, just not bowling, Phil. Get that right. It's Naomi who's bowling.
That one's down the ground, and that's not going to be stopped as it bursts through Naomi. The bowler was really the only one who was likely to be able to stop that. She just didn't quite get down quickly enough. Didn't trust the bounce. And ends up going through for a much needed 4 runs for Brazil. So they are in all likelihood going to get to that 200 mark, but it'll be 200 and spare change rather than something towards 250, which looked likely early on in the piece. As that one is fumbled by Amelia with the gloves, and they're going to go through for 2 here, and this should be out, and it will be out.
Crazy.
It's a pretty suicidal run there by Carol Nascimento, who was eager to get herself back on strike, but now will have to take a sit down and consider what she's done, because the ball was pretty much in hand there by the time she decided to run for the second here. If we take a look at this one, the first run is fair enough, but Carol almost turns and goes without looking where it was. And where it was in the hands of the fielder and then in the hands of Amelia Jones. And, well, she does slide her bat in, but I think she's well short. And if it weren't at that end, she probably could have initiated the run out at the other end as well. 196 for 9, so maybe they won't get to that 200 mark.
It was really surprising that she went for that second run, because you're right, the ball was in hand. And then she took off, and it was never on, absolutely never on. And captain running herself out, leaving her team at 9 down with still 9 balls to play. Just a bit of a brain fade, probably.
She was still in the crease at the non-strikers by the time Rabia Mushtaq picked up the ball.
Yeah.
So it was an ambitious challenge with the ball in the air.
Challenge
accepted for the ball and for Rabia Mushtaq, who gets involved again with a wicket. She may be a bit disappointed with her own bowling figures, but she took that early catch at mid-wicket to dismiss Agata and plays a key role in that run out as well, as Duda will come in at number 11 and gets straight off the mark with a single.
She wasn't too sure about the single. She wanted the single straight away, but her counterpart, very slow out of the blocks, watched the ball go past and then took off. And it's the cardinal sin of not paying attention to your batting partner.
That one's clubbed away, and with that, the 200 will come up for Brazil. A nice hit there from Lara Bittencourt, who's probably slightly upset by the fact that she was taken off strike by that suicide run from Carol Nascimento. She gets the opportunity there, and she clubs it away for 4 runs. So Brazil bring up the 200 in style, 201 for 9. Still 7 balls left. Spain will still be hoping, though, that they can pick up that final wicket, just that psychological advantage and psychological win of bowling out the opposition. Naomi with her final ball of the innings. Half-hearted appeal before she realises, Naomi, oh, crumbs, I've got to do the fielding here.
Yeah, realising I'm probably closest to that, actually. She would have been closest to that. And that is going to be the end of the 19th. Wow, 202 for 9. So despite the wickets tumbling, Tina, their run rate is staying pretty steady.
Yeah, they've lost wickets throughout, but equally they've scored at a fair clip.
Yeah.
In fact, every single batter who's come in and has got out has got a strike rate of at least 100, apart from Evelyn Muller, who didn't get off the mark. But everyone who scored runs has gone at least 100, which shows the positive intent of the Brazil team. And I suppose as well that kind of attitude of if I get out, it's fine, but at least I get out swinging hard. And they clearly have trust in their techniques. They have trust in their teammates as well, that if they get out, someone else will come in and get the runs.
Yep.
And if you've got a top order that all get involved in the runs, 34, 12, 41, 51, 22, 13, that's just the top 6. And you know you're going to be able to piece together a score. As we go into the last, and unsurprisingly, Deepa Chukapali comes back on. Well, she won't be able to get her 5 for whatever happens, because there's only 1 wicket left to get, but she's got 3 to her name so far. Would love to finish this off prematurely, I'm sure. A genuine edge from Duda and a genuine boot from Rabia Mushtaq, who's turned herself into somewhat of a specialist fielder in that position. She got that run out in the previous over and stops that one with aplomb with her foot.
Can I just say that did not hit the boot?
Is that more of an ankle situation?
Definitely. She's worn that one a little bit on the skin.
Big swing, but no contact there from Bittencourt.
It's like Bittencourt was shaping to charge down the crease, and she kind of had the skip, but she was skipping on the spot, and there was no forward momentum in her skipping. It was like, see what she wanted to do, but half of her body was saying, no, stay here, stay in the crease, keep us up at the stumps. Well, there she goes.
She does go, and she gets a hold of all of that one, does she? Yeah, just about. Uzwa was lurking, put her hands up in the air, but wasn't able to stop it. And you can see how much that 6 means to Lara Bittencourt as she gets a hold of all of that one and celebrates it as if she's won the World Cup. A nice personal milestone there for Bittencourt.
Maybe she had a private little wager on with her partner or something about, if I hit a 6, you're paying for dinner tomorrow night. That could, something like that. A little win there for her. But the fist bump was telling.
Double or quits here. Can she go again? Yes, no, maybe. No, it's a nice catch in the deep by Alexis Hartley, who has a safe pair of hands. Bittencourt doesn't repeat the trick, but a good piece of intent there from her to go big. But Brazil are skittled with 2 balls left, which you'd say was a bit of a victory for Spain, really, as they're the first side to really get into the meat and bones of the Brazilian batting lineup.
Yeah.
But not before, of course, Brazil scored 210 runs. So at the halfway stage, I'm sure you'd still say that Brazil were favourites. But Spain, they've shown that they've got a lot of batting firepower themselves, and they're certainly not out of this one.
I like that from Spain. That's a good little psychological win for them that, it probably won't play too much in the minds of Brazil. But for Spain, that should give them a little bit of buoyancy to know that they have rolled Brazil with 2 balls to spare, only 2 deliveries left on the table. So, as I say, Brazil management probably would say, you know what, that's not too bad. If it had been a couple of overs, we would have been a little bit upset about that. Anything more than an over left on the table in a T20 for me is cardinal sin. So that's not too bad.
Yeah, I think Brazil will still be happy having won the toss and notched over 200 runs. Let's take a quick look then at the batting lineup. And Lindsay Boas threatened at the start, didn't she? But she fell on 34 off just 13 deliveries. Did score 2 Maximos and 5 fours on the way, though. And then Lara Cardoso was impressive at number 3, 41 off 28. In the half century for Maria Silva, the only one to actually get to that milestone in the Brazil lineup, 51 off 28, before she walked past one. And some nice glove work there from Amelia Jones. Monique Machado, 22 off 16. And Ana Clara Sabino never really got going for her high standards, 13 off 12. And then a nice little cameo at the end by Lara Bittencourt, including a well-celebrated monster 6 that got Brazil over that 200 barrier. As for the bowling, well, congratulations to Deepa Chukapali. She finishes with 4 wickets for 49. And especially congratulations to Uzwa Saeed, who has a career best figures of 4 for 24. First time she's picked up 4 wickets in a T20I. And the other wicket was picked up by Maria Zamorano. And of course, there was that run out in there as well. Kat Frost, she only went for 9 in her solitary over, as did Payal Chilongia. So 8 bowlers used by Spain. I think they were sharing the workload in this hot Switzerland sun. So at the halfway mark then, Brazil women 210 on the board. Certainly a tough task here for Spain. But it's all still to play for. If the likes of Alexis Hartley, Kat Frost, Naomi and Amy fire, then we could have an absolute fight on our hands. And of course, remember, it is the final. It's all to play for here in this quad series. And in just over an hour and a half's time, we will know the fate of the trophy. Will Brazil hold on, or will Spain upset the odds? Join me, Tina Goff and Phil G, as we take you through the run chase here in just over 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back to the run chase here in this quad series. Big finale between Spain and Brazil. And, well, I suppose a run victory for Brazil, but a moral victory for Spain as they were able to skittle their friends from South America with 2 balls to spare. Not before, though, Brazil put on a commanding total of 210, thanks to a half century from Maria Silva, finishing 51 off 28 deliveries. Laura Cardoso, the captain, second top scoring with 41 off 28. A nice little chips in from Lindsay Bass at the top, a quick fire 34 off 13. And at the end, Lara Bittencourt with a cameo 12 off 5. But hats off to Deepa Chukapali and Uswaside in particular, who both bagged themselves fourthers in the bowling ranks. As 8 bowlers were used by Spain, who have really been put through the ringer today with 2 tough battles out there in the Swiss heat. As we speculated throughout whether it would be Hartley and Frost to open up again after they put on a formidable opening stand of 161 in that first game today against Switzerland. And Frost, who only bowled the 1 over, was maybe held back for this exact reason, and that is that she will be opening once more as Alexis Hartley faces up the first delivery, which will be bowled by Brazil's Duda. Slight miscue there from Hartley. So we'll start with a dot ball, and well, these two will have to repeat their heroics from this morning if they're going to get anywhere close to this Brazil total. Spain quite top heavy in their batting lineup. They've got, you'd say, a genuine top 4 or 5. And then beyond that, we're getting into the batters who've not quite had enough practice out there in the middle to show us exactly what they're capable of. There's a slight misfield there from Ana Clara Sabino. Allows Spain to scamper through for the first run of this chase. Keeping an eye then on Cat Frost, who was really exhausted, and unsurprisingly so, by the end of the batting innings in that game this morning against Switzerland. She ended up retiring on 88 as her legs just couldn't carry her over the line to that century. Still about 3 overs to spare, so she certainly had time had she stuck around, but you could see that she was already tapping into every single last drop of the energy reserves. She had the inhaler out as well. So I think it was a sensible call at that time to take herself off the field and maybe just give herself a puncher's chance here of causing an upset against the Brazilians. For that one is an early appeal. The umpire remains unmoved. Just had to wait a second longer than maybe we're used to, because these umpires, who have done an excellent job out there in the heat, just take their time to come to their decisions, which is certainly a more favourable way of going about it than the old trigger finger. But on that occasion, the decision goes the way of Spain. Duda there just misfires that one. That will be the first boundary of the run chase, as Cat Frost, who is so excellent square of the wicket on both sides, just nonchalantly punts that one off her hip. They will race away for a boundary. So I suppose the task here for Spain is just to keep themselves in the chase. That required rate is just a shade above 10, which doesn't mean every single over has to go for 10 runs. They can maybe bank on the fact that there'll be a couple of overs where things will go their way, and maybe a few overs then that are a bit quieter. But they just need to keep themselves there or thereabouts and put pressure on this Brazilian team, who haven't really been put under too much pressure so far in this tournament, as that one's played nicely through the covers, but it will just be a single. So Cat Frost will retain the strike with the first over of this chase, going for 6 runs. Joining me back in the commentary tent, which is about 1 billion degrees, is Phil G, who's joining me in between sips of a ice-cold bottle of water, which lasted all of 10 seconds.
These bottles are not big enough, Tina. I'm telling you that right now. Here in the commentary sauna, the shared commentary sauna, the bottles of cold water getting delivered, and I tell you what, they're disappearing so fast. It's almost like a hallucination. Were they even here? Did we even actually have a bottle of water? This one I got in my hands, I've taken 2 swigs out of it. It's half collapsed under the pressure, and there's about one gulp left. And I'm already sad. That's why I'm hanging on to it. Try to last out this next over. See how we go.
As long as the bottle half collapses rather than you, Phil, because I need your G-force help to get us through the potentially 19 overs remaining, as Lara Bittencourt, who was so delighted to smack one over the rope late in the piece in that first innings for a 6 runs, shares the opening duties as that one's hit in the air and it's fumbled and taken by Lara Cardoso, who puts on her best juggling act, and she goes 1, 2, 3, almost palms it halfway to the boundary, but most importantly for Brazil, she grabs onto it at the 3rd or 4th time of asking, and that's a key early wicket as Cat Frost, who did so much damage in the earlier game, just driving uppishly there, and she unfortunately has to depart, and Spain lose their first 6 for 1.
Yeah, that was a bit of a comedy moment there. It was funny. I was waiting for the juggling music to kick in at one point because there were about 5 bites of the cherry before she finally held it up and held it strong. So, yeah, a bit of a body blow, that one, for Spain to lose a wicket that early. Unfortunately, it is Cat Frost who has to go, having just bothered the scorers just momentarily for a lovely glance boundary and a single as well. But first blood there to Brazil in this innings with a good wicket and a good catch. Well judged in the end, a well judged catch. Presence of mind to keep the ball juggling in front. And interesting note that the water guards have rushed out some water after 7 legal deliveries. And that's a sign of how things are out there at the moment. Probably a little bit early to bring the water out, but fall of a wicket, get the refreshments out and get them back off again quickly as possible. Umpires are making sure they're not spending too long out on the ground.
Can they take a detour to the commentary sauna as well? Because we've both finished our bottles.
I've got to admit that they're not even looking at us, are they? I mean, fair's fair, okay? I mean, hello.
Somebody please think of the commentators, said no one ever. A good early wicket there for Brazil and for Bittencourt. A bit of carnival vibes there from Lara Cardoso as she juggles that one, but manages to hold on. Interesting change to the batting order here as Uzwa Saeed comes out at number 3 and immediately shows why, as she clubs her very first delivery through mid-wicket despite the despairing dive there in the deep. Will be 4 runs. So good to see Saeed having an opportunity up the order, because previously in this tournament, Spain have very much relied on 4 or 5 batters.
Yep. And for Saeed, she delivered well with the ball with 4 very productive overs, getting 4 wickets for only 24 runs. And now Spain is saying, well, can we have the Midas touch, please, with this? Maybe a bit of touch of the old El Dorado touch, pretty much, from Saeed, if she can find it. Deliver a little bit of gold with some batting here in the top order.
Well, she must be flowing full of confidence after picking up a career best 4 for 24 in the first half of the game. And she was really the Spanish bowler that just caused Brazil all kinds of issues. There was 8 bowlers used by Amy Brown Carrera in the end, but Saeed bowled 2 overs early on in the piece, picked up 2 wickets, and we were kind of questioning why she didn't carry on. And that questioning only intensified when she then did come on almost too late in the piece and picked up another 2 wickets. Maybe just a case of what could have been for Spain had Saeed come on earlier and almost got into the tail end in overs 12, 13, 14 rather than in 18, 19, 20.
Yeah, she came on to bowl the 15th and then the 17th. And yeah, eyebrows were raised by you and me especially. Just couldn't quite get into the head of the captain as to why that would be the case. Felt that she should have maybe come on, maybe even 11th over, first over after the drinks break, the notorious drinks break where things can always go not clockwise, haywire is what I'm looking for. See, now I've got spring sticking out of my head now. I can't even get my superlatives right. Oh, Phil, it's too warm. I'm telling you.
Words are difficult. Where did clockwise come from?
Clockwise? I don't know. I was thinking in my head, I had a vision of a clock exploding and wires and cogs flying in different directions. Why did that enter my head when I was trying to say the word haywire? I do not know. That's something which, I don't think anyone on earth will let them know. Even God doesn't know why I was thinking of that. How about that? It's second over. It has been completed 11 for 1. I'm getting tongue-tied in the heat, and Tina's being entertained. So it's all good here. Normal service resume when G-Force is on the job.
Just any words in any order will do at the moment as Duda comes back in to bowl the second of her spell, the third of the game. that requirement now. Just under 200, 199 left. So it's a long, long way to go for Spain. And, well, we always say, don't we, that you can't win a game in the power play, but you can certainly lose one. And the one thing that Spain really can't afford to do here is get so bogged down that they leave themselves an impossible task in the final 14. And it wouldn't be the first time, actually, that they get bogged down in the power play. We remember that power play against the same opposition a couple of days ago, where out of the opening 18 deliveries, they only managed 2 scoring shots.
Incredible.
So they were 5 for 1 after 3 overs. And, well, they've at least got a couple of runs on the board here, but Hartley, again, circumspect in her opening few deliveries, but this time drives nicely down the ground. And, well, that either hits the batter, I think it hits the batter in the end, or does it hit the umpire? Fielding done inadvertently there. Let's take a look where this one ends up. Yeah, it's off the bat of Saeed, who throws up her hand in apology.
Yeah, from this angle live, we were on an angle where I couldn't tell if it hit the umpire or the bat either, but you're right. It was Saeed's apology of, sorry, stop that. Sorry. Saved a certain single, I believe.
That's played away nicely, but should be stopped by the fielder out there in deep covers in the power play, and the 2 out in the boundary saving positions are at third, which is unsurprising given the away swing that Duda is able to generate, and deep covers, who fielded the delivery on that occasion. Two balls left of the third, as that one's just dabbed away, and Uswa was certainly keen to get herself to the non-strikers end, but a loud no that could be heard through the commentary headsets there by Alexis Hartley.
Never a run there.
Not against these Brazilian fielders, who are extremely sharp. And you can see that Monique Machado was already scampering to the stumps, just lurking, waiting for any potential run-out opportunities. Same result again. This time, Uswa doesn't even attempt the run.
Yeah, case of once bitten, twice shy. Never going to go for that one again. 3 overs gone. Only 13 on the board. Spain are getting into a little bit of trouble here as the mud is starting to harden around the shoes, and they're finding it hard to get out of the blocks with just 1 wicket down. But the bowling is on point, and the fielding is absolutely on fire out around the ground. Looking the goods.
2 singles off that over from Duda, who's gone for 8 off her opening 12 deliveries, as Lara Bittencourt will continue from our end here in front of us. Hartley on strike. 2 off 5 for her. Uswa Saeed started off brilliantly, hitting her first delivery for 4, but since then has only managed 2 runs in the subsequent 8, or 7 in fact. Clubbed away for just a single, as the fielding's done out there by Maria Silva.
Ray tipping in the chat just gives a shout out to the umpires. Thank you for that, Ray. I totally agree. They're doing it the hard way as well out there in the centre. And every time we talk about the players taking a drinks break, obviously the officials get their drinks break as well. But yep, thanks for mentioning that, Ray. They definitely deserve some accolades for handling the pressure in the heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking dashing in their baby pink shirts as well.
In contrast to the Portuguese umpires, who have the very vibrant pink. Very vibrant. Andrew Winter rocks that look.
Almost too vibrant.
Almost too vibrant. Actually, very thus vibrant, would you say? Our little bands that we were given.
Oh, yeah.
It's a similar pink, isn't it?
Very, very hot pink, whereas they're outside in a very mild pink, but they will be very, very hot nonetheless.
I should shout out. We had a very sneaky little visit from the office. It was wonderful to see Roger and Nick pop down and give us both a little pat on the shoulder and a little hello from them. Unfortunately, because we were commentating, we couldn't sort of break away and greet them properly. Then, they disappeared pretty quickly. I was a bit surprised to see them head off when they did. I was hoping to have a chance to have a chat with them. Find out if Roger's got me that money he owes me, but never mind. Have a catch up some other time, I guess. But one for them to drop in, check in on us, and just to see how we're doing, and raise an ECN banner somewhere behind us, which is no longer there. Not sure what happened there.
Full bugger there, and misses out on that occasion. Does what? That's the fielding done out there in the deep. So just being restricted to Morse code here at the moment, dots and singles, and nothing more for Spain. Be interesting to see how they approach this, because the required rate is going up, and at some point it gets into that kind of unassailable territory. But they've got to keep themselves in the game, and this one's struck nicely by Hartley, and it's going to come say hello in the commentary tent. And Phil is ready, and
The throw was not as successful as it's supposed to be. I had planned perfectly to go just under the awning, and it hit the framework of the awning and bounced straight back into our gear. But the gear was not touched.
I was going to say that was so perfect. If someone tried to deliver a ball to you, it wouldn't have come any sweeter than that. You just put your hands down in front of you, and it just gently caressed itself into your hands. There was no gentle caressing about your throw, though, because you absolutely just lobbed it.
Tina, I had to go neither left nor right. It went straight into my hands, and my throwback was appalling.
The sound of the wallop against the gazebo.
Leather hitting metal framing as it bounced back onto our desk.
That would have been the worst possible incident of Rule 1 being damaged in friendly fire.
It's a shame we haven't got a wider comm cam to catch that. That would have been quite something. But I was more worried about bouncing off and hitting something expensive. I think it just hit the table and fell just behind my monitor there. But put a smile on the face of the fielder. Who was that fielder who rushed in? She had a bit of a grin on her face when she realised that I'm an idiot and I can't throw.
Well, she knew half of that already, but she then realised that you couldn't throw. Oh, it's woken us up.
There we go.
Someone needs to wake up Spain in this run chase if they are going to get anywhere close. But yeah, before that ball came to say hello, I was just saying, what is their mindset and their tactics here in this run chase? So they're kind of saying, okay, well, let's just bat 20 overs and see what happens. Or are they thinking, well, let's go for it. And if we go all out in a blaze of glory and get skittled in 10 overs, well, so be it. As that one's elegantly just punched away by Hartley. Just keeping an eye on the umpire at striker's end. I think he is indicating that it was dipping. Yeah, it was probably more like a knee roll height full toss in the end, but Hartley does capitalise. But
Aditya Shah in the chat saying it's tomorrow any match. Well, this quad series finishes here. This is the final, but there is another T20I women's match tomorrow, and it is going to be Spain and Switzerland going head to head in another T20I, but not part of the quad series. It's just a separate game that's going to be going on. So yes, one game tomorrow starting 9:30 local time, and it's been put down. Can you believe it? Brazil have shelled an opportunity, and that is going to be half an hour worth of catching practice after this game finishes for the fielder there who's shelled a bit of a sitter. Yeah, she was almost backing away from it, was Carol Nascimento, the skipper, who will be fuming with herself, almost caught off guard there. Didn't expect it to come straight into the bread basket. Left just holding crumbs. Alexis Hartley given a free life there. And, well, her innings have started in a similar way to the previous one, which ended up bursting into life. So she'll be hoping to make the most of that second opportunity gifted by the Brazil skipper. As for Uswaid, well, her innings started off so promisingly with that 4 crashed through on the very first delivery, but since then has almost ground to a halt. Another one that just races through, and Duda, mighty impressive in her 3 overs so far, going for just the 14 runs. At the end of 5, Spain 27 for 1. It's tough going out there, isn't it, for Spain? The couple of boundaries in those last 7 deliveries, we've seen 2 boundaries hit. But apart from that, it's just been really tough going. And, notwithstanding the catch that was put down in that over, I just feel that Brazil are so all over this game at the moment. It's looking very good. Run rate from here on in required is 12.3. Spain currently going on at 5.4. Still a lot of work to do, but settling down after the loss of the early wicket of Kate Frost. And Alexis Hartley, while she's still out there, we've seen her accelerate at the right time when she just gets into the groove. And she did that in the previous innings, and that was in the previous match, very impressive from her just to accelerate at that right time. So, let's see how we go. But you kind of feel that the next couple of overs, just need to see that run rate tick upwards, get up towards 7s and 8s. If possible, start to sort of work the singles a bit more, reduce the number of dots, get back to basics, all those little superlatives that you hear coming out of the mouth of the coach. But they need to be played like that. And you know what? They give themselves every opportunity here. They haven't been found wanting so far, but the next 4 or 5 overs leading up to the 10 over halfway point, I think are going to be really telling.
Just a slight delay in the proceedings here, but I think you're right, Phil. Hartley is at least going at 130s at strike rate, so certainly not dawdling along, but she's not really being helped at the other end by Uzwa Saeed, who's 9 off 15. I think maybe semi-tactical, semi-enforced change to the batting order from Spain. Clearly, Naomi Hillman-Bermejo is not feeling 100%. She came into the field quite late after feeling the full effects of the sun. So maybe she doesn't feel like she's in a position to really bat deep. Amy Brown Carrera as well has held herself back. So they still have options, Spain, but they're quickly running out of time as Laura Cardoso comes in. That's brilliantly lofted by Alexis Hartley for a 1 bounce for an elegant stroke there, using the pace of Laura Cardoso, and maybe just a sign of her slowly cranking through the gears now, Hartley. She frees the hands and finds the rope at the start of the 6th.
You'd be proud of me that I didn't go for the ball then?
Absolutely.
I even went like this when the fielder came running over. I was like, no, not this time. Fool you once, fool me second time. How does that saying go? You know what I mean. Decided not to.
Fool me clockwise.
Haywire. Everything's clockwise. Oh dear. Love a shot though.
She goes again.
Ooh.
And this time, it's a bit of a vicious bounce that almost knocks Lara Bittencourt's head off. She does well in the end to kind of get out of the way of it. No cricket shot is worth losing your teeth over. And that's back-to-back boundaries. Hartley looking like she's on a bit of a heater now.
Yeah, she's gone up a gear now. A couple of boundaries back-to-back is really going to help her confidence. And yeah, for Brazil, a couple of boundaries coming off Cardoso's over as well. Her first over. So if Hartley can try and get on top here, she doesn't have to go absolute gangbusters. Looking to go 12 runs and over. So it's not as though they need to be going at 16s, 17s. It's no panic stations yet. But Alexis can just dig in here, pick up the a couple of boundaries every over. I think it's going to put them in a good pacing if they can maintain something like that.
Just a slight field tweak here. Still in the power play, remember, for 4 deliveries as long off goes out. Mid-wicket comes in. That one actually half goes towards mid-wicket, but it's stopped there with a bit of a fumble by Ana Clara Sabino. So Hartley gets the single, and really Uzwa Saeed's got to kind of share the load here. It doesn't mean she has to start cracking boundaries, but she can't start chewing up too many dot balls because that will just pile the pressure on Alexis Hartley at the other end.
Yep. She's come in at the drop of the first wicket. She needs to stand up and play her own game here.
She does that well, knocks it to mid-off, and a clean pick-up and throw could have been close, but Evelyn Muller not quite able to wrap her fingers around it, so it was showing better signs of intent there. And as you were saying, Phil, that's already 10 off the first 4 deliveries off this over, and that's without doing anything kind of too crazy. Alexis Hartley is someone who can find the boundaries with ease. She doesn't start having to get too creative as yet. That's a good comeback ball, though, from Cardoso. It's the first time she manages to beat the bat.
I know Vinny's a big fan talking about run chasers. He's a big fan of talking about breaking down the run chasers in chunks. I'm a big fan of, at some point, you've got to start talking about who wins the over. I'm a big fan of the batters being able to say, right, I need 2 more runs to win this over. I need X amount of runs to win the over, rather than thinking, oh, I need to be going at this. I need to do this every time. What do you have to do to win the over? Just concentrate on winning that over. If you lose an over, then the next one you want to win. And this wins them the over, wins Spain the over Brazil. And that's a really good shot through the covers. Nicely struck. It's 14 off the over, 41 for 1 after 6, and a well-deserved drinks break on the way out into the middle.
Yeah, going for the 6 over drinks break, as has been customary all day today, looking to get drinks at 6 and 14 just to make sure the teams stay hydrated, as we can say hello to you once more in the commentary box. And it's been a relatively steady start from Spain, hasn't it? 41 for 1 on the board. But I'm completely with you, Phil. You've got to take a run chase like this in small parts, because if you look at the 210 needed, then it always feels like a daunting task. But if you just say, okay, we just need 12 this over, we need to this ball, suddenly it doesn't seem so insurmountable.
Yeah, it's about not being, well, as you say, the daunting is a perfect word to use there, and not being completely overwhelmed by a total of 200 plus to get. Because you look at your score, you look at what you got to get, and that golf looks absolutely huge. So, yeah, breaking it down, and that's what you can do. They win the over there, Spain. So, there's a bit of encouragement for them as well. They're 1 wicket down inside the power play, so they haven't totally blown themselves out of the water in the power play. And I think that's pretty good. 41, probably, maybe about 15 runs short of where they'd like to be. Well, you could also say they're probably 30 runs short of where they'd like to be, But considering where these teams are currently sitting right now, still not a bad effort. They're still very much in the game and still a lot to play for here.
It'd be interesting to see what Brazil do after the power play now with those fielding restrictions lifted so they can do 4 on the boundary. It's certainly what I would be doing to Alexis Hartley, but actually for Uzwa Saeed, I'd be piling on the pressure. She's currently 10 off 15. And the last thing you want to do is for her to just play the role of, okay, every time I'm on strike, I'm getting a single, I'm getting Hartley back on strike.
Yes.
What you want is her eating up those dot balls and thinking, I'm really kind of stopping us in our tracks here. So I would like to see kind of a mindset shift for Brazil when they're playing against Alexis Hartley, where you say, fine, we're not giving you the boundary, but we're giving you a single. And as soon as Uzwa Saeed's on strike, I would like to see them all kind of gather around her and really put the pressure on.
I think that is the mindset that should be occupying the mind of the Brazilian captain. I think that's the perfect example. Saeed is not a playmaker at the moment. She hasn't shown the playmaking attributes that we'd like to see from her, and her strike rate is telling us that story. So yes, keep her on strike. She'll chew up the dot balls. Alexis Hartley looks like she's the one who's going to get on with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alexis did that this morning, and that was why she and Kat Frost were able to put on such a powerful score. But as it is, they're looking down the barrel of a defeat unless they kind of get their skates on. But that previous over was clear signs of intent, especially for Alexis Hartley with those 3 boundaries. And the notable thing on those boundaries was none of them were risky, none of them were overhit. She was just playing genuine cricket shots and getting rewarded for it.
Yeah.
Nikki Montero then opening the middle period of the game here into the 7th. Just taking a look at where those fielders are. Well, Uzwa Saeed, she's clearly been boosted by whatever she had in her drink a moment ago, and she starts off over number 7 with a 4, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Spain. The more runs she can accumulate, the less pressure is piled on Alexis Hartley at the other end.
She's listening to our commentary. That's what that is, for sure. She said, Phil G just said, I'm the dot ball magnet here, so watch this. Hold my beer, she says. Lovely strike, really good shot, and plays an unexpected boundary out of the, not to say out of nowhere, but just sort of did something that wasn't expected, and that's a really good shot. And you said it correctly, Tina, absolutely spot on. Needs to make sure she's making these runs to take pressure off Alexis. Otherwise, Alexis Hartley could just buckle under pressure. A few more runs, and suddenly she's thinking, I've got to do all the work here because the strike keeps getting turned over back to me. It's like, and back to me again.
They do have all 4 fielders at their disposal out in the deep for Uzwa Saeed. They've sent out a deep backward point as a result probably of that effort and the previous delivery. They've got deep covers and then long on and long off.
Just straight to the players a couple of times in a row there. That's okay. She's finding bat on ball. She's not swinging and missing, and that's important for her as well.
Good little comeback from Nikki Montero, having been hit as well for that first ball boundary. 2 dot balls to follow it up. That one's played away nicely though, and that's what the intent of Spain has to be. As soon as it's not immediately to the hands of the fielder, they have to get their skates on. The more they can convert these dots into ones, the more they can really stay in touching distance of this mammoth run chase. Field change then for Hartley as point comes in and cow corner goes out.
Yep, and regulation mid-wicket also drops into spot as well.
Yeah, so long on, long off, cow corner and deep covers, which goes out to the covers there. Just be a single.
Still 1 to come in the over, 47 for 1. Hey, Chris in the chat said what I was trying to say before, which was that quote, the fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And in my head, I was thinking about the George W. Bush one, which was fool me once, shame on you, fool me once, fool me twice, we won't be fooled again. He couldn't remember, so he just quoted a song lyric.
I think there's also one from Michael Scott in the US office.
Oh, okay.
Who says, "Fool me once, strike one, but fool me twice, strike three."
Yeah, I think I remember that one as well. Classic stuff. No one's going to get fooled, though. It's 7 overs gone, 47 for 1 with that dot ball to finish the over with. They're going currently at 6.7. That's 6 runs off that over. So Brazil win that over. And Spain need to find somewhere to elevate this run rate, try to get it pushing up towards the 9s and the 10s, or they could find themselves needing about 70 runs in the last handful of overs. But look, they're still going along nicely. Only just 1 wicket fallen. Still got a bit of batting to come. So one of these two, well, probably both these two need to start getting a bit more fluid. But all credit to the Brazil fielding and all credit to the bowling as well. They've been pretty good. They've been pretty handy as well. And there is obviously a championship title at the end of this innings up for grabs for one of these two teams.
Lindsay Villas-Boas coming in to bowl the 8th here. Picked up 3 wickets in that star turn yesterday. 2 days ago now, in fact. Time flies when it's 39 degrees. She scored that century as well and got a 3 for in the same game.
That's right.
Starts off with just a little nudge off the hips there from Hartley for a single. Hey, we haven't actually talked too much about the fact that we are splitting up today.
Oh, we are too, yes. We're going our separate ways, aren't we?
G-Force has been all too fleeting this time.
Yeah, we've only had a short run of it, and it's not even T10. So even if we had a draw, it would have been a magic over, not a golden ball. So there's that, because we tend to get together and have the golden ball action. But nonetheless, so yes, you're heading off, well, pretty much tonight. And where's your next port of call?
Well, port is the key phrase there, because I'm going to Portugal.
You are indeed going to Portugal. Yeah, I set that up nicely, didn't I?
So I'll be heading to Lisbon early tomorrow morning, and then commentating on the Liga Grizzly Division 2 on Saturday. 3 games in Division 2. I think Shoban, though, is helping out doing the 3rd one remotely, because I might wilt in the Lisbon heat if I do 3 T20s by myself.
Yeah,
and then I'll be doing the 2 on Division 1 on Sunday as well, and then Shoban is ably supporting from afar.
Oh, good on you, Shoban. Whoa, how about that for support from afar? Oh, the bounce. Oh, good work, though. Very much volleyball style on the boundary up there to spike it in the air and get it back on the rebound. Well done.
Yeah, nicely done. It's been a few times where the field has really not helped the players out there in the deep. On that occasion, almost it just bobbled kindly to Anna Clara. Yeah, and you're staying put, aren't you? You're here for the long haul.
Yeah, I'm here for the duration, all the way through to the end of the men's ECS, which starts on Saturday, concludes next Wednesday. Oh, sharp chance, put down. Really sharp chance. The 50 came up as well with that previous stroke, but wow, just hit it straight into the breadbasket and it popped straight back out again.
Just not quite expecting that, I think, Lindsay, and didn't get her arms and legs in the right position to catch that.
Yeah.
I think she maybe thought it was going to come at her quicker than it actually did, but Wasai just didn't get hold of it at all. Lives to fight another day. So both of these batters now have had a life after Alexis Hartley was also shelled at mid-off by Carol Nascimento.
Follows up with a dot after that one. But yep, opportunity goes begging. So yes, I'm sticking around. I'll be here to go through tomorrow's single game tomorrow, which is going to be the Switzerland take on Spain in a T20I tomorrow. Just the one game tomorrow, starting at 9:30 local time. Check your guides or check ECN.cricket for the local time in your area as to what time that starts. And then on Saturday, the Men's European Cricket Series here in Switzerland in Zurich starts, and that is a 6-team competition, and that is going to go for 5 days. So it starts on Saturday, finals next Wednesday. So very quick, every team plays each other just the once, and that's of the 6 teams. So that's pretty straightforward. It's at 15 games and then 4 games on the finals day. So, yep, fair bit to happen there. Looking forward to that one. I think we're only playing 3 games on Saturday and then 4 games. That will be your 15 group games, and then the 4 finals on Wednesday. So that's still to come here on the European Cricket Network, but I'll be here for that. And Henry has threatened to join me on Saturday and help me out because it's his first time he'll ever see T10. I'd love to get his take on the T10 game, see what he thinks.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be hopefully around tomorrow as well to help on the last bit of the women's side of proceedings. Of course, not part of the quad series, which is very much at the final stage here with 12 overs to go. Spain did bring up their 50 in that previous over,
They did.
but only a handful of singles just sees that required rate go in one direction. But yeah, it's been great to have Henry around, and I'm sure he'll be keeping you company tomorrow as well, as Switzerland take on Spain for the third time, and Switzerland will be hoping it'll be third time lucky. I think they have been getting closer and closer, haven't they? I think the more they play, the more you see that kind of match awareness come in, the tactical decisions, which you can never really learn unless you're out there in the middle. There's something we've been saying the whole week, isn't it? That there's no replacement for game time. And Switzerland, I'm sure, albeit disappointed that they haven't been able to get a win over the line yet, will be thrilled with their week so far, and will be hoping to cap it off in style tomorrow with a win. Let's not forget they had that 5-game series against Germany, and it was the very last game where they were able to secure a win against their neighbours, having been so close on multiple occasions. So I certainly wouldn't count them out, especially after the grueling day that Spain will have had today. 40 overs, fielding in the real extreme heat, and playing against a fearsome Brazil side who look like they will be taking the win here unless Saeed and Hartley can pull it out of the almost literal fire here in Embrach Cricket Ground.
Out of the cauldron, the furnace that is the Embrach Cricket Ground. Yes, indeed. It's a really exciting time for women's cricket. I'm not going to get all sort of choked up and all about superlatives here, but this is such an exciting time. And if you're into women's cricket at this stage and you've gotten in nice and early into what is turning into be such a great, fierce, fun, exciting competition. And I'm thinking back to the Czech women who went 0-19 in T20Is for the last 3 years. And it's going to get to the boundary. Hold your breath. It's not going to get to the boundary. Good bit of clean-up work there. And they turned down the other run. I thought they're going to try and snake through for another one there. Good example is with the 53 on the board, 53-1, 9 overs gone. Yeah, with the Czech women, they played the Central Europe Cup a couple of weeks ago, and they went into that being zip and 19. Yeah. And everybody kept asking the question about the Czechs and saying, well, what can you do here? Thank you very much for the water being supplied. You are a champion. You know that, sir. Just had some cold water delivered to all three of us here in the sauna. And the Czech women responded and they got their first win. An emotional time for all of the women involved. It was fantastic to be there. And then they won the next game, and then the next and the next. And they beat Norway twice. They beat Luxembourg twice, and they won their own trophy, the Central Europe Cup trophy. And it was absolutely astonishing. And it just shows that the persistence and the learning along the way for these athletes, these players who love cricket, and they do it because they love cricket. They don't do it because they're getting paid a fine fortune. They're not. They're doing it because they love cricket. And it was a real joy to watch. And it's so exciting to be in at the ground floor and to see this sort of thing happening, this revolution of women's cricket across the continent. I'm absolutely basking in it. And it's so good to see ECN 100% behind it all and featuring so much women's cricket on the network.
Here, here. Have yourself a sip of cold water, Phil.
I did.
Completely agree. And Switzerland, well, they didn't quite have the kind of difficult start to their international careers, as that one's clubbed away nicely by Hartley, picks that one nicely through square leg. Switzerland won games quite early on in the 20-odd games they've played already in just a short amount of time. But equally, they've made that progression that's similar to Czechia, which is just growing into every single game they've played. Let's not forget, again, that Switzerland are a very young side. They're mostly composed of teenagers, and you just know that they're going to be going on such a steep learning curve. But it'll be so exciting to see where their journey takes them. They've already got a scalp against Germany, a team much higher ranked than them, and I don't think it'll be too far and too long until they start picking up wins against the likes of Spain and even Jersey. Maybe they certainly will have them in their sights, and that's why this week, if you just look at it on paper, you say, okay, they've lost every game in this quad series, but I know it's just been about so much more than that, and I know Andrew Ryan will be really keen to hammer home just how much learning and how much experience they've gained from these games.
Yeah, exciting times. Absolutely exciting times we've got right now.
That 4 there from Alexis Hartley actually ended what was quite a severe boundary drought. It was over 3 overs without the ball finding the ropes, and that's why just when it looked like they were in with a sniff, Spain, they've kind of tailed away, and the run rate required is now inching its way up towards 15, which you really say is you'd imagine a step too far for Spain. As Wasaid, I feel like something kind of has to give here. She's 17 off 31.
Yep.
You've got experienced batters with runs under their belt in this tournament, waiting on the sidelines. I don't know if they're maybe not 100% fit. Well, in Naomi's case, I'm sure she isn't, but you almost want to just try something here because Uzwasaid has had a fair crack at it now. She's faced 31 deliveries. And you almost want her to go for it and see what happens. Yes, no, maybe, as Uzwa's sent back, and that might be out, and the finger is raised, so something does give, and it is in fact the wicket of Saeed, as Brazil again showing their fielding prowess. Hartley, I think, knew that the run wasn't really ever on. Uzwa, meanwhile, was getting a bit of itchy feet. Let's take a look at this one. My instinct was that she was short. Yeah, I think that's a fair enough call.
Fair call.
She tries to kind of place her bat over the line. A big old slide, or at least a bat slide might have rescued her. Don't think it's the worst wicket in the world, though, for Spain to lose, as Uzwasaid. Her watch is over. Decent enough little innings from her, but never really was able to keep up with the pace, and she has to depart for 17 off 32.
Yeah, the contribution was good, but it was more needed. There's a bigger target there that needed to be chased down, and yeah, look, I don't want to be too harsh here, but it probably was the wicket that needed to fall there. Hartley knew straight away the run was never on, and I think most of us around the ground would concur with that assessment that the run was never on. But look, Saeed, she's had a good game. She's made some runs. She's taken wickets as well for her side, and she was very economic with the bowling as well. So I think she can feel pretty happy with her contribution to the team effort, and now turns it over and asks a fair bit of the rest of the team. And let's see how they're going to go here with Saeed run out there, and it's going to be Amy Brown Carrera who steps up, the captain. Let's see what she can do here for her team as they are languishing behind the 8 ball here at 58 for 2 after 10 overs exactly. That run out on the last ball of the over, and that's why a quick drinks break was also taken.
Nice celebrations as well there for Carol Nascimento, who will probably still be ruining that missed opportunity where she put down Alexis Hartley mid-off early on in the piece. But a great piece of fielding there for the Brazil skipper, making amends, darting the throw-in to Monique Machado, who did the rest with the gloves on. As we continue then into the 11th, and it will be the skipper herself, Carol Nascimento, who brings herself on to bowl, but starts with a bit of a full bunger, which is given the treatment by Alexis Hartley, who is continuing on her merry way. And, well, I suppose for Lexi, it's almost a case of, can I be selfish here and get myself runs? Because I think it's probably 149 runs is a long way off in less than 10 overs. But if she can get herself runs and get motoring, that's the only way they've got a sniff. And, I mean, I'm sure she'd love to notch a few more runs to her collection after scoring so many this morning. And it's back-to-back boundaries. That one delicately played away, despairing dive there from Lindsay Boas. Again, that's that hotspot area which just races away every time.
That was such a good shot. In contrast to the power she demonstrated in that previous hit towards the square boundary on the leg side, this is just a delicate tap, and she's played it to perfection, and the ball has run away from the fielders across, as you say, that baseball area where once the ball gets on that, it just flies. So very nicely shaved in that area. There it is again. This time, the fielder should get around to this one with the slide. Oh, no. The slide probably didn't slide on the ground as far as she was expecting. Kind of came to a dead stop, and the ball just bumped over the hand and went to the boundary line for 4 runs. So have a look at that. 3 on the trot off the bat of Lexi. Nice striking from her. She's read the room correctly, and she said, all right, here's my chance. Tina, I'm going to get some runs here.
Delicately played as well. A lovely little late dab. And to be fair to Lindsay Boas, it's so difficult to dive on this outfield.
Yeah.
I'd say at the best of times, let alone when it's an absolute dust bowl on the downslope with the ball just racing away. So unfortunate there for the Brazil fielder as Hartley picks up a hat-trick of 4s. And now just 2 away from her second half century of the day. There'll be one of them. I think it's probably ambitious to look for a 2 there. And Hartley, who's put in a big old shift herself with the bat, says that'll do me for now.
She's waving to the crowd. She thinks she's got a 50. We don't think she's got 50. We think she's got 49. The dugout cheered. She's waved the bat. She's taken the accolades.
It's not the first time this has happened. We had this earlier in the week, and on that occasion, fortunately, the batter got to 50. So let's hope the case is the same here for Alexis Hartley. Although I suppose if you get out on 49, would you at least rather have celebrated a 50 that you never got?
No, I'd feel shameful if that happened to me.
I mean, she's not celebrating the 49. She's celebrating what she thought was a 50. It's not her fault. I don't know if maybe it was wrong on the electronic scoreboard.
The scoreboard doesn't have... Well, we actually can't quite see the batter, because she's batter number 1. We can only see the batter 4, which is yet to get off the mark. So I can't see if that electronic scoreboard's got it right.
Well, it's the end of the over, so Hartley will be on strike. So let's hope, for all our sakes, that she gets the 1 and the half century that she would so thoroughly deserve, battling away in what we can pretty much confidently say is a lost cause here, with 140 still required in the remaining 9 overs. So that required rate is up beyond 16. Despite that over, an excellent one for Spain. 13 runs coming off it. Not quite the way that Carol Nascimento would have envisaged her first over going. On the scoreboard, Phil has just gone on a little adventure, and the scoreboard does say 49, but maybe it's been corrected after the fact.
I think so, yes. I think so. The other thing to note, look at the runs required. It says 138. Yet we've got it as 140. So I think electronic scoreboard might be a little bit out, as one of our roving photographers is taking a picture of a scoreboard that might be incorrect, sir. Don't process that film.
Maybe it's evidence for the prosecution.
Can we get a copy of that? Now he's taking a picture of the Starlink.
Do we have a spy in our ranks?
I'm not sure. Who does he work for?
Lara Cardoso bringing a bit of heat to the proceedings. Alexis Hartley on 49. Can she get to the 1 that she needs? Not on this occasion. ABC was willing and able to run at the non-strikers, but a big no. Booms out from Hartley. She might be looking at the scoreboard now and be thinking, I thought I was on 50. Now I'm going backwards, literally.
What have I done wrong? I've just celebrated. I got a round of applause. I got a hug. And now you're taking it away from me.
Well, when it happened previously, the batter who got to, and I can't remember who it was, she didn't celebrate when she then got to the 50 because she'd already had the 49 celebration.
Okay.
Lexi is going to get there. And I think they're going to clap again. Is she going to raise her bat again? I think she's probably thinking, oh, guys, this is embarrassing. So she doesn't raise her bat once more. She says, ugh.
That's very mature of her as well. The dugout erupted, but she didn't. She's like, yeah, well, come on. We've been here. We had an early celebration. It's like having your birthday on the Monday and then everyone gets together the previous Friday. You go, yeah, all right, thank you.
Oh, I always have a whole birthday month to...
A month?
Yeah. February is Tina month, as well as the other 11 months.
You sound just like my missus. Her birthday is July the 3rd, and the whole month of July is birthday. So the Thursday last week, we went out for her 5th birthday dinner. Which was lovely, by the way.
But to clarify, it wasn't her 5th birthday.
Let me clear that up. The 5th dinner for her birthday celebrations, being that she turned. Actually, I can't say that on air. She'll kill me if I tell it. Not 5. Better than 5. Better than 5 and less than 50.
There we go.
Hello to Mrs. G. She's listening. She probably is listening, actually. Watch my phone. It may start buzzing and doing all sorts of noise.
Which was the best dinner? Was it 5 and out, or was there more than 5?
No, the 5th one was the best. We went to a place called Mashana, which is the best Japanese restaurant in Prague. It is absolutely fantastic, hands down the best place for Japanese food.
Sushi,
sashimi, nigiri, maki. They've got an abundance, and they've been there for about 30 years. That's a wonderful strike, that is. It's not going to carry the boundary rope, though, just one. So, yeah, the fact they've been there for 30 years speaks volumes about how good they are.
Yeah.
And they always are basically permanently half booked by the Japanese embassy almost every Friday night. And so you think, well, if the locals or if the Japanese embassy go there every week, it's got to be doing something right.
Yeah, that's I'd say a stamp of approval.
Oh, yeah.
I think when it comes to Asian restaurants in particular and Japanese, if you see Japanese eating there, you're like, yep, this is where I'm going.
Yep, that's where you want to be. Indeed. 74 for 2, 12 overs gone. We're into a bit of food chat at the moment. What's your favourite Japanese food? let us know. 555 Japanese. Oh, sorry, we don't have a phone number. Don't call that number. I don't know who you'll get through to, but don't call it.
Probably the Japanese embassy in Prague.
Probably, yeah. I can imagine they'll be upset with me. Did Phil put you up to this? Yeah, we know him.
They're all still too busy eating sushi at the restaurant.
Probably are, actually. I wouldn't be surprised. With what, today's a Thursday, so they'll all be there probably tonight, tomorrow night. Yep. But it has been fantastic. But yeah, no, Renata loves that. Mrs. G loves having a birthday month, which I'm more than happy to oblige because she's a good egg, as we call them in Australia. She's a good egg.
What were the other 4 dinners?
Two Thai, burger restaurant, and what was the first one we did? Oh no, I cooked Asian dumplings.
Oh,
we love Asian food and we love Mexican food, and I did some freshly made Asian dumplings. I didn't mention them to Vinny because if he hears the word dumplings, he'll be on the doorstep quick smart saying, "Hi, I was passing by. I heard you making dumplings."
yeah, and there'd be no dumplings left for anyone else if Vinny's at the table.
He loves his dumplings, and he's going to love a shot like that all the way for 4 runs. What a good smack. Alexis Hartley paddling the bike really hard here, and she's, kicking on from the 50s now with a lovely boundary. Nice shot.
Yeah, great sweep shot. Gets down on one knee and just dismisses that to the boundary. It's her 10th 4 of the innings, so 40 of her 55 runs have come through boundaries. Hasn't cleared the rope yet on the full, but we certainly know that's in her locker as well. As it's Lara Bittencourt bowling this 13th. Not quite caught up of the scorers, but we know it's her because of the cap. And she picks up the wicket here. Alexis Hartley doesn't capitalise on the rich vein of form. She has to depart for 55, but an excellently constructed 55. Really backs against the wall stuff for Hartley. And despite being disappointed that she gets out here, she can be very pleased with her day's effort. Over 100 runs across 2 innings, and has to depart now as Bittencourt picks up the wicket, and Spain lose their 3rd, 78 for 3.
Yeah, and really tough conditions. She scored those runs today as well. So she's, she raises the bat, she gets the dugout, getting a very generous round of applause there as she gets stumped there off Bittencourt. Rafino behind the stumps with the gloves, and good glove work from her. But yeah, hats off to Alexis, who's had a good day out with the bat. So keep her head held high, and she's delivered some good runs for her team in a win earlier, and then obviously this one here looks like it's getting away from Spain now as it starts to get very difficult, needing 133 or 46, and especially with Alexi departing, you kind of feel that that could be Spain's chances departing the ground as well.
Yeah, I'd go along with that as Deepa Chukapali comes out at number 5 for Spain, someone who was employed at the top of the order earlier in the tournament, but has ceded her opening role to Kat Frost, who very much made the most of it this morning with her 88, retired out. 5 she contributed in this game today, but Deepa has a chance now to show us exactly what she's capable of, which is an enormous amount. The youngster full of potential with both bat and ball, just 15 years old, plays her cricket over in England.
Chris Smith in the chat is a bit upset with me because he's saying, how could I possibly narrow down my favourite Chinese? Well, I didn't say Chinese, I said Asian. So Chris, give us your favourite Asian cuisine. How about that? Just do that for me. Mine would be Thai. What would yours be, Tina? Just Asian cuisine. After this shot.
Sabino should clear this up on the rope, and does.
Does indeed.
I think I would probably go Chinese.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
But mostly kind of in a takeaway situation. I'm thinking of like a filthy Chinese takeaway. I think there's a time and place for refined sushi.
Well, sushi's more Japanese than Chinese.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking Asian general.
Asian, yeah.
So
yeah. Okay.
If I'm talking Chinese, I'm talking filthy takeaway. If I'm talking sushi, well, that's talking drop, as that goes in and out to the fielder there. Duda at square leg just dies on her touch and doesn't quite get in the right position. Missed opportunity there.
Drops it in front of the umpire too, and I'm sure the umpire just went, I hope not. I really hope not. But as an umpire, obviously, you have to be completely non-judgmental, but it's very hard just to see that and go, oh.
This time it goes along the ground to Duda. She's able to dart it in. Well, it's actually quite tight.
Work.
And the umpire there sold us the dummy because everyone went and appealed to square leg before realising the umpire's standing at point. I was also looking, I was like, oh, where's he gone? He's over there. End of the 13th, 82 for 3. Nice little ticking along there from the Spain skipper Amy Brown Carrera and Deepa Chukapali after Alexis Hartley departed at the start of the over. Yeah, so I think it's horses for courses when it comes to my relationship with Asian food.
Okay.
Filthy Chinese, refined Japanese. Thai, so I'm not as much of a Thai fan as I am an Indian fan. So if I'm going for a curry, I would always go for an Indian curry over a Thai curry.
Sure. Okay. Yep.
I think because we're spoilt for Indian food and Bangladeshi food in the UK.
That's fair enough.
Especially in Birmingham, where we have a lot of incredible Indian food. So I think I would always just favour that side. Whereas I suppose you guys in Australia, you have the Thai influence very much so. So you probably are spoilt with Thai food.
We are indeed.
Clubbed away. We're spoilt with that one. As that's nicely dismissed to the boundary there by Amy Brown Carrera.
Shot. Really good shot. In full command of that. Nobody within cooey of that ball where it landed. Absolutely safe as houses, that shot. Not a good delivery and got the correct treatment as well. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Being geographically located where we are in Australia, fantastic Indonesian food in Australia. In Melbourne, where I was living before I moved over to Europe, some fantastic Indonesian restaurants and Malaysian restaurants as well. Something that's pretty hard to find here in Europe. You know, a good place to get, say, like a curry laksa or a proper Malaysian beef rendang or a good Indonesian meal. You know, a nasi lemak, a nasi goreng. These sorts of things in Melbourne were easy to find and really good quality as well. I remember almost died of elation when I found a place in London, in Chinatown, that did one of the best curry laksas I've ever had in the world. It's a big, massive noodle soup. It's like drinking. If you had a curry laksa, they are so good. It's like you get pho, which is Vietnamese, ramen Korean, and then the curry laksa, which is Malaysian, and it's just to die for. It's like drinking a bowl of curry. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I think I would always tend towards like the rice and the noodles rather than the stews, and that's maybe why I don't do as much kind of Korean and Thai. Although Korean fried chicken, now you're talking.
That's not bad, is it?
I think it's fried chicken from anywhere in the world, to be honest.
There's something about fried chicken, isn't it? Just something about it.
Cardoso steaming in here, and that one's been punched away nicely. Really picks that one up off a length, does Amy Brown Carrera, who's been so impressive with the bat, and there's a solitary figure in that Cricket Switzerland tent who's just had a rude awakening.
Well, that person in the tent there was busy replying to a WhatsApp message, I guess. Had no idea the ball was coming in until it went thump into the back of the tent. Got the fright of their life and suddenly realised, look how it's got Thank you.
That is true. I've been squinting for about 3 days.
My eyeballs are sunburnt.
Caught behind. Lara Cardoso picks up her first wicket, and Amy Brown Carrera will be disappointed that she isn't able to capitalise on what has been a great run of form for her, as highlighted by that previous delivery that was just whipped away with impunity, but this time steps away and just gets a genuine edge, and it's comfortably taken with a side step to the right there by Monique Machado. Lara Cardoso, the world record holder, gets in on the wicket action as Spain lose their fourth 90 for 4.
Well, if Brazil had one hand on the cup before that delivery, they now have got both hands on the cup now, well and truly. Spain right up against the wall, needing 19 runs and over from here on in, and that is a tall order for this middle order of Spain to try to step up and do. Need to fight it out to the end, though. Need to take the battle right up to Brazil and make sure that they themselves have to fight hard as well. Naomi Hillman, Beneo, she has to come out now, and it's mentioned before that she was troubled by a little bit of too much sunshine, a little bit too much heat, maybe a little bit of subtle bit of heat stroke as well, which is never pleasant as well. I used to suffer from that as a child living in Australia. One of the reasons I wanted to get out of the country. So let's see how she goes. She looked pretty good when she bowled, and she looked good in the field before. But yeah, just coming off that little bit of a scare with the illness, need to watch out for that. But yeah, it's her turn to come into the centre now and see what she can do for Spain. They're 4 down for 90. And the sun is coming back out behind the clouds. And, well, we did move the table back. And we're almost thinking I need to move it back again. But we are getting towards the end of the day. So, yeah, we'll wear this one, I think, with, 6 overs and 2 deliveries still to come.
It's an interesting one to send Naomi out. Of course, she's used to batting at the top kind of 4 or 5 for Spain. But given that she's feeling under the weather, and given that we can pretty much call this game done for all intents and purposes as a contest, I would have actually quite liked to have seen a couple of other Spanish batters get an opportunity.
Yeah.
I know Spain very much have their plans and they want to stick to them, but there's not too many times where you can get experience out there in the middle against a formidable bowling lineup like Brazil's. And the likes of Maria Zamorano, Olivia Guilherme-Lopez, Amelia Jones, I think would have really relished the opportunity and learned a lot from being out there in the middle. And I'm not sure how much floundering or flagging Naomi Hillman-Bermejo will get from this experience. But, I mean, she wouldn't be out there if she wasn't keen to be there.
And also playing against opposition like Brazil as well, a really good opportunity for them. Because obviously this tournament now coming towards its crescendo in a few overs' time, and Spain still have a game to play tomorrow against Switzerland. So yeah, all the good reasons for someone else to come out and give Naomi a chance for a little bit more respite.
But she's out there in the middle now as the wind really does pick up.
That's really picking up. It's getting fierce.
I can't tell if it's nice or not because the wind is just blowing hot air into our faces. I don't know if that's because the fan is right in front of my face as well, but it's certainly not like a cooling breeze. But not long to go now. Cardoso, final ball of her third.
You've had that desk fan right in front of your face the whole innings, and you still look like you've been going a couple of rounds with a furnace.
That one's been knocked away nicely for Naomi's first runs of this innings. She's very strong on that leg side. Anything that just tails down off the mark, she's very quick to punish. So it'll be 94 on the board then at the end of the 14th. 6 overs left, and you have to say it's all is fair in love and cricket, and you'd have to say that Brazil are the strongest team and they deserve to take home the Quad Series trophy.
I'm just loving the fact that Alistair's sitting here sneezing in 36, 37 degree temperature, and he's sneezing. And let's think is, mate, you're having a laugh.
Catch a cold.
Catching a cold while Tina's sitting here melting in her own, stewing in her own juices. And yeah, I'm sweating from body parts that I didn't know existed. Alistair's catching a cold. Fittest man on the planet sitting next to us here, pushing the buttons, doing a fantastic job too, by the way. Absolute cracking job. And so is Marzi. Don't know if you can hear us away there in the PMOA area. Blue Crew standing tall. All for Cricket Switzerland, of course. This is their event, and they must be very, very proud of how it's all turned out. We're just happy to provide the pictures and the sound, and they've done all the heavy lifting on the side as well. So Cricket Switzerland, take a bow. Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. They must be proud with what they've achieved this week. First ever T20Is in the country. And
big moment.
I mean, it'd be a crowning glory tomorrow if Switzerland were able to snatch a win against Spain. You certainly wouldn't put it past them.
No.
After Spain's long old day today. Equally, Spain, though, will be eager to not be caught off guard, especially with certainly T20I ranking points still on the line, even if the Quad Series trophy will have been safely packed away in the suitcase bound for Rio de Janeiro.
So Ash in the chat is saying, why don't you guys have fans in the comms area? So let me try to set this up for you. We have a fan, and it's right in front of Tina, and it's oscillating. So it's hitting both Al, myself, and Tina at various times as the wind is coming straight in at us, and it's knocking stuff all over the place. Even the tent here is having a problem. So the problem we've got is we've got a tent, and the tent is open on all four sides. And that wind has just gotten really ferocious, then it just stops and disappears. And it's back again. Right on cue. Whoa, and things are going everywhere now. Well, we prayed for a cool change. I didn't know we wanted to have the wind coming in like this. Gear has gone everywhere, but we're all good. We're all fine. Cheers around the ground as well as things get knocked. I think we're okay, though. Did we lose any of the gear at the front?
I think the main one is the camera that's gone. So
okay, we've lost the camera.
Alistair has bolted it out of here. Luckily, he's no stranger to exercise.
Bear with us while we get that up. Yeah, that just you mentioned a couple of overs ago the wind was starting to really pick up, and just then absolute ferocity it's picked up. Attempted stumping there, nothing doing. It's
almost whipping up a sandstorm if you look over to the baseball mound.
I was looking at that. Right, yeah. That's incredible. Yeah, the baseball mound has made its own little mini tornado. So Ash, hopefully I've managed to sort of describe that to you. That's the issue we've got, is that we are totally exposed, but just a tent above us. But on all four sides of the tent, it's open, which is probably why you can hear the wind screaming through the mics.
That's why Nikki Montero is just struggling with her lines and lengths as well. With a no ball followed by a wide. So in the carnage in the tent, slight carnage out there in the middle with a free hit again. As that one's lofted straight to mid-wicket. Only chance for a run out. It is a direct hit.
Ooh.
And the umpire wasn't quite able to get in the right position quickly enough because it all happened very quickly. I'd love to see that one again. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to because the Buttonmeister, Alistair, is currently otherwise engaged trying to correct the camera. That was a tight call. It's an absolutely fair call to give the benefit of the doubt to the batting side, but it was a lovely piece of fielding there to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end.
100 up, 100 for 4. Still 2 to come in the over.
A real storm's brewing here. It hasn't lowered the temperatures by any means, but yeah.
No, it's like someone in front of us has turned the hairdryer from fan force 2 to fan force 3, but they haven't changed the temperature. And it's still blasting hot air straight in our faces.
Big appeal from Nikki, beseeching as the umpire shakes his head. I'm holding on to the screen for dear life.
I'm holding on to my screens. I was worried about the tent. The tent is still moving quite ferociously here. 100 for 4 with 15 overs gone. It's 5 overs to go. The game well and truly in hands of Brazil here. I can't see Spain making up these 22.2 runs required in the next 5 overs to try to pick up the win. Still need 111 from 30 deliveries they do.
Nice little milestone though for Spain to have picked up the 100. But if you look at the Manhattans, it's kind of the tale of 2 innings. There's just been one innings that's reached towards 15. That was that one where Alexis Hartley managed to score 3 boundaries. But if you compare that to the carnage of the Brazil innings with, what was that, about 4 or 5 overs that went for 15 plus.
Well, even just double-digit overs. The lack of them in this innings is palpable. It's so many.
Lindsay Boas back in. Her 2 overs so far have only gone for 8. But there's going to be an extra 4.
Shot.
Nicely played there by Naomi. Just waits on it and levers it away. There is one fielder out there, Duda. She's more a genuine cover. Wasn't able to run round to cut that one off. And someone's turned the wind off again.
They have, just like a switch. Spoke too soon. As soon as I said it, suddenly it was like, oh, hang on, sorry about that. Normal service has resumed.
I'm standing up now just to be on alert in case anything goes flying, and also to try and capitalise on that wind just a bit.
You're on an electronic gadget watch.
Protect the equipment. That one goes again, but Duda has learnt from the previous delivery. Fool me once.
Won't get fooled again. I was a bit worried about my little Boba Fett. He almost got flown off the desk then. I always bring him with me when I go on tour. He's my little good lucky luck charm.
Well, what is the origin of Boba Fett? I mean, I know not in the Star Wars universe, but in your universe.
Well, this is one of these Star Wars figures, obviously action Star Wars figure from 1979. And I love the fact that it's 1979 because the movie he was in came out in 1980. So this was in the very first batch of Boba Fett Star Wars figures that ever were released pre-movie release.
Oh, okay.
And I bought this on eBay for only $6. And one of these was sold at auction in the US for $500,000. Still in its packet though, so this never came in its packet. So one of these still in its packet from the same era, $500,000 sold in auction in 2024.
How much do you think you'd get for that if you did sell it at auction?
I'd get a lot of laughing, and maybe someone might share their beer with me.
Right.
I don't expect anything because it's out of the pack and it doesn't come with it. Usually it's got a little blaster it holds as well. It doesn't have the gun. Never came with a gun. But never mind.
There's no greater value than sentimental value.
That's what it is. I would never sell this. This is part of me now, and so yeah, I hold this quite tightly. You see on the back, it's got that little rocket.
Yeah.
The first editions came out for 2 weeks. You could actually pull back a little thing here, and it was spring loaded there, and it would fire the rocket out.
Oh wow!
And they were taken off the market after 2 weeks because it was a choking threat to children. Fair enough.
Yeah.
One of those, still in its original packet, got sold for $1.3 million.
Wowza.
3 years ago. That's crazy. People pay that sort of money for sentimental value. That's ridiculous money.
Yeah, that's a lot of dollars.
I know I should never have bid for it, but there you go. I wish.
Just pip to the post.
106 for 4. Still 2 to come in the over. In case you missed it, Spain still need to go at 24 and over to try to pick up the win here. Brazil, both ends on the trophy right now.
That's nicely played away, and that'll be 4 runs. Elegant stroke there from Deepa Chukapali, who's certainly one for the future for Spain. Just 15 years of age. Remember, picked up a career best fourfer in the first part of this game. And a fourfer in any T20I is an outstanding achievement, let alone against this Brazilian batting lineup. So she can certainly be proud of her week so far. And of course, she's still got tomorrow to make a few highlights, as of course do the rest of her Spanish side and the host Switzerland. 1 ball left of the 16th. Just looking to add a bit of shine to the scorecard here of Spain. Probably could burgle a single here. And well, it's a nice little behind the back attempt there from Monique Machado. Would have been outstanding if she managed to get the direct hit, but they do sneak through for a single, and it's Nelson at the end of 16, 111 for 4.
Done the research on that 1979 prototype Boba Fett that went for $1.34 million, exactly what I was talking about. Ultra rare Kenner rocket firing Boba Fett, only one of 30 ever made, and they had to stop production because it's a choking hazard to children. You're exactly right, Chris. That's exactly the stat that I was talking about. The regular Boba Fett, the one I saw, was for $500,000. As the wind picking up one more time, causing all sorts of carnage and issues here for us. Have we lost the camera one more
again.
time?
Yeah.
What happened to Isaac? Have we lost Isaac as well?
He's also blown away.
Isaac's blown away. Oh my God, I'm going to start calling him Dorothy. Dorothy, come back. It's just a dream. Oh, spoiler alert. Anyone who hasn't watched Wizard of Oz and you're about to, apologies. Spoiler alert, it's a dream.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh, you've never seen Wizard of Oz?
I've seen Wicked. I don't think I've ever seen Wizard of Oz from start to finish.
Wicked's good, but Wizard of Oz, the original, the OG, it's, yeah.
Wait, who's dreaming it?
Dorothy.
Right.
It's Dorothy's dream, and it's...
So she's a human girl.
She's a human girl, yes. And she has her uncles and her, where she lives in the farm, and the very, bad sort of woman who lives down the road who wants to get rid of her dog and buy the farm and all this sort of business, and she becomes the Wicked Witch of the West.
Right.
And the uncles who care for her, and they become Scarecrow, Tin Man, and the Cowardly Lion. And the travelling salesman becomes the wizard from, so like regular world, that's her experience. Then she gets knocked on the head, and then the dream starts.
So she needed a concussion protocol.
Yeah, Marzi should have been there for that. He could have said to her, "Can you count the days backwards from Friday, please? And stand on one leg. Ask your dog to please leave me alone, because dogs love Marzi." So yeah, concussion test would have been good for that.
Oh, there you go. Learn something new every day as Laura Bittencourt comes back on to finish her spell. 2 for 22 for her, with 3 balls remaining. And this one just will land short of cover, and again a direct hit would have been gonzo. Naomi Hillman Bermejo pretty much giving up the ghost, but it just flashes past the stumps.
Bittencourt's taken that one badly on the left hand. She was grimacing as that cannoned into the fingertips. Very, very sharp chance for a run at there, but yeah, Laura gets behind the ball and just wears that one on the fingers. 113 for 4, 2 to come in the over, 98 required from 20.
That one goes through to the keeper as Phil and I reach for the protective equipment once more. That was
in unison, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was synchronized tech grab.
Perfectly in concert then. I'll tell you what, I'm worried about, I should check the tent, just because I feel like the tent's been almost like slowly been worn away here, and it's going to suddenly fly off as well.
I also can't see much because the dust is flying into our eyes, but I can see that was a dot ball. Just about.
Well, luckily Henry's not sitting with us for this innings. We might have lost him as well, because this wind has really, really picked up, to use the words of Terry O'Connor. It's really picked up.
Final ball of the 17th. Nicely played. Textbook cover drive. A slight misfield, and it's a yes, no, maybe. You usually don't run on a misfield, and this is why, because that will be run out. Naomi Hilman Bermejo sends a bit of an accusing look back at Deepa Chukapali. And yes, it was a misfield, but it went probably about a metre away from Carol Nascimento, who makes immediate amends, puts in a bullet throw to Monique Machado, and she does the rest. So Naomi, I think at full fitness probably would have struggled there, and certainly running on fumes. And now she can run off the field and take a seat before battles to come tomorrow, as Spain lose at 5th, 114 for 5.
Just going to go and do some quick tent work. See the legs, they're coming out, and the nails holding them in are also coming out at the same time. So I'll be back in a moment.
Okay, Phil G off to do the DIY, as it looks like Amelia Jones coming in at number 7 for Spain. Yeah, I mean, we don't have replays at the moment because the camera is being fixed by Al, or maybe brought back out of the neighbouring garden as it went for a bit of a walk in the wind. But we certainly didn't need a replay to see that Naomi Hilman Bermejo was well short of her ground there. It was an elegant shot played by Deepa Chukapali, and it was almost one of those where she felt like she deserved a single for it. Unfortunately, Carol Nascimento, after a slight fumble initially, was able to recover her senses, recover the ball, and dart one in. And Machado did the rest behind the stumps, whipping off the bails with Naomi marooned. Slight hiccup there from Spain as we go into the final 3 overs of this, what we can say now will be an unsuccessful run chase. Deepa Chukapali will be still on strike after that single that never was, as Amelia Jones joins her. But we'll initially watch from the non-striker's end as Lindsay Boas goes into her 4th and final over. I suppose it's around this time that we start talking about player of the tournament as well. Certainly, it'll be difficult to look beyond Brazilian players because they have been so dominant. But even within the Brazil lineup, I think there's a couple of options. Lindsay Boas, of course, is a standout with that century to her name and picking up wickets as well. I think Monique Machado, the wicketkeeper, has been mighty impressive as well. But if we look beyond the Brazil team, of course, there's been some standout performances throughout. Grace Weatherall was strong at the top of the Jersey batting lineup.
Yes, good man, good shout.
Of course, Spain have had a few highlights, none more so than Alexis Hartley, Kat Frost. Amy Brown-Carrera, I think, has been excellent. Naomi has contributed some runs and wickets as well. And then Switzerland can be extremely proud of what they achieved as well, especially if you look at the runs they scored this morning, with Layla Picard finishing 73 not out off 71, and Amrita Sasidaran scoring 65 off 44. So there's been a lot of standout performances throughout the tournament. It's not been the case of 1 or 2 players dominating.
Oh, trouble. And trouble turns into gone. And another rueful look back to poor old Chukapali, who's maybe going to be held responsible for yet another run out. She holds her hands up saying, "What are you talking about? It wasn't me. I called no." But a rueful look there from Jones as she stares back and channels her inner Naomi and just gives her the old grrr look back at her. I'm not sure whose call it was then. I'm not too sure. But either way, it was not a good call, and it's another run out.
Yeah, maybe just the heat getting to Spain at the end of this innings. Just falling away a touch. Not only have the runs dried up, but the wickets are starting to tumble. That's the 6th to fall. Chukapali not having the best of times out there in the middle after enjoying her bowling spell, where she picked up 4 for 49, but she's kind of labouring along off 10 off 21 and has been involved in 2 run-outs. But she just needs to keep plugging away here, get herself to the end of the innings, as she's joined out there in the middle by Payal Chilongia.
She's actually looked quite accomplished with the bat. She's playing some very nice strokes, very textbook sort of stuff. But unfortunately, her strike rate is not where it needs to be. And, you know, the game is gone, definitely. I mean, you need 97 runs off only 14 deliveries. We're down to literally the last handful of overs, handful of deliveries. So I don't think she's fully to blame for this, but just struggle to find the gaps.
Final ball of the 18th then. Lindsay Boas has gone wicketless so far, which is unusual for her. She's got one ball to make amends, and she does not pick up a wicket, but she does get another one to zip through to the keeper, so she finishes with still impressive figures of 19 runs conceded off her 4 overs. As we go into the dying embers of this run chase, Spain 114 for 6 will finish very well short of the target of 211. You have to say it's just been a professional performance from Brazil, but professional is probably the word that we have to highlight as well, because these are full-time players compared to Spain, who are part-timers, don't get paid for their work, but are equally proud representing their nation, I'm sure.
You're absolutely right. According to my little weather wall here, the temperature's dropped now down to 31 degrees. Interesting to note. But then again, my weather wall could be anything. It's just this. It's an app on my laptop. Your watch has been a lot more accurate than anything else.
Still says 36.
Really?
But it's certainly clouded over a touch, hasn't it? It was glorious blue sky.
Yep.
Untouched by any cloud for the last 3 days. And now, I mean, we had mention of a storm yesterday, and we thought, how is there possibly going to be a storm in this weather? Whereas this feels a bit more like kind of tropical weather. But I mean, there's certainly no risk of this game being impacted with just 12 deliveries left, as Duda comes back on to bowl her 4th and final. But yeah, certainly had 4 seasons in one day in the last couple of overs. They just jog through for a single here. Chilongia, with her very first delivery, gets herself off the mark.
So this has been a fantastic performance from Brazil. Clinical performance throughout the whole entire series. From the moment they rocked up, that first game they played on Tuesday, they looked the goods. They showed so much of their ability over these last few days. The 3 games in the group stages, then obviously this final here today looking fantastic. Spain, look, they're definitely not to be shamed either. They have put together a good tournament as well. Jersey, unfortunately, they look good, but were unable to stick around for a finals day campaign, so we knew we'd be waving goodbye to them at the end of their group stages. So, you know, we wish them and thank them for the competition that they brought along to the first couple of days as well. And of course, Switzerland's the hosts. They're going to have a lot of takeaways from this. And I thought the game they played earlier today in the qualifier, look, it didn't go their way. Their bowlers and fielders let a massive score be put on the board by Spain. And Switzerland left the competition as well. But they look good too. Everyone thinks they heard something. Does the umpire think he heard something? No, indeed he do. He says, nah, not on my watch. Sorry, no.
Yeah, I think that flicked the pad on the way through. Optimistic appeal. Maybe it was a half LBW appeal, half caught behind. Didn't look good for either. That's why the umpire shakes his head. Duda also looking for her first wicket. The 3 wickets so far, 2 of which have gone to Lara Bittencourt, and Lara Cardoso has picked up 1. And of course there's been multiple run-outs. 3.
Yep.
Which is in fact multiple.
You are correct. Your use of the word multiple was bang on correct. Well done, Tina.
And the wind whips up again as we're about to set sail, I think, onto Lake Zurich.
I'm surprised we've still got the 10. Why have we not lost the 10 yet? I feel like we've lost everything else.
Sanity? The screen now is gone.
I think sanity was lost halfway through the first game. I think you and I were both already struggling with many aspects of the conditions here. But this last 10 minutes has gotten absolutely riotous. This is like tropical storm sort of stuff.
Let's just get through the last 8 deliveries, Phil, unscathed. We've still got a lot of commentary ahead of us, both of us, and I don't think we can do it if we have an eye taken out by a gazebo leg.
Ooh, leading edge just pops up and nothing doing there. Could have easily gone to hand. I was going to call this hurricane something, but then I remembered the old thing about hurricanes. Hurricanes are named after women. I'm not going to go down that path because that's not fair.
Well, if something has gone flying, Phil's going to go chasing after it. It's the most curious weather I've ever seen. It's still 35 degrees. I think the girls in the middle are actually enjoying this respite with the wind. We're not great fans of it, as that's a brilliant stop there from Monique Machado with the gloves. Wrong-footed entirely. But but manages to stick out a left glove and stop what would have been 4 runs for short. End of the 19th then, a wind-affected 19th. Spain 117 for 6 with 6 balls left of this quad series before Brazil rightfully take the crown. Well, you can see that table in the distance, which I think is being set up for an award ceremony of some kind. They've been carrying that table all around the ground trying to find a non-windy spot. I don't think they're having much luck, to be honest.
I was going to say, good luck with that. This windstorm is settled in now for the afternoon, and they may have to move it indoors, to be perfectly honest. Maybe take it down to the cafeteria or something, because this is quite unbearable. It's tough.
Laura Cardoso will bowl the final over. The umpire's just coming together here. Not quite sure why.
Please no drinks break, please no drinks break, please no drinks break. You don't need a drinks break. They're having a chat with the captain. What are they having a talk about?
Yeah. Not quite sure what this is about. With just 6 balls left. We've all got homes to go to.
Ash has asked the question, has a cricket match ever been called off or suspended due to strong winds?
Undoubtedly.
Oh, it probably would have been. There are some places in the world.
Whoa! the tent has almost.
We had one leg of the 6-legged tent lift up there. Like a dog parking itself near its favourite tree, it lifted its leg. This one here is up and about.
Phil is going to go and hold the leg. Because it is incredibly stormy here. There's no kind of hint of rain or anything like that. It's just your good old classic Swiss windstorm. As it looks like we're finally ready to go into this final over. I think we need to get the hard hats on. Phil is literally standing on the tent. This is unusual conditions to finish off the days. I can't get over the image of Phil holding onto the gazebo leg for dear life. I think the switch it comes out, and that's a brilliant shot. As Phil, I think you're probably close enough to your headset that you can put your headset on. If you can grab your headset, Phil, we'll get you back on as you're holding the gazebo down. Everything's gone flying. That ball went flying. That was actually a brilliant shot there from Chilongia. As Phil, you're back with us on air.
I'm back with you, but I'm currently holding one of the legs of this gazebo/tent. God, it feels like a live forecast from a hurricane. That's right, Tina. It's gale force 5 winds here. I may have to get out of the eye of the storm in a moment.
Oh, dearie me. Well, she goes for 2 and 2, does Chilongia. What I can see on the monitor, which is now being held in my hands like a lifeboat off the side of the Titanic.
Oh, it's crazy. How many balls have we got left?
We've got 4 left, Phil. As you...
I can't see the screen from here, so I'm hoping you're going to say last ball coming up.
Well, I'm trying to make sure neither of our laptops go flying.
Thank you.
Mine is flapping in the wind.
I'm really fighting it here.
I mean, the umpires are coming together. I'm not quite sure.
Just finish the game, people.
One of the more curious ends to a series here on the European Cricket Network. The bails have gone flying. I think just take the bails off, lads.
I think so too, yeah. Yep.
I think that's the conclusion they've come to. It's very strange, isn't it, Phil? Because in the middle, they look completely unperturbed. I think they're probably thinking, this is a nice breeze. Meanwhile, we are literally hanging on for dear life here.
I think what they're saying ECN, they make such a big deal of everything, don't they? Look at them. There's 2 of them holding onto the 10, and Tina looks like she's riding out a storm. It is ridiculous. Watch the fan.
The fan is ironically still on. 3 balls left. Well, we would have loved to have signed off at the end of the day with Comcam. But Comcam is currently in the dirt. Alistair is also away from keyboard because the camera is gone.
Oh no.
So don't say it's not entertaining on the European Cricket Network. 3 balls left as the cricket continues undisturbed out in the middle. 2 to come. My screen has gone black. But
Right.
the umpire just signalled 2. Phil has left his post.
I think that's okay. I think I can't fix that any better. So I'm going to come back here, leave my screens flat so they don't pick up any wind. Let's see out the final few deliveries then.
Cardoso steaming in. Lewis in Madrid cheekily saying, shall we call it a draw?
Nice one. Lewis, I love it. I love it.
I'm just trying to work out if this camera is in any way in the correct position for Comcam. I think it is. So maybe...
You think?
Well, what's the worst that could happen? We've already had a almost take-off situation. So
Nice
we
work, Al.
go into the final ball of this quad series. Slight normality and sanity has returned as the wind has gone from gale force to minor gale force. So that one's knocked away. Into the offside by Deepa Chukapali, who will finish unbeaten on 13 off 27. A gutsy little performance from her in what was pretty much a lost cause at the halfway stage, wasn't it? We were optimistically thinking that maybe Spain could put up a fight, but as soon as those early wickets fell, it always looked like Brazil were in the driver's seat.
It was, yeah. There was a certain point in time at the game, and I think that was exactly the moment where we thought, okay. And I think I said, yeah, one hand on the trophy. Nah, 2 hands on the trophy, definitely. As umpires and players are starting to come together to shake hands to this end of this fantastic quad series. See in the background there, the Swiss flag flying very proudly with, looks like a bit of a setup there for some award ceremony coming up after this match.
Well, it's almost flying off. You can kind of see how windy it's been. But yeah, congratulations to Brazil. If we rattle quickly through the batting performance from Spain, Alexis Hartley, it's been a great day for her. Back-to-back half centuries. But she was able to get to 50 and not much more. She was stumped out on 55 off 32. Kat Frost, I think she expended all of her energy this morning, didn't she? Didn't have too much left in the tank and she departed early doors. Uzwa Saeed, she was there for a long time, just didn't quite click for her, 17 off 32. Amy Brown Carrera looked good for her, 10 off 11, but then had to depart. Deepa Chukapali, she remained unbeaten, 13 off 27, was involved in a couple of runouts, which she might have to answer for as she goes back into the Spain dugout. But it was a spirited performance from Spain. Of course, they've got a chance to make amends tomorrow in that one-off game against Switzerland, not part of this quad series.
That's right.
As for the bowling then, Lara Bittencourt, probably the pick. She finishes with figures of 2 for 24 off her 4. And Laura Cardoso was actually the only other player to pick up a wicket, as the rest were runouts, multiple runouts.
That's right.
I
We
heard.
did have multiple. That was the rumour going around town. Indeed, multiple runouts. So have a look at that. 124 they score in the end, chasing down a big total, and it's going to be an 86-run victory in the end. So well done to Brazil. Congratulations, Brazil. Really formed team of this quad series. They look so good. Jersey, unfortunately, it could have been a different story had they been able to stick around for the finals. As it is, it was never going to happen. And obviously, we give a massive shout out to Switzerland for their contribution and their competition that they brought to this as well. And they'll get some takeaways for their management and coaching teams as well. Well, this has been real fun to get back here. I've only been here for about 24 hours and I've done only a handful of games with you, Tim. It's been wonderful to call a game again with you, a couple of games, and of course with Henry Blofeld. We've got to give him a shout out as well. But here we are, hanging on to dear life, hanging on to the roof here. That's what we're doing. And thank you to you for staying with us as well. It's been wonderful for you to keep us company throughout this quad series. Hope you've enjoyed it. We've enjoyed it. I know you've enjoyed it. And look, this has been so much fun. And congratulations again to Cricket Switzerland. Well done for putting this on. Congratulations to you.
Well, I'm glad we don't have time to go to the gym because I'm already absolutely cooked from this strength workout. It's been a strange end to what's otherwise been a fabulous week, mostly in the glorious Swiss sunshine. We were complaining about the weather. We didn't quite expect this, but it's been a fun one. G-Force has been reunited. That's been the main thing for me as well. It's been a great couple of days. Emphasis on the force.
Yeah.
G-Force, I think, stands for gale force at the moment.
It does right now. Totally.
The good news is that the cricket isn't done from Switzerland. We've got that one-off game tomorrow, Spain against Switzerland. I fancy Switzerland to cause a bit of an upset there.
Yeah, I would be surprised.
Spain have had a long old day today, and Switzerland, I think, have got a point to prove and that one last chance to get a win on the board. But I think the last word is congratulations to Brazil. It's been great to have a South American team on the network for the first ever time.
Yes.
And hopefully not the last time either.
Yes.
They've looked thoroughly impressive, thoroughly professional, which is what they are. It's worth noting as well. So congratulations to them. They take home the quad series. And Phil, it's been an absolute pleasure. And thanks, of course, to all the scorers, the umpires, Al, who's been running up and down, doing shuttle runs, trying to get the camera back up, Marzi, of course, and Cricket Switzerland. Massive well done to them for putting on what has been a fabulous tournament. But the action continues tomorrow. We're going to seek shelter in place. This has been the G-Force, and we've had an absolute ball, and we're going to try and find a non-windy spot to see out the rest of the day. So enjoy your evenings here from Switzerland. It's been fun, and I'll see you soon. Phil will be taking you through the action tomorrow on the European Cricket Network.
Thanks all. Bye-bye.